Hello guys, this is not another classic Spring Boot tutorial. In this video, I will guide you step by step to the implementation of a full stack web application using Spring Boot and Angular. So first, let me tell you about what you will learn by the end of this video. You will learn how to design a class diagram just starting from business requirements. Also, I will teach you how to use a monorepo approach, just to have all your projects and dependencies and also files in the same place at the same time. And also, we know that security is something super important in an application, so I will show you and explain to you step by step how to secure your application with JWT token. But this will not be just a classic implementation of JWT token, so we will implement a specific registration mechanism where the user receives an email with a security code, and the code will be, of course, a random secure code, and he needs to use that code in order to activate his account. Now we move to the implementation of the JPA layer. So we will use inheritance, we will use the entities and different relationships, and I will explain to you how to use that and how to implement these relationships. And of course, each application has a service layer. So we will implement all the service layers of our application. And of course, I will show you how to handle all the exceptions that can be thrown in the application. Also, when we talk about application and we talk about creating the REST API and communicating with our API, of course, we need to think about validating our objects. So at this phase, we will see the power of the Spring validation using the JSR 303. So I will show you how to validate your objects, how to customize your error messages, and also how to handle these messages. And in each application, we do not stick only to the predefined exceptions, but we need and we will create our custom exceptions to better handle the different use cases and the different business requirements of our application. So we will use and I will show you how to create custom exceptions for our application. And now comes the best part. Since we care about the performance of our application, so we don't want to overload the REST API and our backend, so we will see how to implement the pagination in the backend as well as in the front end. So we will create and I will show you how the Spring Data JPA can help us and can handle the pagination, and we will see how to implement this or how to use this pagination from the backend to implement a pagination component and a pagination part in the front end. Also, when it comes to deploying the application or running the application on different environments, here we need to talk about the Spring profiles. So I will show you how to better use or like the best way to use Spring profiles in order to have a specific or an environment specific configuration. Then when we talk about a REST API, of course, we cannot ignore the API documentation. So we will see how to integrate OpenApi with the Swagger UI for our API. And of course, since our application is secured using a JWT, so we will see together how we can also configure our OpenAPI configuration in order to handle these JWT tokens. Last but not least, we spoke about custom exceptions and application exceptions. So here we can group them in one name and we can call them business exceptions. So of course, when we have any kind of exception or any type of exception in our application, of course, we need to handle that. So this where comes the exception handling in a Spring Boot application. And all this will be used as well as in the front-end application using Angular. And then when we talk about all this like a backend, the front end, also we need a database to store our application. We need also to simulate or to mock an email validation or email sending in the local environment, means like our local machines. Of course, we need or we talk about many tools we need to install in our local machine in order to make the application running and we can start our development. So here comes the power of Dockerizing or containerizing the application. So I will show you how to prepare the infrastructure and use the dedicated and the required Docker images in order to run the application and make it run independently from the environment, whether you are using Windows, iOS, Linux, and so on and so forth. So it will be independent from that. So I will show you how to prepare the infrastructure for that. Now, let me talk to you about the application that we will implement together. So in this video, we will implement a book social network, which will be a full stack application that will allow the users to manage their books, means to create their books, update, archiving a book, also sharing a book and non-sharing a book, and also publishing a book and interact with the community of book enthusiasts. So it features registration, authentication, email validation, also like managing a book, borrowing a book, returning a book, and handling all the business requirement or the business rules of our application. And as I mentioned before, this application will be secured using a JWT token in order to give a better security layer for our application. Now, let me talk to you about the features of this application. First, we have user registration, where the user can register a new account. Then we have email validation. So when the user registers an account, his account will be automatically disabled until he receives an email and use that code that will be sent via email to enable his account. Then we have user login to authenticate the users. After that, we will implement or we will have the book management feature, where the user, they can manage their own books. So like create, update, publish a book, archive a book, and so forth. Then we will implement the book borrowing feature. So users can exchange and borrow books between them. And also we need to implement all the checks that needs to be implemented for this functionality. So this means, for example, a user cannot borrow 2 times the same book from the same user. Also, like if a book is borrowed, it cannot be borrowed again by another user unless it's returned. And also this comes to the next feature, which is returning a book. So the user, once he borrows a book and he's done with reading the book, he needs to return the borrowed book. Once the book is returned, of course, this is not the end. The user or the owner of the book needs to approve this book return and to check if the book is fine, if everything is okay. So this is what we call the book approval or the book return approval. Finally, once a user returns a book, he can give a feedback and he can give a score and a note for the book. So for that, we will implement also this feature. Now let's talk about the technologies that we will use in our application. So for the backend, as mentioned before, we'll be using Spring Boot 3, Spring Framework 6, JWT token for securing the application. Also, we will use JSR and Spring Validation for data validation. Again, we will use OpenApi and Swagger UI for documenting the application. And as I mentioned, we will be using Docker in order to set up our infrastructure and start working without any dependencies, which can be environment specific. The front end, as I mentioned before, it will be Angular application. So we will be using Angular component-based architecture, lazy loading. We will secure the routes using authentication guards. And of course, the best part is like we don't have to write or to implement the services ourselves, but I will show you how to generate all the services using the power of OpenApi generator. And finally, the UI will be implemented using the Bootstrap framework. So I will show you how to install it, how to integrate it, and how to use it in order to give a better looking for the application. This sounds interesting, right? But this is not yet the end. The best part is the announcement right now. So this will be the first part or the first step of this implementation, but the next ones, it will be these topics. So in the coming videos of this book social network series, I will show you how to containerize the application. So we will be using Docker in order to containerize our application and make the application running outside of our IDE. So like we should not be always stick or dependent of the IDE and run the application using IntelliJ or Eclipse and so on and so forth, but we want to run the application independently from any IDE. And for that, the best solution or one of the best solutions is to use Docker or a containerization framework or tool. So this is what I will show you in the next video. After that, we will come to a better part. So once we implement the application, we containerize it and it runs on our local machine without the need of an IDE to run the application. But the application is not yet available for the public. What we'll be implementing next is how to deploy the application. But it's not just a deployment. I will show you and guide you step by step how to implement a full pipeline or a full CI/CD pipeline for the backend as well as for the front end, from just pushing a change to the code to running all the steps like test, building, and so on and so forth, pushing the image to Docker registry or to a registry, and finally deploying the application to a real-world VPS. So like the application will be available publicly for everyone. So this is the best part, and I think this should be, or this might be so interesting for you. But of course, this is not the end. Like this will be really interesting. JWT is not the best solution to secure the API. I know this sounds shocking for you, and also I already implemented and published so many videos about JWT integration, refresh token, roles and authorization, and so on and so forth. But I know, and this is not the best solution to secure an application, because we need or we can use OAuth 2 with an authentication provider. So here comes the best part, and this will be the pleasure of this Book Social Network series implementation. So in the coming videos, I will show you how to integrate Keycloack with Spring Boot and Angular. But this is not just an integration or like starting from scratch, but also I will show you in case you have a JWT already implemented with everything that comes with it, like for example auditing, also like using the authentication or like the authenticated user, how to get this information, and so on and so forth. And I will show you how to upgrade or migrate from JWT authentication or JWT security to use an auth provider. Also, when it comes to Keycloack, it's not just installing Keycloack and just using it like a raw usage, but I will show you how to configure Keycloack, how to enable registration, how to enable authentication, how to enable social authentication, like for example, how to set up GitHub authentication, Facebook, Google, Twitter, and so on and so forth. Like Keycloack supports so many of social authentication providers. And also I will show you how to enable the account management for the user, and all this, as I mentioned, will be using the Spring Boot as our backend. So like we will not change or like we will not create something from scratch, but we will keep upgrading and improving our application. Before we dive into the code, I just want to give you a small announcement. The different future features of this application really depends on you guys. So I will be waiting in the comments for your suggestions. What are the new features that you want me to integrate in this application? So drop a comment and tell me what you want to implement more. Also, I would like to see your implementation of this application. So once you're done with following the full course and the full tutorial, please drop your GitHub account and let me have a look on it, or drop some screenshots on our Discord server. I will create a dedicated channel for that. So let's show to the world and let's show to the community that we are building something. And now, before we start, if you're new to this channel and if you like the idea of the application that we will be building together along, I think it's 11 or 12 hours long. So this is the first part, as I mentioned, and in the coming future, we will implement more and more features, and I'll show you how to go from like a business idea or like just an idea to the deployment of an application to a VPS server or to a server and make it public to the world. All right, so now, as I mentioned, if you're new to this channel, hit the subscribe button, help me share this video, and let me see if you like this video. And to be honest, I would like to see that this video can, or if this video can hit 10K likes. So now, with no further ado, let's get started. I know we said that we will start implementing the application, but one thing which is super important, and you all been asking in the comments before, so the source code of the application. So the source code is available in my GitHub account. So all you need to do is to hit the link in the description of this video. And here is the GitHub repo. So here you have the README file, which is so much detailed, and I will add more and more details when we implement future features of this application. But one thing which is really important for me, you see this star button, please go ahead and hit it, and follow me also on GitHub so you will get all the updates and all the repos that I will be creating in the future and all the demos. So everything is in here, and all you need to do is to go there, go to the repositories, and enjoy all the code that I'm sharing right there. So now, really, with no further ado, just friendly reminder, hit the subscribe button and give me a thumbs up, and let's get started. Our project consists of a range of functionalities to create a comprehensive book sharing network. Users will have the ability to perform essential actions such as registering and logging in, creating, updating, and deleting books, as well as marking books as available for sharing. The platform facilitates the seamless book borrowing, allowing users to borrow books from each other. This is the basic functionalities that we will implement within our application, but we will extend it a little bit more or even more and more in the future. So first, let's go and check step by step what are the main functionalities of our application. The first main functionality is book management. So users can create, update, and delete books. Each book should have attributes like title, author, genre, description, etc. Implement a CRUD functionalities or operations, create, read, update, and delete for books on both the backend and frontend. Also, users can archive books they no longer want to share but want to keep a record of. Now, if we move to book sharing functionality, we see that users can mark a book as available for sharing. Other users can view the list of available books, and we need to implement a functionality to share a book with another user. Then we have book borrowing. So users, they can borrow a book, track the status of each book, which is available, borrowed, or archived, and then implement a mechanism to prevent multiple users from borrowing the same book simultaneously. And of course, finally, we care about user authentication. So we need to implement a user registration and login functionality. So we want to use the Spring Security for backend authentication. And of course, we want to integrate the JWT, which is the JSON Web Tokens, for secure token-based authentication between Spring Boot and Angular. So this is mainly our application and the idea of the application that we will be building together all along this tutorial. And of course, as I mentioned before, we will extend this application step by step. And this tutorial is not the only one, but I will keep on providing and extending this application with more and more functionalities, and we will keep it real to a real life application. So now let's move on. After defining the business requirements of our application, the next step is to define or to prepare the class or to design the class diagram. So here, be careful, this is not exactly the class diagram. It's not even the database or the final database diagram, because few things might change when we view the last result. So here, let's start breaking down, and let me teach you how to come up with this final class diagram, if we may call it like this. So first, let's start with this right hand part right here, which is user role, and token. So this comes from the authentication. In this part, we said that user authentication. So we need, or we want to implement user registration and login functionality. So we want to use Spring Security for backend authentication, and so on and so forth. And we want to use a JWT. So when we think about this, we first, or the main thing that we need to think about is a user entity or a user object, where we need to record the information of a specific user. All right, so here we just create, or we define a user class, and the different attributes is just simple ones. You can extend them, you can also reduce the fields, but here we have an ID, first name, last name, date of birth, email, password, and we have two attributes, which is account locked or account enabled, because what I want to implement, or what I want to show you in this application, is how to implement a login or an account activation mechanism using email. So for example, when a user registers a new account, we send this user an email, and then we just send him a code, and he needs to retype this code in order to activate or to enable his account. Also, this account locked, we might use it in the future, since we can also implement another mechanism if a user types 3 times or 4 times or n times a wrong password. So we need to lock the account. All right. So this also will come with a lot of new features like rate limiting, like a lot of really nice and good things. Okay, so here, since we are talking about enabling or activating the account using a token or using a code or a security code that will be sent by email. So here we say, or we can deduce that we need a token entity or a token table in our database. So the token also will have an ID, will have a token which is unique, and also an attribute created at, and this attribute expires at, and also when this token was validated. So for example, let me explain this part to you. So when a user registers a new account, we will send an email containing a six-digit code or activation code, and then the user needs to validate this code. So when we generate this code, we need to have an ID. So this an ID will be just the database ID, and then we will have the generated token itself, when the token was created and when the token should expire. So for example, if we say that the token should be or can be only valid for 15 minutes. So we need, for example, if it was created at 10 o'clock, so it expires at 10:15. And then when the token was validated, so this will help us keep track when the user, or like how active the user was. All right, so then what we have also a user. So this part here, we will need it later on also. So a user has a role, and a role can be assigned to many users. But first, before moving to the role, let me explain to you the cardinalities between these two entities. So a user can have multiple tokens. Because why the user can have multiple tokens? Imagine this situation with me. So the user registers his new password, his new account, and the token is sent, but the user got interrupted for, let's say, 10 minutes or 15 minutes, which is the expiry time of our token. So the token is no longer valid, so the user cannot enable his account. So he will request a new token in order to activate his account again. So we need to generate a second token for the same user, and this can happen so many times. All right, so that's why it's one user to many tokens. And one token, if we take a token having the ID 1, for example, so this token belongs only to one user. So the token with ID 1 cannot belong to two or multiple users at the same time. All right, now we can go back to this part right here. So we mentioned that a user has a role. Let's say we have a default role, which we can call it user, for example, or a simple user, or you can call it whatever. So here what we can see that many users, they can have, or they might have the same role name. All right. And so for example, so many users, they can have the role user. And this role user, the same role user, so imagine having a table in our database, having a role with ID 1 and the name role_user, or just user, something like that. So this same role with the ID 1 can be assigned to many users. So in this case, we see that a user can have many roles, and a same role can be assigned to many users. Why a user can have many roles? Because, for example, imagine the case of an admin or a manager or something like that in our application. All right, so that's why a user can have multiple roles. And when we have this many-to-many relationship, we need to think about an association entity or an association table between the two entities. So here we will call it user role, and this one will be automatically managed later on by Hibernate. All right, so here that's why we see that a user has one user role and a role has also one user role, but here we can also translate it to a user has many roles and one role can be assigned to many users. All right, so this is the first part, or the right hand part. Now we can move to the left hand side part. So here we have a book, and if we go back also to our specification or business requirements, we said that a book management, so users can create, update and delete books. Each book should have attributes like title, author, gender, genre. I think this one I typed it in French, so sorry for that. It's not gender, but it's genre. So like the type or or the category of the book. So for example, if it's I don't know, like story or technical book or something like that, description, etc. We need also to implement the CRUD functionalities and so forth. All right, so now if we go back here, we identified that we need to create or to have an entity to store a book information. So here again, we have this ID, which will be the database ID, and then we will have a title, author name, ISBN, which is the identifier of the book, a synopsis, which is just a small resume of the book, a book cover, which will be a picture, and I will show you also how to upload a file. And then we have flags, like the first flag, whether the book is archived or not, and if the book is shareable or not. So here in the book, we will have also the information of the owner, who owns this book. So for example, let's take an example, the book, or like the most famous book, Clean Code. So this book, we will have an ID 1, for example, title, Clean Code, and so on and so forth. And this book was created by the user with the ID 1. All right. We can also have the same book, Clean Code, but this book will be uploaded by a different user. So the owner will be someone else. All right. So this is the idea of this BSN or book social network. All right. And then, so here you might ask why I didn't relate, or why I don't have a link or a relationship between the book and the user. It's just not to make this diagram too crowded with a lot of lines, a lot of relationships. But here you got the idea. Also, we mentioned, well, this is something that I forgot to mention while I spoke about, or I gave you the specification, but a book can have many feedbacks, and one feedback belongs to one book. All right. So for example, I will explain to you why or when we can give the feedback. So when we borrow a book, when a user borrows a book and the user wants to return this book back. Okay. So the user can give a feedback for this book. All right. So this is when we have the functionality of typing or giving a feedback to a book. All right. So now let's talk a little bit about borrowing a book. So here we mention users can borrow a book, track the status of each book available, borrowed, or archived, and implement a mechanism. So this is really important, and I will show you later on when we dive into the code how to implement this mechanism. So implement a mechanism to prevent multiple users from borrowing the same book simultaneously. All right, so let's go back here, and for that we can detect this relationship. So a book can be borrowed many times by a user. So like one book can be borrowed by multiple users, and a user can borrow multiple books. So it's a many-to-many relationship between a book and the user. All right. So that's why I came up with this name. So book transaction history. So just to track the history of a book. So like it's because when we borrow a book and bring it back, so I called this one, so I decided at least to call it a transaction. So that's why I called a book transaction history. So here we have a bunch of information, and more than that, we have an ID. So we will have a transaction ID, and we will have two flags. The first flag, whether this book is returned. So when the user borrows a book and then the user send back or says, okay, so now I'm done with this book and I want to return it. So we will mark this return flag as true. All right. And then the owner of the book needs to check if the book was really returned, and he will mark this book as return approved. So here, like the idea of this book, it's not about downloading digital books, but it's about exchanging real books or like paper books, and how we can borrow and exchange this. So a user, for example, this is not supported yet by the application, but we can think about it. If you are up to it, we can also implement this functionality. So for example, if a user wants to borrow a book, the owner of the book can send the book by post to the user, and then he can return it back. That's why we have these two flags, returned and return approved. All right. So I hope this part was clear. And I hope I explained how, like from these business requirements, I came up or I designed this class diagram. Alright, so I hope it's clear. If you have any questions, please drop a comment. And now let's move on to the next part. Alright, so the next step is to prepare our workspace. So for the record, I will be using IntelliJ as my IDE, and also I will adopt a mono repo approach. So here what I just did, I created a folder in my workspace, and here all I needed to do is, all I need to do later on is to create the different project, which is the front end, the back end, and so on and so forth, and all the resources that we need inside this mono repo workspace. So this is better, like to have all the project in one place, and it will be easy and easier, and even easier to navigate or to jump from one project or from one resource to another, and having all the files all together. All right, so now the first thing that we will need to do is we need to jump and create a new Spring Boot project, and you already know my approach. So let's dive and jump to start.spring.io and create the project. Alright, now all we need to do is to jump and go to the start.spring.io or the Spring initializer. And now let's create our project. So the project will be Maven based and a Java language. And here you can pick the latest version, which is for now 3.2.4. And now let's fill our metadata and then the dependencies. So the first thing here for the group, I will call it com.alibu. And then for the artifact, I will call it book-network. And then, so the description or the name, it will be also book network, but I will just call it book network API, just to mention or to make it clear that this is the API of our application or our project. So then the description, so this is the demo project, or let's say it's just Spring Boot project. It's not a demo, it's a real project for our book social network. All right, then the package name will be com.alibu.booknetwork, but we can also update or change this one to a better one. So I will just call it com.alibu.book. All right. Also, you can, as I mentioned before, you can have or find the code in my GitHub repo, and I will link you the link. I will add the link in the description of this video. All right. So now we already filled the metadata of our project. Now let's jump and add few dependencies. So I will be using Java 17, and then I will have dedicated videos for Java 21 and more. All right. So the first thing, let's add some dependencies. So we need Spring Web, and we need Spring Data JPA. And of course, we need the Spring Validation because we want to validate all the inputs. And since we mentioned that we want to validate or to activate or to enable the user account using emails, so of course we will need the Java mail sender. And of course, we need to secure our application. So we need Spring Security. All right. Not OAuth 2, but just the simple Spring Security. And later on, as I mentioned, I will show you how to upgrade and to migrate to Keycloack and get rid of the classic JWT Spring Security phase. All right. Also, when we talk about Java Mail and we want to send emails with nicely looking HTML pages and so on and so forth, we need to have the theme leaf or the template engine theme leaf. All right, so we need also this dependency. We added the validation, we added the Spring Web, and now we will be using PostgreSQL as a database. So we need to add the PostgreSQL driver. All right, and of course, don't forget the Lombok to reduce the boilerplate code. And then we have also few dependencies that we will need later on, but they are not available. So for example, if I search for OpenApi, we cannot find it here, or even the JJWT, it's also not available here. So we will add them manually later on when we start our project. So for now, this is what we need, or the basic or the minimum required dependencies for our project and for our specification. Let's resume again what we imported all together. So first, Spring Web, since we want to create a RESTful API. We also have Spring Data JPA because we have a database and we want to process data. Validation to validate the inputs or to validate the requests of our or in our API. A Java Mail Sender because we want to send emails. And then we have Spring Security since we need to implement security based on JWT. And we have Thymeleaf. We want to use Thymeleaf or the template engine for sending rich emails. Rich emails, I mean by that, like emails with not only plain text, but just with HTML, CSS, and so on and so forth. And of course, since we are using a database, we need a driver for it. So for this application or for this demo application, we will be using PostgreSQL as a database. And again, to reduce the boilerplate code and not and we don't need to always create and generate getters and setters and all these methods, we need to use Lombok in order to do that. So here we have everything. Now what I can provide you is I can share this link, because here I can copy this link right here and then provide it in the description of this video. So you just click the link and you will have the same configuration as I have right now, and all you need to do is just to click on generate and you will have all the project with all the dependencies. So now let's click on generate and let's open our project in our IDE and see you in the next part. Alright, so now we have our project open, and as you can see here, as I mentioned before, in the monorepo approach, so we will have this base folder, and here we will have the different projects. So first we have this backend or book network REST API application, and here we see that we have the main, resources, and the Java classes, and so forth. So the first thing that I will be doing, I will be naming, or I will just change the name of this application from application properties to application.yaml. And again, I don't need this property, so just remove it. And now let's go back to our pom.xml. So for the pom.xml, here we see that we have our project structure with the group ID artifact, as we already mentioned. Also within IntelliJ, I think this one is available with the latest version. If you need to add or remove starters, all you need to do is to click that link right there, and you can manage your dependencies from here. So this is not something that we want to do, but instead we want to add few dependencies as we mentioned before. So here we added the Spring Security, we added everything, but here we don't need this Thymeleaf security because we will not be using Thymeleaf for the front end. We only need it as a template engine, so you can delete that dependency. So now after the Spring Starter Web, we have the PostgreSQL and then Lombok, and after this I will add the few or like 3 dependencies that we will be using for our security or for implementing the JWT. So I will paste it in here. So as you can see, we will need the 3 dependencies from io.json web token. And the artifact, the first one, it's JWT API, and the latest version, I think, yeah, it's still 0.11.5, the latest stable one. And the same, we need this JWT implementation, and finally we need the Jackson one. All right, all of them with the same version, don't make the mistake. And we want also to have some API documentation for our application. So I will add this Spring Doc OpenAPI Starter Web MVC UI. So this version works only for Spring version 3+. All right, and the latest version, I guess it's again 2.1.0. So now all I need to do is to click this button right here to load or reload the Maven changes. So let's click on it, and we see that everything has been downloaded. All right, so now since we have everything, we have our project ready, let's move on and start implementing our application. So to implement the application, we will be doing it step by step. And the first thing that we will start with is the security part. So now let's go ahead and see how we can implement Spring Security and JWT for our application, and of course how we can again implement the email validation for the application. Alright, so now before start diving and even typing code, the first thing we need to do is to prepare the infrastructure of our application. So here I will create a new file in the root folder of my application, and I will call it docker-compose.yaml. So this will be the Docker Compose of our application. And here let's add the services that we will need. So the first thing is services. And then we will start with PostgreSQL. So I will call it Postgres, and here I will give it a container name, and the name I will call it Postgres, and then SQL, and then -bsn to say just Book Social Network. So this will be the container for my Book Social Network application. And then the image. So I will be using the latest one. I think it's Postgres. Yeah, it's called like that. And now I will provide some environment variables. So for the environments, so here the first thing I will provide the Postgres_user. So this will be the username of my application. I will just give it username just to make it easy. And then we need Postgres and then password. So this one I will call it password just to make it easy for you again. And here we need another environment variable, which is the Postgres data. And this one, like where we need to store, or like where the Postgres SQL data are stored, and it will be in /var/lib and then PostgreSQL/data. And then we can also ask PostgreSQL, we can ask the container when it starts to create a database for us. All right. So here we can pass this environment variable Postgres_DB, and all we need to do is to give it the database name, and it will be created automatically. All right, so I will call it book_social_network. So this will be the name of my database. Now we need to specify a volume. So by the way, if you're not familiar with Docker and Docker Compose and all this stuff, I want to refer that you check out my YouTube channel and check the video Docker for beginners. It will really help you understand and get started with this. So for the volumes, here I will define the volumes, and here I will call it Postgres. So this is something that I will be creating in a few seconds. And here it will be /data/Postgres. And here we don't need the space, of course. So for that, I will just go back to the line here, and now I will create these volumes. So here I can create volumes, and I need to give it the same name as this one. All right, so it will be Postgres, and then I will give it a driver. Not ops, but just driver, and I will use the option local. All right, so now we can go back again to finish the Postgres SQL configuration. So after the volumes, we can define the ports. All right, so we will be exposing the default one, which is 55432 over 5432. So this one is the public, and this one is the container port. All right, so then I want all the containers, or all these containers, to be part of the same network. So I will be creating a network that I will call Spring-Demo, for example. All right, and for this one, so before the volumes, I will create a network. So networks, and then I will call it Spring-Demo, as we mentioned just in here. And for this Spring-Demo, I will give it, or I need to define the driver type, and it should be bridge. All right, so then we can also pass another property. So here we have an option called restart. So when we want to restart our container, and I want to restart it and let's stop it. So if the container is stopped, I want to restart it again. And then finally, we need one other dependency, since we mentioned that we want to use mailing. And for that, like in the real life, we need to configure an SMTP host, or like we need to configure our server or mailing server and all this stuff. But there is a better option for that, which is there is a container, or there is something called maildev. And let me show you what it is exactly. So if you go to the browser and just type maildev GitHub, So here you will see that you have this mail dev, and in here, let me zoom in. So in here, so it's just a container that we can use, and it's built on top of Node.js. So, and it acts also as an email server. So all you need to do is just to run this Docker command, and you will have your application. So we will transform this Docker command to our Docker compose file. All right, so let's go ahead and do it. So now here in the same level as Postgres, so as you can see here in the same level, so let's call it mail-dev, and then let's give it a container name, and again I will call it mail-dev-bsn, just because I use it also, or I have other containers. So the image, it will be mail-dev/mail-dev. All right, so as you can see here, it's also available. So now let's expose some ports, and as mentioned in the documentation, it's 180/180, and we need another one which will be used by our Spring application, which is the 1025/1025. All right, so now we have our Docker Compose ready to use. All we need to do is to start the service, or just go to the command line and do docker-compose app. So Docker Compose app, it will start and print all the logs. You can also start it in the detached mode by passing the parameter -d. And then when you check your Docker dashboard, you will find that everything is running, or you need to see that everything is running all together. All right, so now let's move on and start implementing the first part of our application. All right, so the next step is to prepare the properties of our application. So as I explained in the Spring tutorial, or the Spring course, which you liked so much, here we will be using profiles. All right, so for now we will have the only a dev profile, but later on when we will deploy the application and prepare the pipelines and deploy it to a real world server or a VPS, so we will of course need different profiles. So that's why I will prepare some profiles since now. So first of all, I will create a new file, and I will call it application-dev.yaml. So this will be my dev configuration. All right. So first of all, let's start with configuring or like adding the properties or the common properties for our application. So as I mentioned before, or as I mentioned in the previous Spring course, so when we have application and then application dash environment or dash something, so this means that we have inheritance. So this one, or this dev property or YAML file will extend all the properties from the application.yaml and override what we want to be overridden. All right, so the first thing, so I will do spring.profiles.active. So I want to set the dev profile as an active one, and dev Spring will detect it from the name that we have right here, spring-dev. All right, and then since we mentioned before that we want to have, or we want to upload files, so we need to set servlet and then multipart and then file or max file size. All right, so let's say that we want it to be 50 megabytes, just as an example. Then you can whether reduce it or extend it. And then, so this is the common or the main configuration for for the common part. Then since we have also OpenApi, this part we will configure it later on, but let's prepare all the properties from now. So please don't skip this part, don't rush, it's not a race, just learn on your pace. All right, so here we have Spring doc, and then so we have this default and then produces type. So this one by default, so let me show you, because when personally I faced an issue from that, because this default produces media type, as you can see in here. So the default type is all value, and this all value is */*. But for our case, we want to use application/JSON. So it's the one right here. Let me search for it. Yeah. So we want to use the application/JSON value. And I recommend that you always download the source code just to be able to read everything. So let's copy this one and override it right here. Okay, so this part is done. Also, I want to use a different port, so I don't want to use the default one. So I will be using 8088. And then, so this one I can also define it, I think, in the different profile. But here I want to define a server.servlet, not server, dot context path. So the context path, if you've been following me for some time, you would be of course, you remark that I always use for the APIs or for the controllers always /API/v1 and then something. So here we can also specify it in here by providing this context path, and then now it will be context path /API/v1 and then /. So later on in the controllers, we can just say, for example, users, books, and so on and so forth, without the need to specify always /API/v1/books /user/ something else. Alright, so now this is the application YAML, or the common one. Now we can move and start configuring the application dev.yaml. So the first thing we need to configure is the connection to our database. So it will be spring.datasource. And then we have URL. So the URL, it will be JDBC and then :PostgreSQL. And then : // here it's JDBC, sorry for the typo, JD and then BC, sorry. All right, so it's JDBC PostgreSQL, and then we have localhost, and then the port that we provided in the Docker Compose file. And here we need to provide the database name, which is also provided in the Docker Compose, the one that will be created automatically. So it will be Book Social Network. So this is the database, and here we need to provide the user name, which is username as we specified it there, and then of course password. So it's data source password, not the Hikari one. We are not using the Hikari configuration, and this one is also password. So there is one optional property, which is driver class name. So the driver class name, Spring is able to automatically detect it from the available driver in the dependencies, but it doesn't harm if we specify it in here. All right, so the next one, it will be Spring JPA. And then I will say hibernate, and I will start with the DDL auto. So the DDL, or like what I want to do when I start the application. So since it's the development environment, I can keep it to update or even create. So this also fine. All right, again. So here we have the option to show SQL true or false. So for me, I will set it to false, but just I want to show you that we have this property. This means that when you run, or when Hibernate executes a command or a query, it will be displayed in the console of your IDE or in the logs of your application. All right. So here it's just for you, but the default value is already false. So if you have the default value, you don't need to provide it. So as I mentioned, it's just for you to know it. So here I want to provide some properties. And for this property, we have something called format SQL. Also, when you have show SQL, it's better to have the queries well formatted. So let's set it to true. All right, so next we have also Spring JPA, and then we can specify the database, which is PostgreSQL. This helps also JPA and Hibernate to better prepare or generate the queries. Next, we can specify the database platform, and here we need to provide the class, which is org.hibernate, hibernate.dialect.PostgreSQL, dialect. So this is the dialect. So since we are using PostgreSQL dialect, if you are using a different SGBD or like a DBMS, SGBD is in French. So if you are using a different DBMS or database management system, it's better to provide the one or the correct one. All right. So now we are done with the data source. So I can collapse this one. And the next part is, or the next configuration that we need for our application is the mailing. All right. So here we have a property called spring.mail and then host. So the host here, as you can see, this is the SMTP server host that we will be using. And here, since in our Docker compose file, we specified our mail dev, so it will be localhost. All right, so here it will be localhost, and then, like as I mentioned before, when we will be moving to deploying the application, I will show you how we can configure a real SMTP server or host. All right, so the port also as mentioned here, so this one, the 1080 is the port just to display the web application, and the 1025 is the port that we need to use here in our application. So I will set it as 1020 here, 1025, sorry, and the username you can type anything, same for the password, like it's not even required. And then we have some properties, and for the properties we can also set the mail and then SMTP, and for the SMTP we need to say trust. So this is not recommended for production, so trust star. So here we need to set what we really want to trust. And then at the same level as SMTP, we have auth. Let's set it to true. So this configuration is also valid for different providers. So later on, what we need to specify or to change is just the localhost, the port, username, and password, and the rest can stay or remain the same. All right. So after the authentication, here we have the start TLS. And this start ELS, we want to enable it. So this is also a security level or an extra security level. And then we have a connection timeout. So when we time out our connection, so it's in milliseconds. So let's say after 5 seconds. And here we have timeout. And for the timeout, let's also set it, well, not also, but let's set it to 3 seconds. And finally, we need to set the right timeout. And here I will set it again to 5 seconds. All right, so in this way, we have now configured our application, or like partially configured our application. Of course, we need other configuration later on. And now let's move to the first part, or like the first layer of the implementation of our application. And this is going to be really, really amazing. So see you in the next part. When you are implementing a new application from scratch, the first thing that you need to consider is to set up the security. Why we need to set up security first? Because, for example, you need to get the user or to take the connected user information and do something about it. For example, auditing, or to know who is doing what, the roles, permissions, and so on and so forth. That's why this is super important to avoid any kind of changes and costly changes in the future. So, as I said, always consider implementing and setting up the security of your application, whether you're using JWT or using an auth provider or any other type or level of security. So this is what we'll be implementing in this phase. All right, guys. So the first part that we always need to implement when we implement an application is the security. So first we need to secure our application, and then we can continue implementing the different features and functionalities of our application. So first of all, let's understand how security works. I already explained this one in my YouTube channel in different videos. So I explained it without code. I also explained it in details how to implement Spring security, or how to secure an application with JWT. And also I provided so many videos after that. So if you find, or like if you see that I'm moving fast or faster than your rhythm, you can jump and watch that video and it will be easy. So I will try also to cover everything that we need in a decent speed. So first here, let's imagine the flow of our application. So a user will send a request, whether a get, post, put, patch, delete, and so on and so forth. It depends on the action that, or the on the HTTP action that we want to send. And here, the first thing that will intercept this request is the set of the filter, or the filter chain that we have within our application. So within a Spring application, we have a set of default filter chains, or a set of filters. So as you can see here, filter 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth until filter n. And among these filters, we will have our own filter, which is of type once per request filter, and we will call it later in the code JwT Authentication filter. So this filter will do some steps. So the first thing, if the token exists, so if the token exists, then what we will be doing, we will move to the JwT token, or the JwT service, to validate the token. So this will be a service, or a service or a class that has a bunch of methods, and among this method we will have a validate token method. If the token, here we have two scenarios, and here also I forgot to mention that one. So if we don't have a token, we just pass to the next filter and we do nothing. All right, so well, not to do nothing. If the API or if we need the token, we can also return back an error message, but in this case, if we don't have a token, so we don't go through this process. All right, so then once the token is valid, so once we validate the token, we have two options: whether the token is valid or the token is not valid. So if the token is not valid, so we will send, or like we will throw a token invalid exception, and this will be sent back to the end user or to the final user. Then otherwise, if the token is valid, so what we need to do, we need to extract first of all the ID or the username from the token, and then which will be the subject of our token, and then we need to call our user details service class, and then we need to call a method called find user by email. And again, so this one will connect to the database to retrieve the user information. Here we have two options. So the first one, if the user is not found, so again we will throw an exception, and the exception will be user not found exception, because if the user is not found in our system, so we cannot let this user go through. Otherwise, if the user exists, what we need to do, we have here in Spring, we have something called security context holder. So the security context holder, we need to update that one. So the security context holder contains an object or a class or a wrapper called security context, and within this security context we have an authentication. So this authentication, it has the principal, credentials, and then the authorities. All right, so the principal, which is the user or the object or the authenticated user itself, the credentials of the user, and the list of the authorities of the user if we want to enable or to set up the role-based authentication or airbag in our application. So this contains the detail of the authenticated user. So once this security context holder is up to date with the connected user, we then pass it to the dispatcher servlet, and the dispatcher servlet, based on the URL that has been invoked, it will try to determine to which, or like to dispatch the request to the correct controller or resource right here. So controller A, B, and so on and so forth, enter controller Z. And then once the controller do all this job, like going to the service database, do all the math, do all the calculation, and so on and so forth, it will send back the response to the user. So this is how security works. But what we will be implementing next is this part, of course, and plus we will be implementing also the token or the email validation for user account. So follow me on the next part and let's dive. Perfect. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go to our application, And here in our base package, the first thing that we need to create is our user entity. So I will right click here and I will be organizing my my packages and my repositories using domain approach. Well, domain, I mean like for each entity or for each domain, I will be grouping everything all together, like entities, DTOs, and so on and so forth. So here I will be creating a Java class and I will create it in user package. And then I will create a class, call it user. And as I mentioned before, and as I always mention, when you create a user class and you want to use this user as the user of your application or the one that you will be using in the Spring security, there is two things that you need always to think about, or like one main thing. Always think about implementing the user details interface, because as I mentioned before, Spring security or Spring security exact, we will look for or will create an object of type user details. All right. And also, since I mentioned before that the security context holder needs or the authentication needs the principal, we can also implement the principal interface. All right. So here first, let's implement all the methods. And as you can see here, we have the get name, authorities, password, and so on and so forth. So from the principal, the one method that we need to implement is the get name. And from the user details, let me make this one bigger. From the user details, we need the authorities, password, username, is account expired, is account not locked, enabled, and so on and so forth. So let's override this one and we will come back to the implementation in a few seconds. So here first I need to add some Lombok annotations, getter and then setter. I need also the builder annotation. Oops, it's at builder. I need also like all args constructor and no args constructor. You can reduce that. You can use any annotation that suits you. And of course, I want it to be an entity. And then with Postgres SQL, the table called user is a reserved name. So we need to use the table with a name, and let's call it _user. All right. So as mentioned before, we will also be enabling the entity auditing or the auditing entity listener. So I will add here entity listeners, and this one it will be auditing entity listener dot class. So we need to enable the JPA auditing later on, but we will do it in a few seconds. All right, so now let's start by adding the different attribute that we will need within our user object. So the first thing, it will be a private integer or a long, like you can use the type that that suits you, and this will be the ID. And here, as you can see already, it's claiming that we don't have like the persistent entity user should have a primary key. So this will be our primary key, and I will mark it as an ID. And of course, I will say that this one is a generated value. All right, so I will let Hibernate and JPA take care of the generation strategy and so on and so forth. But if you want to learn more and more about this, please go ahead and check the tutorial, the Ultimate Spring Boot tutorial. All right, so next I will need a private string first name and another private string last name. So here I'm just typing or like mentioning the attributes, private local date. So I will be using the Java time framework, and I will call it date of birth. Next, we need a private string email. So this email, I want it to be unique. So I will be using the annotation colon, and I will use the attribute or the property unique true. And then I will need another private string password. And here I need the two flags that I mentioned before when we spoke about the design of the class diagram. Here I will need a private Boolean account logged and a private Boolean enabled. All right, so here I have the different attributes of my user. Later we will need also to add the role and we add the token, but we will go step by step. So here this is the these are the basic information about our user. So here, as you can see, we have the get name, or the method that is called get name. So the get name, you can decide what is the name or the unique name of our application and of our user, sorry. And in this case, it's email. All right, so I will return email. So since this is the unique identifier of our user. All right, so then we have a bunch of other information. This one I will go back and implement it in few seconds. Password, it will be password. The username is also the email, and is account non-expired. So here you need to be careful because it's non-expired, not just expired. So false means that the account is expired. All right, so here for is account non-expired, we need to return true. The same for is account non-locked. Here I need to return not account locked. All right. And credential expired, non-expired, I will also return true. And for enabled, I will just return the enabled itself. All right. And here I will just add one other method. Since, for example, later on we will need to have, or like to get the full name of the user, which is first name, last name. And instead of concatenating each time the first name, last name in different classes, what I can do also here, I can create a private string. I will call it full name or get full name. So let's call it just full name. And here I will return the first name concatenated space with last name. All right, so that's it. Now let's move to the next steps. So the first thing here that we have is this entity listener. So I also explained this one, how to audit, or like how to add the JPA auditing to your application. So here all we need to do, here we have the entity listener. And what we need to do here is just to keep track when this user was created and when this user was like the last update. So here I will add a private local date time, and I will call it created date. And I will add another private local date time, and I will call it last modified date. All right. So here, in order to activate or to automatically say that these two records, they need to be automatically audited or tracked, I need to add this annotation created date. All right. And here I need to add another, some other information. So this one nullable false. So this created date should not be null. So it needs always to be set, and updatable false. So because when we want to keep track when this entity or this record was created, but when we update it, we don't want to update this one. So the same thing, I will just copy these two annotations, but this one is called last with capital L. So last modified date. So here just I want to say it's insertable false. Insertable false means that when we create a new record, we don't want to insert or to initialize the value of this attribute, but we want it to be updatable, nullable false, nullable true because it's not insertable, and so forth. So again, if you have this annotation right here, always think about going to your application or like where you have the configuration and to add the enable JPA auditing. All right. Otherwise, this auditing mechanism will not be working. All right. So now our user entity is ready. Let's move on and see what we need next. So here before moving on, I will just mention them and then we will create them step by step. So here we will need a private list of role, and we will call it roles. All right. And with that, we will implement, or we need to implement these get authorities. All right. Okay, so also we can add the list of tokens, but it's not an information that is really required for the features or for the functionalities of our application. So we can just skip that one, and I will show you later on how to do that. All right, so now let's move on and implement these roles. All right, so now in the same way, I will create a new class and I will call it role in a package called role. So here in the same way, so we can even take these annotations from here and I can paste it here. We don't need this table since the role is not a reserved name. And also we need the auditing listener, and I will also copy paste this one just to move faster. And here I need a private integer and ID, and I will call it, or like I give it the ID annotation and the generated value. All right, so with a role, what we need, we only need a name. All right, so here we will have a private string name, and this one I will add the colon and then unique true. So the role should be unique. We should not have the same role multiple times. And what we need to do is here we have, as we mentioned before, it's many-to-many between role and user, or like roles and users. So I will have also a list of users. All right, so I will call it users. And for this one, we need to give it one annotation. All right, so here it will be a many-to-many. And then I will say it's mapped by what exactly. So the mapped by should be exactly the same name as we have right here. So first let me import this one and then list. So here it should be rows exactly as this one. So please be careful about typos. If you make a typo, this means like the application will not start, and you will be facing some exceptions when the application starts. All right, so now let's go back also to the user and let's add the mapping for this one. All right, so here, like it's easy peasy. It's also many-to-many. And here I want to set the fetch type to eager. All right, so like this means when I fetch the user, I want to eagerly fetch the list of roles. All right, so that's it about the role. Now we can go back to the user and implement the authorities part. But before doing that, there is something important that we need to add here. So with this many-to-many, because when we load a user, we will eagerly load the list of roles. And then when we load the roles will have also a list of users. So it will reload the list of users and then it will go back to the roles and so on and so forth. So like it will be a kind of an infinite loop. So what we can do here, we can add an annotation called JSON ignore, just to ignore the serialization of this one. So like this will not prevent it from being fetched, but it will prevent it from being serialized to as a response. Now let's go back to the user, and here let's implement this get authorities method. All right, so this get authorities, so here we want to return this dot roles, and within the roles I want to stream over it since it's a list. And then I want to do some transformation. So I want to map it. So here I will use R as a role, and I want to return a new simple granted authority of role.getName. All right. And then I can use a collect.toList, or simply I can use toList. So this one will return a collection of granted authorities. So here I use the simple granted authorities. So if I open this granted authorities interface, and if you click on this arrow right here, so you will see the list of the classes that implement this interface. So among that, we have this simple granted authorities, which is the class that we just used. And here we see this is the constructor that we used, which is simple granted authorities with the role name. And that's it. So it's like easy peasy. All right, so now we are done with the role with the user. And what we need to do next is to create, first of all, the repositories for the role and the user. All right, let's start with the role. And here I will create a new class, and I will select interface, and I will call it role repository. So this one, to make it a repository, I need to extend the JPA repository, and I need to specify the entity, which is the role, and the ID type, which is integer. So, and that's it for the repository. But here I will need one method. So I will create an optional of role, and I will call the method, or like it will be find by name. So like I want to search or to find a role by its name, and here all I need to do is to pass a string role or string role name, or just name, as you like. So now our role repository is ready. Let's create also quickly the user repository, which is also as simple as the role repository. So again, in the same package, I will create a new class interface, so user repository. So again, this user repository extends JPA repository, and it will be of type user. So here when you use user, you need to be careful. You need to choose the one you created, so the one that comes from com.alibu.book.user, because also Apache Catalina has an interface, and Spring Framework has also like has a class called also user. So you need to be careful about that. So to have the right imports, and then integer as an ID. So for this one, we'll need also to create one method. So it will be an optional of user, and then it will be find by email. All right. So, and then string email, and that's it. So now we have, so like it can be find by email or find user by email. So like both of them works, or both of them work in the same way. So now we are done with the user repository and the role repository. Now let's move on to the token. All right, so now we need to create a token class, and I will create it in the user package. So since I mentioned that I will be grouping the classes by domain, so the token only belongs to the user because it's not used anywhere else, and we don't have any resources to expose about this one. So here I will create a token, and again I will paste the annotations, so getter setters and so on and so forth. But here we don't need the entity listener. All right, so like we don't need to keep track who created that, because it will be created automatically by the system itself. The system, I mean our application itself. So here I will need a private integer ID, and this one, it should be annotated with ID, and again generated value. And for the token, as we mentioned before, we will have a private string token. So this will be the token itself, or the generated one. And I will show you how we can implement the method to generate the token. And then we will have a private local date time. So this one, it will be created at, and another one, so I can copy it or like duplicate it 2 times, and this one expires at, and the final one validated at, so when the token was validated. And here we can just have one-way reference to the user. So here we can have our private user and then user, and here it will be a many to one, as we mentioned before. So it will be a many tokens to one user, and here we can specify the join colon, and we can give it the name user ID and nullable false. So this user should be like we need to specify the user, so nullable false. All right, so now the token is ready. Now we can move on and create the token repository. So let's right click here, and then new interface and token repository. So in the same way, this token repository should extend the JPA repository of type token, since this is our entity, and the integer, which is the ID type of our entity. And then we will need an optional method. So it's an optional method, an optional of token. So as you know, optional is a wrapper to avoid the null pointer exceptions or like the MPE. So here let's call this method find by token, since we need to fetch later on a token object or a token record by the token itself. So here I will say string token, and that's it. So now the token is ready. Then so now we prepared the entities, we prepared the user, the token, and also the roles. What we need to implement next is we need to configure our Spring security, and then we need to implement all the classes and all the services that we will need with that. All right, so let's move on and start configuring our application or the security for our application. Good. So now let's close all this, and here I will create a new class and a new package. So I will call it security, and then I will call it security config. So security config. So this security config will hold or will contain the configuration for our security. So to mark a class as a configuration class, we need to add the configuration annotation. And of course, since we are talking about security, we need to enable web security. So it's web security, not web MVC, not web flags security. So since we are not using reactive, so we need to just enable web security. And here we need the required args constructor in order to inject or like to create a constructor with all the private or the final fields. And finally, since we spoke about role-based authentication, so we can also enable method security. So we can just do it from now, and here secured enabled, let's set it to true. All right, so we want to enable the method security, and we need to set the secured enabled to true. All right, so the first step of implementing the security configuration is we need to provide a bean. So I will create a public bean of type security filter chain. So security filter chain. All right, so let's call it security filter chain. And this one, we can inject an object of type HTTP security. So this one, and we can call it HTTP. All right, so to make this object or this method a bean, we need to give it the bean annotation. So Spring, when he starts scanning the classes, he will see that we have a class annotated with the configuration. So Spring will know that we have a bench or like we have beans that we need to configure and to put in the context. So it will scan or like try to find every method having the @bean annotation. So don't forget this one. All right, so this method also will throws exception. So I will add it now. And here what we need to do. So first we will have HTTP dot, and the first thing that I want to configure is course. So course, this is something that I will explain to you later on when we move to the front end part. So for now, I will just use customizer with default. So I will also import, add static import for this method. So I will just keep it with defaults, but I will explain it later on in details. Also, we need to disable the CSRF and the cross-site cross-site resource forgery. And to disable this one, we need to use the abstract HTTP configurer. And then we have a disable attribute that we can use. So this way, like in this way, we can disable the CSRF. So this is the new configuration that many of you have been commenting, like how we get rid of it. First, I already provided and created a new video on my YouTube channel just to show you how to upgrade to the most recent version of Spring, and also how to upgrade the Spring security. So if you are not familiar with that, or if this is something that you see it's new and you're not understanding it very well, so I recommend you follow the Spring security videos. So like follow them in order, and in this way you will understand what we are doing exactly and what we are talking about. So here the next step is we need to mention what are the authorized requests. So here authorized requests, and this one it's a lambda expression, so it will be request, and then I will do request.request matchers. So when we match this type of request, what we want to do. All right, and this request matcher, it takes a list of string, so I will provide it later on, or like just in few seconds. All right, so this request matchers, and when Spring encounter one of these URL that we will be providing here, so for example something like this 1 2 3 4 5, and when Spring encounter one of these URLs, what Spring needs to do. So these are the URLs that we want to permit. Okay, so here I will say permit all, and then any request I want it to be authenticated. All right, so any request I want it to be authenticated. So allow these requests, but the rest authenticate them. All right, so here, as I mentioned, I will come back to this. So then what we need to do is we need to tell Spring what is the session management that we want to have. So here we have session management, and here it will be a session, like it's a lambda expression, and then I will say session creation policy, and how I want the session creation policy. So I want it to be stateless. So as you can see here, so I will also import, add static import to this one. So session creation policy stateless means that Spring should not store the session state in its context. So this means every time user send, or like every time we receive a request, we will act on it as we don't know anything about this request. All right. So next, and then we have authentication provider, and for this authentication provider, I will add authentication provider, and this is an object, or this is a bean that we also need to provide. And then, as we mentioned before in the graph, we said that Spring already provides a list of filters, or a list of filters, and we want to add our own filter. All right, so here I will say add filter before, and I will call it JwT Auth filter. So this will be our custom filter, and I want to add this one before the user name password authentication filter.class. So before proceeding to the username password authentication filter, I want to execute my authentication filter to check if the user, if the request already contains the token, the user exists, and all the process and the flow I already explained before. All right, so now let's go back and fulfill this short list. So I have the list here, and I will provide it, and I will explain it really quick. So all this except the first line, all this is about Swagger. So Swagger and OpenApi. So here I'm just providing you the list for also for the V2, but what we need to care about is the V3 configuration and also this part right here. So this line also you can remove it, but I just keep it for records if you have, for example, a legacy project where you need to configure Spring security and to authorize all the resources that coming from Swagger, the old version. All right, here the first line, here I will be creating, or I will have a controller or a resource having this prefix /auth/ something. So I want to authorize all the methods that are inside this resource. So for example, I want to authorize the login, register, account validation, and so on and so forth. So that's why it is in the first request matcher path matchers, which is permit all. All right, so now what we can see here, or what we have here, we have this authentication provider, and we have this authentication, or JwT authentication filter. So we need to create these ones. All right, so now let's start with our authentication provider. So the authentication provider, simply it will be something like that. So it will be private And then final, since we have here the required args constructor, so I need to have or like to use the final keyword in order to ask Lombok to create a constructor with this one. And as you know, Spring in the latest versions, you don't need to have a constructor with the auto-wired annotation. All you need to do is to have a constructor with the dependencies that you want to inject. All right, so here I will create my authentication provider object. So it's an interface coming from Spring Security, and I will call it authentication provider. So here it will claim that we don't have any beans, like could not auto-wire, no beans of type authentication provider was found. So I know that, and we will create this later on. Again, so I will create a class and I will call it JwtFilter, and I will call it here as JWT Authentication Filter. So we don't have this class yet, so let's go ahead and create it quickly, but the implementation we will do it later on. So we will create it in the same package, com alibu book security. So as you can see, this is our class, and I can give it a service annotation, and we will come back to the implementation of this class later on. All right, so now let's move on and prepare this authentication provider bean. All right, so this authentication provider bean, I will create it in a class. So here I will create a new class, and I will create it in a package. I will call it config, and I will call this class as beans config. All right, so again, to make this class as a configuration class, I need to add the configuration, and I will need the required args constructor in order to have my constructor and to automatically inject my beans. So here I will have the bean annotation, and we need to create a public authentication provider as we mentioned in here. So this is the object that we need to provide, and let's call it authentication provider. So we don't need anything. And here, as you can see, now Spring is detecting that we have a bean of type authentication provider. So let's continue implementing this one. So yeah, this one is just claiming that this should be a filter, but as I mentioned, we will implement it just in a few moments. All right, let's go back to our authentication provider. So the authentication provider, we have a class called, or first let's understand it this way. So the authentication provider is an interface. All right, so to see which class or what are the classes that implement this interface called authentication provider, we see that we have a bunch or a list of it. So among these ones, we see that we have this DAO authentication provider. So the DAO, like, or data access object authentication provider, extends this abstract user details authentication provider, and so on and so forth. And here it needs, or like it has an attribute of type password encoder, and then a private object of type user details service. So this user details service, it's an interface containing one method called load user by username, and it should return a user details. So this user details, that's why when we first created our user class, we implemented the user details interface. So because we need later on, in a few seconds, we need to implement we need to implement this this interface user details service, which is already used, or like we need to provide it in our DAO authentication provider. All right, so I hope this was clear, and now let's move on. So now we can use our DAO authentication provider. Let's call it auth provider equals new DAO authentication provider, and here we can say auth provider dot set user details service, and we need to provide it here. So I will say user details service, and then we also have auth provider dot set password encoder, so which password encoder that we want to use. And here I will say password encoder, and this one will be a method, and I will create now a method called password encoder. I need to make it public, and also I need to transform it to a bean. Alright, so now I have my password encoder. So for the password encoder, I simply want to return a new bcrypt password encoder class. So again, the password encoder, let's download the source. Password encoder is an interface containing a method encode, matches, and upgrade encoding. So then we can check here what are the different implementations that we have for this interface. So among these implementations, we have the bcrypt password encoder. You can also implement this interface and provide your own password encoder. All right, so let's finish this authentication provider and then we can move to the user details service implementation. All right, so now all I need to do is to return the auth provider. Okay, so here this user details service, what I need to do is to add a private final user details service. So this is the interface coming from Spring, and let's call it user details service. All right, so for now, we don't have any implementation. So we only have the default implementation, which is used by Spring, but we don't want to use this one. We want to load the user by our own. Since we know our application, we know how to load the users and so forth. So this is user details service. We need to implement it just right away. So now let's move on and do it. All right, now I will go back to my security package, and here I will create a class and I will call it user details service and then ample EMPL, just to say implementation. And this one should implement user details service. And this user details service, we need to implement the method load user by username. So now we need to make this one a service. So we need to add the annotation service and also the required args constructor. So here the question is where we will load our user from. So we want to load our user from the database. All right. So here I will inject my private final user repository, the one that we created earlier. So I will call it repository. And then this method, I want it to be transactional. Transactional since my when I load the user, I want also to load the roles or the authorities with it. All right. So this method will throw a username not found exception in case we don't find any user in our database. So what we will be doing is just repository dot find by email. This is the method that we created earlier. And here we need to pass the username. So we pass the username since we know that in our user class, the unique identifier of our user is the username or the email. So here that's why find by email and here username. So you can just rename this one and I will call it user email just to avoid any kind or any type of confusion. All right, so here or else throw. So we can throw an exception. So here we can say, for example, new username not found exception, and we can provide user not found as an error or an exception message. So yeah, now our user details service implementation is done. And if we come back here, so this one is done. We need now to implement our JwtFilter. So let's move on and implement it. All right. After implementing the user details service implementation, we need to go back here, and here we have the JWT authentication filter, which we just created the class, but not yet implemented this JWT filter. So let's close everything. And now let's open our JWT filter. And here, since Spring is already claiming about this class, which is like Spring cannot understand that this is a filter, which is not. So we need to transform it to a filter. So here, in order to make it a filter, all I need to do is to extend the once per request filter class. And here I need to implement the method do filter internal. So here, let me break the lines. And here we have three parameters. So this is the request, the response, and here the list or the filter chain. So like it contains the list or the rest of the filters. So here just it's claiming that this one should not be null. So let's use or add the non-null annotation, which is from org Spring Framework non-null. We can also add it in here and we're done. So here now we don't have any warnings. All right, so here this do and filter internal. So this method will be executed every time this filter is invoked. All right, so this means that every time we have a request, so this method will be executed. So now let's see how we can or how we should implement this filter or this method. So the first thing we know here from our configuration. Let me show you again. So from this configuration, we said that this auth or like anything /auth should be permitted. So here it's permit all. So this comes to the result that we can make this check. So if our request dot get servlet path, and then we need to check if our path or the invoked resource contains something like /API/v1/auth, for example. If this is the path, what we need to do, we need to call our filter chain.doFilter, and then we need to pass the request and the response and then return. So if the path is /auth, we don't need to execute all the process or all the code that we will be implementing right now. All we need to do is just pass it, and that's all. All right, so now we need to define few parameters. I will create a final string. I will call it auth header, and this one equals request dot get header, and here we know that from the headers we have a header called authorization. It's called like that, authorization. So let me fix the typo. So here also this authorization, we can find it in the HTTP headers class dot authorization. So it's exactly the same. So we will use this one just to avoid typos, and I will import it statically. Then I will create another variable and I will call it a JWT, which is of type string. And then I will also create another one, final string user email. So this will be the user email that we will extract from our token. All right. So next step, we need to check if our auth header is null or our auth header dot starts with. So if does not start with. So here, because the token will be sent in the header, and the header is called authorization, and the format, it will be something like this, bearer space. All right, so because that's why we call it a bearer token. So here it will be bearer space something. All right, so if we don't have this case realized, so if the authentication header is null, or the token or the header, this authorization header does not start with bearer, so this means that this is not the token, or this is not what we are expecting. So again, we can do the same thing right here. So we can call the filter chain and just return, and we no longer need to execute the rest of the code. So now otherwise, here we will say our JWT equals our authentication header dot substring, and starting from the position number 7, because if we count this string right here, so the count is equal to 7. And then here we need to extract again our user email. So here we will need a JWT service, and then let's say extract user name from our JWT. So now to extract this username, first we need to create this JWT service, and then we need to create this method called extract username. So what I will be doing here, I will suppose, first let me optimize this and close it. So here I will say private JWT service, and I will call it JWT service. and I will make it final. So we have private final JWT service. Since we don't have the JWT service, I will just create it. All right. So again, I will mark it as a service. So if we go back here, so here our JWT service, it's not injected because we are missing the required args constructor. Now we have this extract username. So we need to implement this method, and then we have a bunch of other methods that we need to implement inside this JWT service. So follow me along this one. All right, so this JWT service is the service that will generate the token, that will decode the token, extract the information from the token, validate the token, and so on and so forth. So this JWT service will do anything related to our JWT token that we will receive from within our request. All right, so let's start with this one by one. So first, let's start with the method, and we will call it generate token. All right, so here I will create a public string, since our token should be in a string format, and I will call it generate token. All right, so we will not start with this method, extract username, but we will do it later on. So let me explain to you what is this class exactly. So generate a token, it will take a user details object. All right. So a user details, and let's call it user details, for example. And this one we will return. And here I will also create another method. I will call it generate token, but this generate token, it will take a new hash map. So I will explain everything, a new hash map, and then the user details. All right, since we don't have this method, let's create it. So let's create this method, and this one, it will be also of type string, but it's not generic, so it will be just of type string. All right, 1 second. So let's remove this one. Also this, it will be of type string and objects. So this, we will call it claims. All right, so this this map, or this hash map, it will be the claims. So instead of using hash map, I will use directly map, which is the interface. So this one, in case, for example, I want only to include the user details information, or if I want also to include extra information within my JWT. All right, so now all I need to do is to call another method. Again, I will call it build token. All right, and this build token, it will take the claims or the extra claims, and then the user, sorry, it's a comma, and then the user details, and we need our JWT expiration. So this we can make it whether a constant, or we can pass it as a parameter in case we want to change or to generate different tokens for different cases. So first, let's create. So let's start with this one, and I will create a local variable. So this one, it's JWT, or the expiration. So I will move it outside. So it will be a global one. So private, and then it's of type long, and it's called JWT expiration. I will come back to this one just in a few seconds. Now I will generate, or I will create the method called build token, and these are the information. So I will just inline them so they are more readable. And this is our method. So now let's start implementing this build token. First thing, here I will say var authorities. So this, in case I want to include, or if you want to include the authorities within the token. All right, so the authorities equals user details dot get authorities, and I would like to stream over it, and then I would like to do a simple mapping, and I want to transform it to just string. So it's granted authority.get authority, since I just want the names. All right. So here we have the list of authorities, and then now let's build our JWT token. So I will return, so I already have it here. So I will return JWTs and then dot builder, and then I can set claims. So set claims, and the claims are these claims or extra. So let me rename it to extra claims. Right, so you know that these are some extra claims. So first I will set the extra claims, and then I will set the subject. So the subject is the subject or the identifier or the user ID of my token. All right, so which is the user details dot get name. Get user name. All right, so now I will set the issued at, so when this token was created. So it will be the new date dot get current milliseconds. It's system and then current milliseconds. All right, and then we need to set the expiration of our token. So when the token, or like for how long our token should expire. So for this one, it will be also again this one. So it's a date, but here we need to do plus expiration. So this is the JWT expiration. And then we can set some claims, which is the authorities, which is these authorities. So here I'm just showing you how you can set extra claims. Authorities and then authorities. All right, so it's a key value, like it's the name and the value. And now the important part is sign with. So we need to sign our token with a key. All right, so let's keep it this way. I will create a method and I will call it get sign in key, and then the final thing is dot compact to generate token. So now let's create this method, and this one, it will return a key. All right, so with the get sign in key, this method should return the key itself. All right, so now what I will be doing, I will create a byte array, and I will call it key bytes equals my decoders from the same package io.json webtoken.io dot, and here I want to decode it on base 64, and then I want to decode, what I want to decode exactly is the secret key. All right, so I need a secret key right here. So I will create a field and I will call it secret key. So I will just rename it because secret key. And we will come back again later to initialize the secret key as well as the JWT expiration. All right, so once I decode the token, all I need to do is to return keys again from the same package dot HMAC SHA-key4. So this is the encoding and for these bytes. All right, so now we created, or we generated, or we decoded our signing key, and we are using it to sign our token. All right, so next, before moving further or deeper, here for this JWT expiration, what I will be doing, I can, for example, say here equals 1, 2, 3, 4. And for the secret, I can say equals something, okay? But since we want the secret key and JWT expiration to be changeable, or it will not have the same value from one environment to another, so what I will be doing is I need to extract it to the application properties file. So here I will move to the application dev YAML. So this is my YAML file. And now I will create some other or some extra properties. So here, the first thing I will call my property application, and then security So these are like my custom or my my own information, and here I will have a JWT. So within JWT I will have secret key equals something, and then I will have expiration equals something. So the expiration, I will make it expires in 1 day, so it's 864 and then 5 zeros. All right, so we can also set the refresh token, we can set some other information, but for now let's just stick to this one. All right, so for the key, this is my key. You can also generate a new one, or you can generate a key online. Just search for secret key generators and you will get it. So here I will now just copy the reference to this secret key, and now I will go back here. I will remove this assignment since it's not necessary, and here I will use the value annotation, and I will use dollar and then brackets, and now this is my secret key. So if I keep typing command or control, you see first the value, and if I click it will navigate me to this one. I will do the same for the expiration, and I will update this one, and now we have the expiration. So we injected these two values within our JWT service. So now we can go back and keep implementing the rest of the method of our JWT service. So the next method is, or like what we need next is, we need to check whether if my token is valid or not. So here I will create a method. I will call it public boolean and then is token valid. And to validate the token, what I need a string, the token itself or the JWT token, and the user details, and I will call it user details. All right, so here I will do final string user name or user email, and here I will create, or I will need a method to extract the user name. All right, so extract the username from the token, and then I will see I will implement this one. So create this method, and I need to make it public since we will need it also outside this one, and I will move it to the top. All right, so this extract username, and here, so I will return extract claims or claim. All right, so extract claim token, and here we have claims dot get subject. Since we said here when we generated the token, we said that the subject is the user details dot get username. So that's why the method is called username, and here we are passing get subject. Okay, so now since this method we might need it somewhere else to extract other claims, so that's why in extract username I need to create a method called extract claims. So extract claims, it will be a public, and this one it will be a generic method T, so I will call it extract claim. All right, so extract claim from our string token, and then we need to pass a function. All right, so because this one is already a function, that's why here we need a function, and the function is of type claims and then T, which is our generic type, and we will call it claim resolver. All right, so let's import this one. So now simply what we need to do, we have final claims equals claims. So I know like it's a lot of methods. Claims equals extract claims, or extract all claims from our token. All right, so we need to create again another method, and we need to call it extract claims. So this one of type claims, and then what we need to do is return our claims resolver dot apply our claims. All right, so let's create this extract all claims method. So this one, it will return a list of claims, or it will return the claims from our token. So this extract all claims, it will return my JWTs, and first we need to parse our builder, and then we need to set the signing key, the one we used to sign in our JWT token, and then .build. And finally, what we can do .parse claims JWS and the claims coming from our token, and then get body. So these are the claims. All right. Now, if we go back here, so we have extract claims, and now we are able to extract our user name. All right. Now let's go back to our method, which is valid token. So what we need to return is, first we need to check if our username dot equals user details service dot get username. So first we need to check whether the user is the same as we received it or not. All right. And the second thing, the token should not be expired. So here is token expired. And again, we need to create another method. So is token expired? So I can create a method is token expired, and this one I will need just to extract, return extract expiration from the token, which should return a date, and this one should be before the new date or the current date. All right. So now let's implement this extract expiration. So this extract expiration, it will return a date from the token. And here, as simple as that, it will return extract claim from my token. And what I want to extract is my claims, and then get expiration. So as you can see with this helper method, which is extract claims, it's easy now to extract any claims which are defined or predefined in my token. All right, so is token valid now is correct, and we have all the method that we need to continue within our with the implementation of our JWT filter. So now the JWT service is done. Let's go back and let's finish implementing our filter. So now, since our JWT service is ready to use, let's go back and finish implementing our JWT filter. So here we said that we want to extract the user email from the token, which the method is called extract username. All right, so here, if my user email is not null, this is the first check. And the second check, I need to check if the user is not already authenticated. All right. So this one, we can do it from security context holder. This is the object that I explained before. So security context holder dot get context dot get authentication. If this one is null, this means that the user is not authenticated, and I can proceed in doing the rest of the checks. Then I need an object of type user details, and I will call it user details equals, and now I need to fetch the user from the database using this user email. And as you thought, the same way, I need to inject my user details service, and I will call it user details service, and I will use this one, user details service dot load user by user name, and I will pass the user email as a parameter. All right, so the next step, if my JWT service and is token valid, so now I need to validate the token, which is my JWT, and I want to validate it against my user details or my user. So if the user is valid, what I want to do, I want to create an object of type user name password authentication token. So this object, we will see it later on when we will implement the login functionality. So I will call it auth token equals a new username authentication token, and I need to pass some parameters. So the first thing is the user details. So it's the user itself, and here I need to pass some of the credentials which we don't need or we don't have, and we need the authorities, which is the user details.get authorities. So this object, this token, this username password authentication token, is required or used by Spring Security later on in order to check and to update security context holder. All right, so then I can say also authentication token dot set details, and here to set the details I need to build some details from the request. So like from the current request that we are receiving right here, we can build and extract some information that also we can provide to our token. All right, so here we need to create a new web authentication details source, this class object dot build details from our request. All right, and finally, since everything, or like once everything is done, what we need to do, we need to update the security context holder dot get context dot set authentication, which is my auth token. So here, like this means, or like this is kinda a manually authenticating my user, because I did all the checks and I know that the user is already authenticated and everything is working fine. And finally, I need, of course, to call the rest of the filter chain, and here do filter of request and response. All right, so this is my JWT authentication filter. And again, if I go back to the security config, we see that the error now is gone. So here we are missing some parentheses. Yes, of course, we need to return our http.build. This is what we forgot. So like we built our HTTP object with all the configurations, and later on, or like finally, we need to build the object and return it. That's why it was highlighted with red. All right. So here you see also this one. It was already in yellow like this. So private field JWT authentication filter is never assigned. Why? Because we forgot to add the final keyword. And I think we have an unused import, so we can also remove it from here. And now everything is fine. So let me optimize the imports. And as you can see here, we have the green check, means that our class is perfectly implemented. All right, now, since we implemented the security, the configuration, the filter, the JWT service, we extracted some properties to our application dev.yaml file and so on and so forth. What we need to do next is to implement the registration and the login methods within our application. So let's go ahead and do it. All right, now let me close all these classes. And then here we already implemented the user, all right? And we configured our security with the roles and so on and so forth. So what comes next is we need to implement the endpoint or the resource to authenticate a user. So I will create a new authentication controller class, and inside a package, I will call it auth. All right, so it will be auth/authentication. Let me rename this one authentication. All right, so authentication controller. And this authentication controller, first we need to make it a controller by using REST controller. All right, and then request mapping. And here, as I mentioned before, so for this request mapping, why is it so big? Okay, never mind. So for this request mapping, I will just use auth. And since in here, I mentioned that the context path of my application is /API/v1, so I don't need to manually specify it in here. So all I need to do is to type auth in here. So now, of course, I will need the required args constructor, annotation, and here I will use an annotation tag from OpenApi. I will come back to this one later on and I will show you how to configure it. But for the tag here, I will use a name and I will give it a name Authentication. All right, so we will come back to this one later on. Don't worry. Okay, so next step, I need a private final authentication service. And let me call it simply service. So we don't have this class yet. So let's just go ahead and create it inside the same package, which is auth. So this one, I will give it the service annotation and we will come to the implementation later on. All right, so next we need to have a few methods. The first method is to register a user, authenticate, and then activate the user account. Okay, so the first one, it will be a post mapping, and then it will be /register. Okay, so this one is to register a user. And then I can also add a response status. So what will be the response status by default, which is HTTP status.accepted, for example. And then I will return a public response entity. And this response entity, it will be of type anything, and I will call it register. All right. So this register, what this register requires. So we need first a request body. So this will be the body of our request, and this request should be valid. So here we need the valid annotation, and this one I will call it registration request. So I need to create an object called registration request, and here I will call it just request. All right. So then this registration request, I need my service dot register a user using this request. Okay, so we don't have yet this method and these classes and objects, but we will create them just in a few moments. And then finally return response entity dot accepted and then dot build. Because if anything happens in here, we will have some mechanism to catch all the problems. So this @valid annotation, it will validate all the objects or all the fields that we will mention or that we will mark them as required, and it will also send or generate a message to the final user. All right. So first, let's create this register method. So we can make it a void for now. If we need, we can change it. Then we need to create this registration request object. So this registration request, we can decide whether to make it a class or we can use also Java records. For now, let's use a simple class. So this registration, again, a typo, registration request. So here we need getter, and we need a setter, and also we need the builder annotation. All right, so these are Lombok annotations. And in here, what I need just to register any user, I need a private string first name. So also we can go to the user class and copy this information. So we need the first name, last name, email, and password. So I will copy this, paste it in here, and remove the date of birth since I don't need it to register a user. Now, since we have this valid annotation, this means that I need to add some validation annotations from the validation starter or dependency that we added when we created the project. So here I can say it should not empty. So here not empty. And now also I can specify or precise a message. So like maybe you will get the feeling that I'm going a bit fast, but like I'm going in a normal way. And because I explained all this in my Ultimate Ultimate Spring Boot course, so if you are not familiar with that, if you don't really get this 100% or like in an easy way, I really recommend that you go and check the course first, and then you can come back here and start or like continue learning. So here I will start with the first name is mandatory, for example. And here also I want it to be not blank. So not empty, it will check if the object is not empty. So this one is not empty. If I just pass only one space, but is blank, it will make sure that even like I don't have any blank spaces. So I will copy this one here, and also here it will be just last name. Last name is mandatory, and also email and password. So for the email, so it will be email is mandatory, and also the same for password. But for email, I can also provide some other annotation. We have an email annotation. So this email, we can also add a message. So email is not well formatted. So this in case, for example, a user passes an email in this format. So Ali at mail, that's it, like without .com, without .something. So this will not be valid. Again, for the password, we can use the size annotation, and we can specify the min. For example, let's say it's the minimum for password, it should be 8 characters. And a message, let's say password should be between 8, should be, let's say 8 characters long minimum. Just minimum. All right, so here I can let you play with the messages, and also with everything, with the fields and what you want to validate exactly. You can also create a custom validation or a custom validator. If you don't know, just drop a comment, and I will create a dedicated video for that to show you how to create a custom validator. All right, so now we have the registration request. What we need to do next is to implement this register. But before going there, before going deeper into the registration mechanism, or let me do it the other way around. Let's continue with the registration, and then I will show you in afterwards how to catch these validation exceptions, how to display a well formatted or a correct error message. All right, so now let's move on and implement the register method. All right, here starts the action. So this is the most interesting part, or like the amazing part. So now, in order to register a user, we need to implement few steps. So the first thing, we need to check if we have, first we need to assign it a role by default. All right, so the default role of a user will be just user. Okay, so we need to fetch the user, the role by name, and assign it to the user. Next, we need to create a user object and then save it. And finally, we need to send a validation email. And to send a validation email, we need to implement an email sender service. And of course, we need to create a template or an email template for it and use it to send it to the user. All right, so these are the steps. Follow me along and let's do it. All right. So as I mentioned, the first step, I will create an object of type user role. I will not call it user role. And here I will need my user or my role repository. And before that, I need, of course, to add my required Args constructor. And here I need my role repository. And let's call it role repository. All right, so user role equals role repository dot find by name, and the name is user. Okay, so our default role will be user, and here or else we can just do throw, for example, but here I will add a to do, and I will call it better exception handling, maybe. Just to have to handle in a better way the exception, but for now it's not that important. So I will just throw new illegal state exception even as I mentioned, this is not the best one. So here, let's say role user was not found, or maybe was not initialized, because we need to initialize it ourselves. So here we fetch the user role. If it's not found, it will throw an exception and it will interrupt the execution of our method. So here I will create an object user, and I will use the user.builder, and then I will set the first name, which is my request.getFirstName. Same for last name, which is request.getLastName. And then I need the email, which is also again the request.getEmail. And here I need the password. So now I will keep it empty and I will come back to it in few seconds. So account locked, I would say false. So like by default, the account is locked, but the account enabled also false, since the account should be enabled when the user first registers a new account and he needs to enable it himself. So then, and a list of roles, so it will be a list.of and then user role. All right, so that's why we fetch the user role at the beginning and then .build. So here, let's come back to the password. So since in our security, or let's say beans config, here for the authentication provider, we said that we want to use the user details service, which is this one, the one that we implemented. And also we want to use a password encoder. So Spring, when he will perform the checks, he will see, or he will check if the password or the raw password provided matches the hashed password. If it doesn't match, he will say that the passwords are not okay and the user will not be able to authenticate. So here, the conclusion, we need to every time register a new user, we need to encode the password. So to encode the password, so here I forgot the final keyword. I need again private final password encoder and password encoder. All right, so now I can use my password encoder.encode my request.getPassword. So the password will be encoded when it will be persisted to the database. And here, of course, we need our user repository. So private final user repository. And here I need user repository.save my user. All right. Now the final step is we need to send validation email. All right. So, and then user. So send validation email requires few steps. So the first step is to generate and save the activation token, and then we need to send the email itself. All right. So let's start with it step by step. So let's fix the typo first. I don't know why I'm doing a lot of typos, but it should be fine. Now let's move on to the send validation email implementation. So I will create it first. All right, so the first thing, I will have a var, a new token equals generate and save activation token. And I need, of course, the user. And then here I will say send email. All right, but first let's implement this generate and send activation token. So this one, it will return a string because the token is of type string. And then, so this generate and save activation token. So here, the first step is to generate a token. All right. So this generate token, I will have a string here, generated token equals generate activation token. Or let's call it just activation code. And here I will pass a parameter. So this method, we need to implement it since we don't have it. So now what we need to do, we need to generate an activation token based on a length. So here I will call this one length. For example, I want to generate a token composed of 6 digits, 9 digits, 4 digits, 2, and so forth. So in order to do that, let's build the algorithm all together. So first, I will need a string object, characters, equals, and now I will initialize it from 0 to 9. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So these are the elements or the characters that will compose my token. All right. So then I will need a string builder object. I will call it code builder equals new string builder. And then in order to generate a random value, we should not use just the random class. We need to use secure random, because secure random will make sure that the generated value or the generated randomly value is cryptographically secure. All right. So here I will call it secure random equals new secure random. And now I will create a for loop for int I equals 0. And then I is smaller than length, and then I plus plus. So this is a classic loop. So here I will do int random index, for example, equals secure random dot next int, and here from where I want to get the next int is from here. All right. So it will be the characters dot length. Okay. And then my code builder dot append my characters dot char at, and then my random index. So here this means that this random index will be from 0 to 9. All right, and from 0 to 9, and then I just need to pick, for example, if it generates the first time 3, so 0, 1, 2, 3, so it will be 3, and so on and so forth. So like this way the code will be generated. And finally, all I need to do is return this code builder dot to string. All right, so in this way, or this method will generate an activation code composed of 6 digits, because we passed the parameter or the value 6 in here. If I want to change it to 4, to 9, to 7, and so forth. All right, so I can also remove this one. And now let's go back to the implementation. So then I will create an object of type token equals token.builder, and here I need to set the token equals, which is the generated token, and then created at, so it will be local datetime.now. So we just created like at the same time, and here we need to set the expires at. Again, it will be local datetime.now, and then we can use plus minutes, and let's say for example it expires in 15 minutes. Okay, and then we need to set the user, and then dot build. All right. So here we need our token repository. So let's create, or let's inject this one. So private final token repository, let's call it token repository, and let's use it in here. All right. So token repository dot save the token, and finally we need to return the generated token. All right, so here this method is used in here. So this is our new token, and now what we need to do, we need to send an email. All right, so send validation email. So here we need to send the email to our user. So for that we need to move on to the next step and implement our email service class, and also prepare everything, and also create our template to send it to our final user. So let's move on. All right, now let's implement our email service. So before calling any methods, I will just here go up and do a private final email service, and I will call it email service. So we don't have this class yet, so let's just go ahead and create it, and instead of auth I will move it to a package called email. And now I will give it the service, and also I will use the required args constructor in case I need to inject anything. So here, in order to implement this email service, I will need a private final Java mail sender. All right, so it's a mail sender. And then I need also, since we want to send HTML templates, so here we need a private final. It's called Spring Template Engine. And it's the one from org.timeleaf.spring6. All right, so let's call it Template Engine. So here it will claim that there is no bean of type Java mail sender. Don't worry about that one. Just go ahead and keep implementing. All right, so here I will just create a public void send email. So this send email, it will take a bunch of parameter. So first string to, like to whom I want to send this email. Again, I want to string user name just to put it in the template. And then I want an email template name. So this will be an enum. So I will call it email template. We will create it just in few seconds. And then we need the string, our confirmation URL. So how the user can confirm his account. Okay. And then we need our string activation code. So it's activation code. And then we need the string subject. So this is the email subject. All right, first let's create this email template. And as I mentioned, it will be an enum, and we can also keep it in the same package. So here what I will do, I will create an activation or activate underscore account. And this one, I will call it activate underscore account. So this just to dynamize a little bit my enum, and also for the template naming and so on and so forth. So here I will create a private, since we have a parameter here, I need to create a private final string name. And also I need to add the getter. And of course we need a constructor. So let's generate a constructor with the name. And now we are done with our enum. So let's go back to the implementation. So here we have something to be added. All right, so okay, so now let's go back to the implementation of our method. So first thing, I have string template name. And first I need to check if the email template, if my email template is null, just it's a safety check. So the template name equals confirm email. All right, just in case I don't pass the email template. So here, this is just a fallback for the template that I want to use. Else, my template name equals email template dot name. All right. Next, so here we need to configure our mail sender. So for this one, we need an object of type myMessage. As you can see, it's from jakarta.mail.internal, and I will call it myMessage equals mail sender dot create myMessage. All right, so no parameters are required in here. And then we have a myMessage helper. So let's call it helper equals a new myMessage helper. And for this one, we need to pass our myMessage, and then we need to pass also how is the multipart mode. So here we have multipart mode mixed, which is the myMessage helper, and we will see this parameter later on, and the encoding type, which is an UTF-8 standard charset.UTF-8. So now and here of course .name, since we need only the name. So let's import statically these ones, just to gain some space, and also add static import. So this method, it will throw a messaging exception. So let's add the exception to the method signature. So it will be here, throw messaging exception. And then let's continue with the implementation. So now how to pass, or how we can pass some parameters to our email template, which is the HTML template. So to do that, we need to create a map of string and then object. So like if type string object, and let's call it properties equals new hash map. All right. So now we can set the set of the different properties that we have. So here we have property.put, and the first one, it will be username, and then it will be the value also username. The second one, so let me duplicate it. So the second one is confirmation URL, and this one is also confirmation URL. And finally, we have our activation code, activation underscore code, and its activation code. So here, these are the properties. Okay. So next, so now we need to create an object of type context. So the context, it should be from org.timeleaf.context. It should not a different package. Otherwise, you might face some issues. So I will call it context equals new context. And then I can say context.set variables. All right. So the variables, I need to pass a map. So it's our properties object or properties map that we created right here. So this is how we can send, or we can pass properties to our application or to our template, which is in this case the context. So now let's add the properties of our email. So it will be helper.set from, and here it will be like, I will use a static value. So I will say contact at alibucoding.com, and helper.set to whom I want to send, which is a parameter that I will receive. And finally, a helper.set subject. You can also pass other things if you have attachments and so on and so forth. But for our case, or for our scenario, this will be, or this should be enough. All right. Then now we need to process the template. So the template, I will have a string. I will call it template equals my template engine dot process. And to process, we need to pass the template name, and then the context in case we have parameters. All right. So this is why we needed the context variable right here. So now I will show you, and I will tell you the secret how to process, or like how Thymeleaf and Spring are able to locate the template name and just directly process it. Okay, so then our helper.set text, and here it's template, and we need to pass a flag true just to say if this is an HTML template or not. Finally, our mail sender dot send, and what we need to send, our my message. And finally, this is the implementation of this send email method. But before that, so since the send email might be a little bit heavy or like time consuming, so we don't want to block the user and make the user wait until the email is sent. So we need to send this one asynchronously. So here I can use the async annotation. But when we have this async annotation, we need to come here, and again we need enable async. All right, so in this way, Spring will enable the asynchronous execution of methods. So this one is async. All right, so now let's go back and let's continue implementing or adding our template. So the template here, what we mentioned in here. So we said that we have a string template and then template engine.process template name. So the template name is this variable that we created right here. So if we don't pass an email template or a correct one, so it will fall back to the default name, which is confirm email. Otherwise, it will be using that one. Alright, so here, but in this email template name, we have only one template, or like we have only one value, which is activate account. Alright, with this activate account, what we need to do, so Spring and TimeLeaf are smart enough, so automatically, or the default location where TimeLeaf and Spring, they will look up for the templates is inside the resources and then templates folder. So what I need to do here is to create a file or an HTML file. So just create a file for now, and I will call it activate account, for example. I hope I don't make any typos, .html. All right, so by default here, so by default, it will automatically point to the templates and it will try to find an activate account.html template, and then it will process it with like also bypassing the context. So now let's move on and implement this activate account email template. So I will try to use like an existing one. I will not create it from scratch, but I will just use an existing template to generate or to create our email template, and I will show you the output just in a few moments. All right, so here I just copy pasted the HTML content. So here it's just a classic HTML page. So this is the head, and here we have the styling, and here all the email is in this place right here. So now what we have a title, account activation, and here we have a P, or like a paragraph with a classic greeting, which is like it's defined in here. So this greeting, it's defined somewhere. And then we have the text hello, and then username. So here th means theme leaf and then text. So it will later on, it will process it automatically to display it, or display hello and then username. So here, thank you for signing up. Please use the following activation code to activate your account. And here we will be displaying the activation code in the same way as th text. And finally, we have the link, or like we give the link, and the link, it will be something like this, like href. So this is the confirmation URL. And here we need to be careful, like to use the same thing right here. So if I go back to the email service, like this activation code should be the same as the one used in the template. Otherwise, like it will not, or Spring will not be able to process or to map the parameters that we pass from here, or the properties within these placeholders right here. All right, so let's see the output of this one. Like our email template looks like this. So I'll just zoom in so you can see it. So here we have activation account. So since this is just a display, so that's why we cannot see the hello Mr. and we cannot see the code, and here the button to activate the account. So we will see this in details later on when we do the first try, or the first test of our authentication method. All right, now let's go back to our authentication service. So here we have our email service, and what we need to do here in this place. So all I need to do is email service.send email. So send email. So the first thing is user.getEmail. So this is to whom we want to send the email, and then user.getFullName. Wait, so user we have here, okay, it needs to be public. That's why we were not able to get the full name. So let's go back here, and full name, and then we have our email template.activate account, and then we need an activation URL. So we will come back to this one later. And then we have our new token, the token that we generated, and the subject, let's say it's account activation. All right, so now let's create a field called activation URL. And this one, again, I will go to application dev.yaml, and here I will also create another property in here. So now in the same level as security, I will say mailing, for example, and then let's say frontend I will call it like this because like this one, it will be used from the front end mainly. So front end, and then I will say activation dash URL, and here it will be http:// so localhost. And I know that my front-end application, which we will develop, or we will implement it using Angular. It runs on the port 4200, and then I will create a route later on. I will call it activate account. So now let's copy this value, and let's go back here, and we can use again the value annotation with this. All right, so now just to make sure that we did not make any typos, just control and click on it, and it will navigate you to the usage. All right, now let's go back in here. So this send email, it throws an exception. So we need to add the exception method to the signature, and in the same way, we need to add it to the controller right here. So we need to add it to the method register. And again, we need to add it here to this method in this controller. So in this way, we implemented the register functionality. So let's resume what we did. So we create, or like we try to get the user role. If we don't find it, we just throw an exception because we need to initialize it, and we will do it later. Then we create a user object, and then we persist the user in the database. And here, don't forget to encode the password and set the enabled to false, because by default, the account should not be enabled unless the user enables it using the activation code that we will send using the send validation email. So this send validation email, it will generate a new token. So here, generate and save activation token. So here we created, or we implemented a method to generate an activation code. So we passed a variable length. So here we initialized a characters from 0 to 9, since we want, or we decided to have a digit codes. So then string builder to store the result, and here we have a secure random. So the secure random, it will just generate a secure integer using the length of these characters. Okay, so it will be from 0 to 9 value, and then we just pick the object from here, and then we just return it. So now once we generate the token, we save it to the database. So we create, or we generate a token object. Here we have the token, and the created at, it's like the local datetime.now, and expires in 15 or 10 minutes. It's up to you. And then the user who to whom this token is assigned, and then build, and then save, and finally we generate, or like we return the generated token. And then we call the method email service.sendEmail with the user email, and so on and so forth. And this send email, as we mentioned, it's an async message, async method, and also it uses the template that we just created in here. So it's this one, as we saw it, or like we saw the preview of this template. All right, so now we are done with the email sending. We can whether proceed to the first test, and we see if we are able to register a user and send an email. So let's first test it, and then we can proceed with the rest of our application. All right, now let's proceed to the first test. So before we start, I started my Docker Compose, and I started the application. And here all you need to do is to navigate to the localhost and then 1080, and it will open this mail dev interface. So if we receive any mail, it will be displayed exactly right here. So as mentioned here, now receiving all emails on port 1025. So for information, you can check the GitHub repository and so on and so forth. So now let's go back to our IDE and let's start the application. So here, let's see if the application is going to start, which is not. So we have something is not working. So here, let's check the exception. If we scroll a little bit up, so here, let's see. All right, so here it says that org.hibernate dialect postgre SL dialect. So first we made a small typo. So if we open here our application dev, so we see here that we have PostgreSQL. So we are missing the queue, and also let's not forget to add the server.port. And as I mentioned before, I want my application to be running on the port 8088. So now let's go ahead and restart the application. So the first thing, so now the application is running and the context path is API/v1 and the application is running on the port 8088. So here, let's go ahead and check our database. So here we have the database which is already created, and here I'm connected to the PostgreSQL running on my local host. So I will refresh, and here we see that we have 4 tables: user, role, token, and user roles. And we have also the sequences: user sequence, role sequence, and token sequence. Alright, so now let's go ahead and proceed and do the first test. So I will open Postman right here. So we'll be using Postman, and here I made some configuration for you just to gain some time. So here I just defined here in my locals, in my environment variables. So if I click on this local right here, so here if we display this information, you see that API URL is HTTP localhost and the API port is 8088. All right. So next, what we need to do is just to click and send. So here, this is my URL. It's a post request and it's pointing to /API/v1/auth/register, which is my register endpoint in the auth controller. And then we need to send a body. So the body is of type JSON. And here we just provided all the information as mentioned before. So the first name is Ali Bouali and email ali@mail.com and the password, which is password11. So now if I click on send, so okay, so here the request is not passed. So here we have a 403. Let's go ahead, let's go back to our IntelliJ and check what is the problem. So here we see that we have an exception. If I scroll to the top and let's check the exception. So here we see that we have user role was not initialized. And this is coming from the Authentication service. And as we can see here, we try to get the user role, but we don't have any user role with the role user. So to fix this one, all we need to do is to go here. So it's just a fix to initialize the user. What we need to do is to create a command line runner. So here I can provide a bean, and this bean will be public command line runner. And let's call it runner. And in this runner, I can inject any bean. All right. So here I want to inject my role repository. Let's call it role repository. So now all I need to do is to return something like this, args, and then just semicolon at the end. So here what I need to do, so here I will check if my role repository dot find by name, and I want to check if I have my user role dot is empty. So if I don't have any role in the database with the name or with the role name equals user, what I want to do, I want to create another one. So role repository dot save, and here I will just create my role object. So role dot builder and then dot name, and I will give it username dot build, and here semicolon of course, and another semicolon right here. So now if I restart the application, this command line runner will be executed and it will insert a user role in my role table. So if I check it right here, so here we see that I have a role called user. And then we can go back to Postman and send this request again and see if the request will pass or not. So if I click on send, we see that we have 202 accepted. And now if I go to my email or my mail dev, we see that we have a new email, account activation to ali@mail.com. If I click on it, so here you see it's from contact@alibocoding.com to ali@mail.com. And here we have account activation as a title as we provided in the template. And here, hello Ali Bouali, thank you for signing up, and so on and so forth. And this is the token or the activation code that we generated. So if we go back also to the database and check the token database. So for the token database, we see that we have this token and it was created at this time and expires at this time, and it's not yet validated, and it's assigned to the user ID equals 1, since we also have a user, the one that we just created with this email, and it's enabled false, and this is the password, it was hashed, the last name, and so on and so forth. So what we implemented so far is working correctly and as expected. So now we can proceed to the implementation of the activate account and the login functionalities of our application. Alright, now let's move on and implement the next method. So after the registration, I want to implement again another method, which will be a post mapping, and this time it will be /authenticate. And this one, it will be a public response entity, and then it will be of type authentication response. So I don't have this object yet, so I will create it in few moments. So here authenticate, and this authenticate, we need to ask for a request body, and this request body will be of type authentication request. So we don't have this authentication request yet, but we will create it in few moments also. Alright, so here we have the authentication request. Also, we can make this one valid, and we can add the validation for this one. And then all I need to do is return a response entity dot okay, and then I will call my service dot authenticate. And of course, I need to pass my request as a parameter. So now let's start creating this object. So first we need our authentication request. So this authentication request, let's create it as a class in the same package. So again, I need my getter, I need a setter annotation, and also I need my builder annotation. So this one, it's almost similar to the registration request. So I will copy just these two fields right here, which is email and password. All right, so I will paste it in here. And this is the object for our authentication request. So because we need the email and the password, and both of them, they will have the same validation. All right, so now if I go back here, I need also to create an authentication response object. And this authentication response will contain for now only one object. So I will create a private string token, which will be our JWT token. Again, we need the getter and setter, and also the builder annotation. Now, if I go back here, the last step is to create this authenticate method inside our authentication service class. So now if we go back to our authentication service, we can start implementing our authenticate method. So to authenticate the user, since it's already valid, so we don't need to care about the validation step. We will implement it just in few moments after we finish this one. I will show you how we can validate the objects. So now I will create a variable auth equals, and here I will need an object of type authentication manager. So this authentication manager, I will inject it right here. So here again, I will say private final authentication manager, which is an interface coming from Spring. I will call it authentication manager. But here we see that we don't have any object of type authentication manager, so we need to provide it. So in order to provide a bean or to create a bean of type authentication manager, I will jump to the config package and then beans config. And in here, after this one, maybe I will create a public authentication manager, and I will call it authentication manager. So this one, I need to inject an object of type authentication configuration. And I will call it config. So with this authentication configuration, all I need to do is to return config.getAuthenticationManager. And now, of course, this one, it will throw an exception. So let's add it to the method signature, and we need to mark this method as a bean. So like this, Spring will scan it and also will provide this bean. So here the error is gone, and now we can go back and proceed to authenticate our user. So the authentication is so simple. All we need to do is to call the authenticate method from the authentication manager. And this authenticate method, it takes as a parameter an object of type username password authentication token, which is the first class. And here all I need to do is to pass the request.getEmail and also request.getPassword. All right, so this method, it will take care of the whole authentication process if everything, or if the username and password are correct. So it will return the authentication. Otherwise, it will just throw an exception, and we will catch the exception later on, and also return a decent and a correct error message to our final user. So here, if we come to this step, to this line, this means that the authentication went correctly and the user is authenticated and all the information that were provided are correct. So here I will create an object claims, which is a new hash map of type string and object. All right. So string object. And then I will need my user. So the user, I don't need to fetch it again from the database because I can get it from the authentication, because this authenticate method will return an object of type authentication. All right. So all I can do is to cast this object to a user. All right. So here I will cast my authentication to user, which is the auth.getPrincipal. That's why in the user class, we also implemented the interface principle. All right. And here what I can do. So now I have my user object. Next, so I can say claims.put, for example, and I can put the full name, and the full name will be the user.fullname. All right. So finally, what I need to do, I need to create or to generate my JWT token. So equals, and here I need my JWT service. So I will inject it in here. So here I will inject my private final JWT service, and I will call it JWT service. So here JWT service dot generate token. And this generate token, I have, or I can pass the user and also the claims. So let me check. Here we have this one. It should be also public, since I can use it publicly. So now I can go back here. So generate token, and I need to pass the user and the claims. All right. So now I can close this one. I can also close this and this one. So what I need to do, or like what I need to return finally, is my object authentication response .builder.build. And here all I need to do is to provide the token, which is my JWT token. All right, so this is the token. And now we are done with the authentication method. So if I go back here, we see that this method is already done. We can whether proceed and test it. But before doing that, we need to manually enable the user that we created, because here the account enabled its false and we did not implement the activation yet. But we can set it to true, for example, and proceed to the login test. So let's do it this way, and then we will disable it, or like we can even register a new user and start or like test the whole application or the whole process again. So now finally, all we need to do is to implement another method, which will be a get mapping. And for this get mapping, it will be /activate-account. So this is the method that we will be using to activate an account. So here I will call it public void and then confirm, just to confirm the account. And what we need here is a request param. So it's a request parameter and a string token. So this will be our token that we want to validate it against the token that was issued or generated for the user. And here all I need to do is to call service.activate account, and this activate account will take the token as a parameter. So we don't have this method yet, so let's go ahead and create it. So now let's move on to the implementation of this activate account. So the first thing, we need to mark this one as transactional. The first step is we need to retrieve the token from the database. So I will create an object called saved token equals my token repository dot find by token, which is the token that we received as a parameter. And then we can say or else throw, and we can throw an exception. So here we can also just throw a new runtime exception. And here also I can have or add a to do. Maybe exception has to be defined, for example. So, but for now I will just throw a new runtime exception and I will call it invalid token as a message. So here the first test I need to do is if my local datetime.now is after what? After the saved token.get expires at. So this means if the token has already, or if the token is already expired, what I need to do here, we need to send the validation email again, and we need to throw a new runtime exception. So I will call the send validation email of my saved token.get user, since the token is already assigned to a user, and here we know that this send validation email throws an exception. So I will add it to the method signature. And then all I need to do is to throw a new runtime exception. And here I can provide, or I can specify the message activation token has expired. So a new token, for example, has been sent to the same email address. All right, so now we managed this part, or we handled this rule. Otherwise, if the token is not expired, what I need to do is user equals token token.get user. So whether we can get the user from the saved token object, or we can fetch it again from the database. So here it's up to you. We can say that it's better to get it from here, but just here to double check that the user is correct and everything is fine, what I will be doing is I will call my user repository dot find by ID, and then I will call the saved user dot get user dot get ID, and here or else throw, and here we can throw an exception of new username not found exception, something like that. So here we can say user not found, and then what we need to do, we need to set the user dot set enabled to true. So we enable the user, and then we say user repository dot save the user. And finally, don't forget to validate the token. So here the saved token dot set validated at, and it will be local date time dot now, and then token repository dot save our saved token. So we need to update the token that the token has been validated. So this is the method to validate an account, and of course here we need also to throw or to add the exception to the method signature, since it also throws this messaging exception right here. So now we can proceed to the test, not the implementation. Since the implementation is done, we can proceed to the test of this whole functionality, and we can make sure, or like we need to make sure that everything is working fine from registration to the account activation and also to the login. Alright, so now let's test this whole registration and login process with the email validation. I will restart the backend, and then we can move to Postman and start or restart the whole process. So here the application is up and running. If I open Postman, so here I have the register endpoint, and I have also the login endpoint and the activate account. So for the activate account, we already registered one user, and now I think that the token has been expired. So if again we go back to this email, and I will copy this activation token, and I will go back to Postman, and here I prepared the activate account, which points to the API v1 auth activate account, and then we have our token. All right, so if I send here, so we see that we have a 403 forbidden. Let's check why. Of course, we will have some exception, and this is the exception that was thrown, that maybe the account, so the activation token has expired. A new token has been sent to the same email address. So if I go back to the email address, we see that we have a new email right here. So if I use this one and use it instead of the old one, and I click send, so here we have a 403 again. Let's check what is the exception. So just clean it and send it again. So now let's check the exception. So it's invalid token, and let's see why we have this behavior. So invalid token means that in our authentication service and then activate account, so we have here this invalid token. But let's check our database if we have this token already saved in the database. So it's not. Why? Because here when we send the validation email, so we have generate a new token and generate and save new token. So here we have the token, and we generate it and then we save it. So something is wrong here. So we need to check what is going on. Okay, I think I know why we have this behavior. So if we check this activate account, since the method is transactional, and here when we try to send a validation email, and here we throw an exception, so this transactional method, it will roll back on any exception. So I will just remove this transactional and restart the application, and let's see, or we will see what is going on. Alright, so the application is up and running. So now if I go back again and try to hit the activate account, let's try if I can, so I will send it again with the old token. Now we can go and check if we have a new token that has been generated. So yes, it's the case, and we have, this is the new token, but we should also receive an email. So if I click on this email, so this is the new token. Now, if I go back to Postman and use this new token, we should get a 200 OK, which is already the case. All right. So now if we check again, if I refresh this token, we see that the validated ad has been changed. And also if I check the user, we will find that the user has been set to enabled true. All right. So now the process of validating the user or enabling the user account using the email is working fine. Now let's go ahead and try the login. All right. So for the login, we have this endpoint, which is /authenticate, and we have our request body, which is the email that we created and the password. So now if I click on send, we see here that we have this token. So at this step, everything is working fine, and the whole security and the whole registration, logging and account activation process and mechanism is working absolutely fine. And also the template is looking nice. Personally, I like it so much. So now we can proceed to the implementation of the rest of our API and our backend and the whole application. The application, as you saw, might throw different exceptions coming from the security, the authentication, the registration, the validation, and so on and so forth. So this is why we need to think about how to handle, or what is the best way to handle these exceptions within our application. So here comes the answer. Now we will implement an exception handling, or a global exception handler, within our application, and it has a role of listening to all the controllers of our application and catch all types of exception that might be thrown, whether if the exception is defined means, for example, coming from the Spring framework, or a custom exception that we might create also in the future. So now let's go ahead and do it. Alright, so the next step is, we saw that when we try to log in a user, or if some exception happens inside our application, like this one, for example, invalid token, or when we try to authenticate a user and the user account is locked or is not enabled, or this means disabled, or if we have any kind of exception, we need to handle this and return a decent response to the end user. So in this part, it comes the exception handling of our exceptions in our application. So to do that, I will create a class, and I will call it global exception handler, and I will create it in a package. I will call it handler. So here, handler, and I will create a class, call it global exception handler. So now to make this class as a global AutoMarket as an exception handler, all we need to do is to annotate our class with REST controller advice. All right, so the REST controller advice, I already explained it in the Ultimate Spring Boot course, so you can check it there to have more and more understanding in details. So here I will create a public response entity. And this public response entity, I will create an object or a class. I will call it exception response. So we don't have it yet, but we will create it. And here I will create the method. I will call it handle exception. And this handle exception, so this handle exception, it will catch one exception that we want to provide, one or many exceptions. So here for the first one, we will start with the locked exception, and let's call it EXP. All right, so the first thing, let's go ahead and create this exception response first. So I will create class in the same package, and I will call it exception response. So this exception response is just a wrapper for the response if we have an exception within our class. So here I will add getter and setter, some Lombok annotations, and also I will need the builder, and again the all args constructor and no args constructor. And here I will add one property, which is the JSON include. So I want to include only the non-empty attributes. So for this JSON include, we have a JSON include dot include, and then I want to include only the non-empty attributes. All right. So here let's define few attributes for this one. Let me reduce this. And first we will have a private integer, and it will be a business error code. So here I will assign a business error code to each exception, or to each type of exception that will happen or that will be thrown in my application. Then I will have a private string business exception description. And then I will have also a private string error, so you can define any attributes that you find it useful for your case. And then I will provide also a private set of string, so this will hold the list of validation errors. And finally I will also provide a private map of string and string, so like the key string and the value string, and I will call it errors. All right, so this is my exception response. Also for this business error code and business exception description, here, not exception, I will just call it error description. I will create an enum that holds all the information or all the possible business error codes or business codes in my application. So let's go ahead and do it first. So here in the same package, and I will create an enum and I will call it business error code. So I will call it codes, plural, and here I will define an enum, and this enum will have or will hold the information, a code just as an int, a description, and also the HTTP status that we want to return to the user. So here I will create a private int code and a private string description. It will be more clear when we implement at least the first business code, and also we can create a private HTTP status, and let's call it HTTP status code. So here I will make all of them final, and of course we need our getters. So here I will add the getter annotation from Lombok. And of course, we need to have our constructor containing all these attributes. All right. So now let's start with the first one, and let's call it no error or no code. So just to make things clear, so it will have a 0 as a code. So here I will just inverse this one, so it will be code and then HTTP status and finally the description. So here it will be no code, and here we have something called not implemented, which is this one. I can use a static import for it, and finally the description, I will say no code, and then comma. So here, for example, I can use account logged, and this account logged, it will have, for example, 302, and then it will be forbidden as an HTTP status, and here I will say user account is locked. All right, so this is just an example. You can define it the way you want, and you can define anything you want. So before that, I will prepare all of them, all the business code that I will be using in my application, and then I will just use them when I need. So the next one is incorrect current password. So this is for the process of changing the password. So incorrect current password, and it will have, for example, 300 as a code, and it will be a bad request. And here, for example, current password is incorrect. I will duplicate this one. So here we have new password does not match. Does not match, and it will be 301, for example. So here, like the thing that I'm using like an incremental number just to define my codes. And here, for example, I can say the new password does not match. New password does not match. So we have our account logged. So we can also define account disabled and bad credential. So account disabled, and it will be 303, again forbidden. And here is user account is disabled. And finally, the last one, it will be bad credentials, for example. So here underscore, and this one, it will be 304, forbidden, and the message, it will be login and / or password is incorrect. All right, so now I just defined my business error codes. We can go back to our global exception handler, and we can finish or finalize the implementation of the different exceptions that we want to catch. So now when you define your handle exception method with this exception, there is one annotation which is important, which is called exception handler. And here what we want to handle is the logged exception dot class. All right, so now when we catch this exception, I want to return a response entity dot status. So the status will be unauthorized, or HTTP status dot unauthorized. I can also import it as or import it statically, and here we need to define the body. So the body will be of type exception response dot builder dot build. So now we can build our exception response. So here we have our business error code, which is account logged, or let's import it from the business error code dot account logged dot get code. All right, so also we can import this one statically, and then dot business error description. It will be also account logged dot get description, and finally we can set the error, which is our exp or our exception dot get message. So we can get the message from the logged exception, and then dot build. So that's it for the logged exception. I will duplicate this method, and the next exception that I want to catch is the disabled exception dot class. All right, here it should be also the same, disabled exception. And for the disabled exception, it will be also unauthorized. And here what I can use instead of account logged is account disabled. The same here, account disabled, and that's it. So you can see once you implemented like the first time, the rest will be much easier. So let's implement also the next one, which will be the bad credentials exception dot class. So Spring will throw like these three exceptions. And here again, bad credentials exception. And for the bad credential exceptions, it will be also unauthorized, which is the 401. And here we will say bad credentials, and here bad credentials. And for the error, we can also use the bad credentials dot get description, since it's the same like login and or password is incorrect. And then now we can come to the final part, which is well, not exactly the final part, but this one. So it will be a messaging exception. So when we are not able to send an email, for example, for one reason, for one or many reasons. So here it will be for the status, it will be internal server error, since it's something related to our application. And here what we will be sending, we have an exception response, and we will provide only the error. So the error, it will be something like exp.getMessage. So we will just display the error message that was thrown by this messaging exception, or while we try to send the email. I will implement another method or another exception handler when, and this one is in the case when the user sends invalid data. And for example, if we want to register a user and we do not provide email, password, first name, last name, so we will catch the exceptions, and this comes from here, from auth, for example, and this will be thrown by this valid annotation. All right, so let's go back here, and this exception, or the exception that will be thrown, is called method argument not valid exception. So let's use the same one here, but the implementation will be a little bit different in here. All right, so now the first thing, what we need to do, we need to create a set of string, and then let's call it errors equals new hash set. So you know, like a set doesn't allow the applications. So because for example, in here in our authentication request, so we might find the same error so many times, because like we want to validate it for not empty and not blank, but the message is the same, but we want to display it only one time. So that's why we need to use a set in here. So now all I need to do is exp or my exception dot get binding result dot get all errors. And then once I get all the errors, I will do a for each. I will loop over them. So I will create an object called error. And then I will create a variable and I will call it error message equal error dot get default message. And then I will add it to my set. So errors dot add and error message. So once I collected these errors, all I need to do is to return this one. So this will be a bad request. So since the request is not correct, and here it will be exception response as always. And here instead of error, it will be dot validation errors, and it will be my set that I created or I generated right here. So now we have we catched almost everything. The final method that I want to implement is the following. So I will duplicate again this one. So here it will be just exception. All right. So in case I get an exception or any type of exception which is not handled in my application, what I want to do, so let's remove this one. And what I want to do is I want to return an internal server error. And here I will say .business error code, just description first. And here I will say internal error. Please contact the admin, for example. And then the error it will be my exp.get message. All right. So here also a good thing that we need to do. So here we need to log the exception. At least we can see it in the console in case something happened, because this exception or this global exception handler, it will absorb any exception. So here instead of logging it, I will just do exp.print stack trace to print it in my console or in my logs. But later on we will implement logging, the logging mechanism for the application, and we will transform a lot of this. All right, so now we implemented the exception handling for our application, and anytime we get or an exception happens in my application, it will be handled. So let's go ahead and try this one. So I will start the application. So now the application is up and running. So if I go back to Postman, and I try, for example, to register a user, and I will not provide the username, the first name and last name. And if I click on send, we see that we have a 400 bad request. And here we see that first name is mandatory, last name is mandatory. And also if I do the same for the email and click send, we will see that email is mandatory. So for example, if I change the format or if I provide a wrong format for the email, we will get a different one. Email is not formatted. All right. So this is how the validation works. And now we see that we are catching everything. All right. So now we made good progress. So let's move on to the next part and let's start implement the different features of our application. All right, now let's dive deeper into the implementation of our application. So now it comes the step to implementing the different entities of our application, and we need to establish the relationships between them, and I will show you what are the best practices and how they should be implemented. So stick around and let's continue. Alright, at this step, we can move on and proceed to the creation of the rest of the entities. So first, let's start with the book entity. So here I will create a Java class in a package. I will call it book, and I will call the class book. So this book will be the book entity of our book object. So first, we will have our integer ID, and then we will have a title as mentioned in the class diagram. So here we have a string title. Again, we have a private string author name, and also we want to add another string, which is the ISBN, or like the book identifier or the book number. Also, we want to have a string synopsis. So this is just a small resume about the book. Also, I want to have a cover, or to upload a picture or the book cover of the book object that I want to upload. So this will be a string book cover. So then later on I will show you how to implement or how to upload and store the file somewhere. So we will not be storing it in the database, since this might be so much consuming, but we will store this this cover or the picture into a location in our server. Then so we have a boolean, and let's say archived. We mentioned before that a user can archive a book. Also, we have another boolean to mention or to say if the book is shareable or not. So here we have also shareable. So then we have some other information, because we want to keep track to keep track of the update, the creation, who did what of each entity. So for that, what we want to do, we want to add a private local date time, and this will be the created date when the book or when the object or the entity was created. Again, I want to have the last modified date. So here, let me add the I, and then I want to have a private integer. So it was created by whom, so it's created by, and the why it's an integer, since, for example, in our user entity, the ID is of type integer. So if the ID is of type string, we can also, we need to change it to string. And then, so here we have another private integer, last modified by. So like who modified the entity, the last one. So like who was the last person to modify the entity or the record. So now let's start adding some annotations. So this one is an entity, and when we say it's an entity, we need of course to add the ID annotation and a generated value. And then we have this created date. So as we mentioned before, it should be an annotation with a created date, and then we need the column. So for the column, we need to say it's nullable false, and updatable also false. So we should not update nor make it nullable. So for the last modified date, it will be also last modified date, and here again it will be a colon, and here it will be just insertable false. So we don't want to insert the value of this last modified date when we create a new line or a new record into our table. And then, so this one, as the name, it is the annotation is called created by. So here also the same, it should be a colon and nullable false. So like we need to get or to mention the nullable, and then it should not be updatable. So like we want always to keep track who created the entity, but when we update the entity, we want to keep track who updated the entity. And here again, it's last modified by. So the last modified by, in the same way, it's a colon, and this one should be insertable false. Like we only need to fill this colon only when we perform an update on the entity. So here we are done with the book entity. Then later on we will add the relationships between the different entities. Then let's move on and implement the next one. Alright, the next one, let's create the next entity, which is the feedback. So I will create a package called feedback, and the entity will be also called feedback. So for this feedback, in the same way, we want to have a private integer ID, and then we want to have a private double, and then note or a score or something like this, just to give a note and a comment, and private string comment. So this is like how we give a feedback. So like, for example, the note, imagine it as like from 1 to 5 stars. Like we can select from 1 to 5 stars, and the comment is the comment or the feedback that we want to give to our borrowed book. So then we need to mark this one as an entity. And now for an entity, we need of course to add the ID and then the generated value. And in the same way, we need to copy these auditing entities. All right. So here I will paste them in here, and also for the auditing, we need to add like the auditing, the entity listeners, and here we need to mention the auditing entity listener dot class. So we just forgot to do it also on the book, so we need to move it also in here. And then we need to implement something to make this created by and the last modified by work. We will do it later on. So here we have now our feedback entity ready, so we can move on to the next one. All right, so here, before moving forward to the creation of the rest of the entities and classes and objects, so here we remark one thing. So let me move this and split it to right. So for example, here we see that for both book and feedback, we have the field ID. All right, and then we have these auditing fields, which is the created date, last modified date, created by, and last modified by, which is a repetition. So we are just duplicating the code, and imagine if we want to change something, we need to change it in all the entities. So here it's time to use inheritance. So for that, I will first create an entity, or like I will create a class, and I will create it in a new package, and I will call it common. So common, and I will create a class, I will call it base entity. So you can pick or choose a different name, but for me, I prefer or I like the name of base entity. So this is the base of our entity. And here, first of all, I will just paste these fields right here, the last modified by, the created by, last modified date, and created date, as well as I will also take this field from here, since this one also is also like repeated or duplicated in different places. Also, this entity listener annotation, I will also move it to the base entity, since like this base entity where we want to keep track, or where we have the information of the last modified date, created date, and so forth. So now let's add few annotations. First, we need, of course, the getter, and we need setter, and we need a super builder. Now, like when you have inheritance between your Java classes and you want to use the builder annotation from Lombok, so the builder will not work. So the builder, for example, when you put it on the child class, it will not be able to see or to have the visibility of the super class fields, sorry, not annotations. So that's why you need to use the super builder annotation. And again, I want my all args constructor, no args constructor, and here this is the most important annotation, which is the mapped super class. I explained this mapped super class in details in my two courses, the Ultimate Spring Boot course, and also the Ultimate Spring Data JPA course. So it's explained really in details. So these are the annotation, or this is the annotation that we need, or like we should not forget, and the rest are just Lombok annotations. Now let's move on and do some refactoring to the two entities that we just created. So now if we go back to the book entity, here of course I just need some getter and then setter annotation, and also I need my super builder and the all args constructor and no args constructor. And this book should extend my base entity. All right, so now you see that the error is gone and it's no longer claiming about the ID field. Also, we can remove these auditing fields from here, and we just need to optimize the imports, and we're done with the book. So now let's move on to the next one, which is the feedback. So the feedback entity, in the same way, we need to add, so let's just use copy paste to move faster. And here we can remove this. We can also remove this one, and we can remove these fields. So what we need to do is just extend base entity. And now we are done, we are good. So here we applied the inheritance, and now our entities, they look much nicer since we grouped every or all the common fields in one entity. So for example, later on, if we need to add another common field, we only need to add it to the base entity, and the result would be propagated into all the entities. So now let's move on to the next part and let's keep implementing or creating the rest of the entities, and later on we will implement the relationships between them. Alright, so the next entity based on our class diagram is the book transaction history. So I will create a new class and I will create it in a package. I will call it history, and I will create a class, call it book transaction history. So this book transaction history, of course, it should extend our base entity. And here we need these annotations. So I will just copy, paste them. So these are the Lombok annotations, and now we can start adding the different fields. So here we need first like user relationship, like we have a relationship with the user, and also we have a relationship with the book, but I will just keep them as comment, and we will add them later on when we will add the relationships between the different entities. So here what we want to do, we have first, as we mentioned before, a private boolean flag. So it's returned just to mention or to keep track if the book was returned or not. All right, we have also another boolean flag. So it's called return approved by the owner or not. So like the owner of the book, when we return a book, so we need to mark this book as returned. Okay, so like or the return approved. So that's it with the book transaction. Now we can move on and start implementing the relationships between our different entities. And among the entities, we also need to have, or like we need to add the relationship with the user. So now we can close the base entity. And here, like I'm just trying to organize them, and then we will start implementing the different relationships. All right, now let's start adding and implementing the relationships. So let's start with a book. So first of all, we said that a book has an owner. So we need to create or to add a field of type user, and this user should, like we will call it owner. So this will be the owner of the book. So here we mentioned before that one book has one owner and a user has many books. So to do that, I will just scroll down here, and then I will add my books. So after roles, so here I will add a private list of book, and I will call it books. So here the user has a list of books. So now let me explain to you how to determine the annotations we need to use. So every time you have a list, it should be a one to many. All right, so this means one book, sorry, not one book, but one to many. So this means one book, one user to many books. So like we can see the user ID in many books. So like, for example, if we take the user ID 1, we can see the same user ID in many books in the table book. All right, so it's one to many. And here when you have the one to many, you need always to add the mapped by, and the mapped by should be exactly this variable name or this field name. Like it should not be user, but it should be owner in this case. So here I will mark it as owner. So now from the other side, if we move here, so for the book, it's the other way round. So it's many to one. So it's many books can be assigned or can belong to one user. All right, and with this one, it's this annotation is optional, which is the join colon, because by default Hibernate will try to use owner underscore ID as a name, but for this case we want to specify it ourselves. So owner underscore ID. So this is the mapping between our book and the user. So the next one, let's see the relationship between the book and the feedback. All right, so we mentioned before that a feedback or a book can have a list of feedbacks, so like one or many, or like zero or many feedbacks. So here it will be feedback, and the field, let's call it feedbacks. In the same way as we did for the user, like when it comes to a list, or when we have a field of type list or collection, so the annotation is one to many. So one-to-many, and here let's say mapped by, and here I will just mark it as a book since I will create my field and I will call it just book. All right. So now let's move on and finish this from the feedback side. And here for the feedback, we will create a private book and then let's call it book. And now we need to add the annotation, just many to one. Many to one, and here we can also add the joint colon and we say name and let's call it book _ ID. Now we are done with the book and feedback. So the feedback, it only belongs or has one only relationship with the book, so we can close this one. Now we have the relationship between the book transaction history and the user. So as we mentioned before, this is the association table or the association entity between the user and the book, since the user can borrow many books and one book can be borrowed by many users. So this is a many-to-many relationship, and since we want to have some extra fields here or some extra fields to keep track of the return of the book, so that's why we decided to extract this entity to just not to use many-to-many, but to have like a complete entity to use it within our code. So let's start with the book transaction history for this case. So here we said that we want a user relationship. So here we just need to create a private user and then let's call it user. All right. And then in the same way, we want to have a private book and then book. So why we have this one? Because when we read the relationship, so a user can have many transaction histories. So like he can borrow so many times. And when we take one transaction, like when we take a single line, so this single line belongs only to one user. So it cannot belong to many users. So that's why we keep following the same pattern that we used for book and user. So like it's a list, and from the other side, it's just declaring a single relationship. All right, so now let's start adding the annotations. So here it's a many to one. Oops. So it's a many to one, and here we need the join colon, and let's call it user _ ID. And in the same way, I can copy this one and also add it to the book, and I can call it book ID. So now let's go and add this relationship from the book side and also from the user side. So from the book side, we can have, or like we want to have something like this. So we'll just duplicate this line, and here it's a list of book transaction history, and I will call it histories. All right, so this one also mapped by book, since the field here or the variable is called book. So in the same way, I will copy these two lines and I will paste them in the user entity. All right, so I also can call it histories. So, but here it's mapped by user. So now we have our entities and we implemented all the relationships between the different entities. So now all we need to do is just to start the application and make sure that everything is working fine and we don't have any exceptions. And also we can check the database if we have all the relationships. So far everything looks fine. And if I update my database right here, I should see that I have all the tables. So we have the book, we have the transaction history. And for example, if I open the transaction history and check the foreign keys, I see that I have two foreign keys. So I have one pointing like book ID pointing to the book, and I have user ID pointing to the user. And in the same way, the columns, we have the ID, we have all the tracking IDs like the created by, created date, and so on and so forth. And I have these two flags. In the same way, I have the book. Also for the foreign keys, I have the owner ID, which points to the user ID. So in the same way, we can keep checking the feedback. We can keep checking every relationship. But since everything went through and the application is up and running and we don't have any exceptions, like any JPA exceptions in the console, so this means that everything is fine and we don't have any issue. But double checking is also good. All right, so now we are done with implementing the entities. So let's move on and start implementing the different features of our applications and sorry, just one application. And we will start with the book domain or the book feature. And we will see like what are the different method and the different resources that we need to expose for the user. We already explained that when we spoke about the business requirements of the application. So now we can move on and start implementing these one by one. So don't go away, keep learning, and let's start. In order to know who did what and when it was done, we need to implement something called Application Auditor Aware. So this Application Auditor Aware is a mechanism handled by Spring. So all we need to do is to provide the information about the user, or how we can get the information about the user. And in this case, or in our case, we decided that we want to use the user ID to define or to determine who did what. All right, so this is what we will be implementing in this phase. So let's go ahead and implement the Application Audit Aware and add the configuration. And let me teach you how you can audit your application and keep track who did what. So before moving further and start implementing, there is something really important that we need to do before, which is this auditing entity listener. So you may ask, okay, we did that. We also enabled the JPA auditing, but the JPA auditing only works for these two fields, like the created date and the last modified date. But for the created by and the last modified by, we need to implement something extra for it. And the question why is because Spring doesn't know how to get the user by default. But in our case, since we implemented the security our own, we know how our application works and we can implement this our own. So let's first go ahead and create a first class. So in the config, I will create a class and I will call it Application Audit Aware. So Application Audit Aware. So Spring needs to have a bean, or we need to provide a bean of type auditor aware in order to tell Spring use this bean or use this class or this implementation to fetch or to get the current auditor, and to transform this class, this application audit aware, to an auditor aware. All we need to do is to implement an interface called auditor aware. So it's auditor aware, and this auditor aware is a generic one. And as we know here in our base entity, the ID of each, or like not this one, but the user. So if we open the user, so we know that the type of the user ID is an integer. So that's why here it should be an integer. All right, so with this one, we need to implement one method, which is called getCurrentAuditor, and it should return an optional of this type right here. And in this case, it should return an optional of integer. All right, so now how we can get the current auditor. So this one is super easy. So I will create an object of type authentication, and I will call it authentication equals my security context holder. Since you know, like when we implemented the JWT, or when we implemented the security, we know that we update the security context holder. So here we get context, and then we get the authentication. So this is my authentication object. Now I need to do one first check. So if the authentication is null, so this means if the user is not authenticated, or let me break the line here, and not authentication dot is authenticated. So we have a method called authenticated to check if the user is authenticated or not. Or if the authentication is instance of anonymous authentication token. So if the user or if the authenticated user is of type anonymous, so we don't know the user yet. So for this case, what we want to do, we want to return an optional dot empty, like this case. All right. Otherwise, if this is not the case, what we can do, I can do user. I call it user principal, for example, equal. Now I can just cast my authentication dot get principal. All right, so I can cast this object to a user object. And finally, all I need to do, I can do an optional dot nullable or off nullable, and then user principal dot get ID. So off nullable in case this one is null or any, for example, user principal is null. So this will just return an optional of null. All right, so here we have our current auditor is implemented. So now, but this class is not used. All right, but let's go ahead and use it. So we will go again to our beans config class, and we will create a bean of type auditor aware. All right, so here I will just create a public auditor aware of type integer, and I will call it auditor aware. So this one, of course, we need to mark it as a bean. And then all I need to do is to return a new application auditor aware, and that's it. But this is not the end. We just need to add one other thing. So here, when we enable the JPA auditing, we need to mark for Spring, or we need to tell Spring what is the auditor aware reference that he needs to use. And the reference, we talk about the bean or the bean name. So this will be the bean name of this auditor aware bean. So also, again, I just want to remind you, if you are not familiar with all this, like bean namings and all this stuff, just check the ultimate course that I published earlier. All right, so I will just copy the name of this method, and here I will add an attribute, and I will call it auditor aware reference equals, and as a string I just provide the bean name. And that's it. So now we have everything working, and also the auditing will be working fine with this application auditor aware object, with the current with the get current auditor, and also the bean that we provided, and finally the configuration, or like the reference that we mentioned in here. So now we can move on to the next part, and we can start really implementing the different functionalities and features of our application. That's great, and I'm really happy you made it this far. So now we prepared all the components and all the required components for our application to implement, or to move the next implementation phase, which is implementing the different features of our application. And of course, since our application is about the book social network, so it's mainly about books and handling books, so now we will implement the book features, or the different features of the book. So now let's go ahead and start implementing this. All right, first let's start by implementing some book features. So the first thing we need to do is to create a book controller class, and this book controller, we need to give it some annotations. So first it will be a REST controller, and then we have a request mapping. So for the request mapping, it will be books, since we have our context path that we set before, which is /API/v1. So here we just need to set books. All right, so next we need, of course, the required args constructor in order to automatically inject our dependencies without the need to create or to add the constructor, and we will add a tag with the name book. So the next thing we need to do is, first we want to inject our private final book service. So the book service, we don't have it yet. I will just call it service. We will create it in a few moments. So here, let's start by implementing the first method, which is save book. So the save book, or the save operation, it's always or mainly a post mapping. So I just need to have a post mapping, and now I need my public response entity, and I want to return just an integer, which is the ID of the book, or you can just make it a void, or even return anything else you want, but just returning the ID should be enough. So now, to save a book, what we need? We need first a valid object. So we need to have the object valid with all the required fields, and now we should not miss anything. And also it should be a request body, and here we need request body, and then I will need to create an object book request, for example. So I will call it request. And also, since we want to save a book, and we mentioned before, as you can see here, that the book has an owner, which is the user. So in order to fetch the user, we don't need to pass the user ID as a parameter or anything, since the user that will create the book should be the connected user itself. So here, in order to get the connected user, all I need to do is to ask Spring to inject an object of type authentication, and I will call it connected user. So I will show you just in a few moments in the next steps how to convert or how to get the connected user, like the user object, from the connected user or from this authentication object. All right, so now all I need to do is to return a response entity.ok, and then I just need to call my service.save, and I need to pass the request and the connected user. So now let's start by creating the missing classes one by one. So the first thing, we need to create our book service. So let's create it in the same package book. Here I will give it a service annotation and also the required args constructor. So let's leave it empty right now, and we will implement it in a few seconds. So next I will just define the method save. So it will return an integer, and here save we have these options. But now we are missing the book request. So the book request also we can go ahead and create it. So for the book request, for now, for this time, we will be using records. So we will not use a simple class, but we will be using records. So now just to define a record, all we need to do is a public, just create a class, and instead of public class, it's just public record. All right. And a record is just a type where we define the different attributes that we need. So since this book request will have the role of creating and updating a book, so among the fields that I will need is the ID. So if the ID is null, this means we want to create a new book. If the ID is not null, so this means that we want to update an existing book. So again, we need a string title, and we need another string. So here, like with record, we don't need any private or public keywords. So the next thing is the author name. So you can even just go and copy the fields from the book and paste it in here and do anything you want. But let's do it one by one. The next thing is we need our ISBN, and then we want a synopsis of the book. And finally, we want our Boolean shareable. All right. So just to see or to check if the Boolean is shareable or not, when we create a book, we want to have this minimum required information. So now let's define what are the required fields. So first, I want this one to be not null. And here I will just give it a message, and the message I will give it 100, for example. All right, so this 100, I mean by this, so since we want to use it in the front end, so I will create a kind of a dictionary where we have key equals something. So for example, we will define all, for example, the book is the errors for the book start from 100. So 100, let's say it's just something we need to define. So 100 means title should not be empty. 101, author name should not be empty. 102, 103, and so forth. So this is how we will be doing it. So the second one, it should be not empty. So we want not null and not empty. And also we can add a not blank if you want to, but this should be enough. All right, I will copy these two annotations, paste them in here. So now it will be 101 and 101 for the author name, 102 for the ISBN, and 103 for the synopsis, and the shareable is not required. So now I just defined my book request. The next thing, I will come back to my book service right here, and I will finish the implementation. All right, so the next thing, or the first thing that we want to do, we want to get the user from this authentication object. So I will create an object of type user, and I will call it user equals, and here I need to do a cast. So I will cast my object, and what is the object that I want to cast is the connected user.getPrincipal. So when I do get principal, so this will return an object, and the principal mainly is the connected user. And since our user implements already the user details and the principal interface, so we are 100% sure that this connected user.getPrincipal can be cast to an user object. Then what we need to do, we need to transform this book request to a book object. So I will create a book object, and I will call it book equals, and here I will create a mapper. So I will create a class, call it book mapper, and inside it I will create also a method called toBook from my request. So I need to pass this request as a parameter, and this toBook method needs to return a book. So to do that, the first thing I will do, I will create a private final book mapper, and I will call it book mapper. So here we don't have yet this book mapper class, so let's go ahead and create it. So the first thing, we need to give it the service annotation. So now we have our book mapper, but we don't have yet our toBook method. So let's go ahead and create this toBook method. So now let's implement this method, the first one. All right, so like this, we will do it one time, and then it will be just straightforward for the next methods. So here we have the request, and all we need to do is to return a book.builder.build. So it will be .id first, and it will be request.id. And then we have the title, and it will be request.title. Next, we have author name, and also it will be request.authorName, and next it will be, we will have synopsis, and again request.synopsis, and here we will have archived. Since so for the archived, I will keep it to false always. When we create a new book, by default it's not archived, so if you want to change this rule, you can set it here to true. And then we have finally shareable, which is shareable from the request, or request.get shareable. So this is the method toBook. Now if we go back to our book service, we can continue, or like we can finish the implementation of this method, or this save method. So next, after creating, or after mapping or creating a book object out of the request, all I need to do is to set the owner. So set owner, and the owner is the connected user. And finally, what we need to do, we need to call our book repository and save the book. So here I will inject my book repository. So book repository, which is something that we don't have right now. So book repository, and I will call it book repository. So I will create an interface book repository in the same package, and I will just rename it because I made a typo. And also, yes. And this one extends, of course, our JPA repository of the book itself, and then the ID is of type integer. All right, now we can come back here. We can also rename this variable. And now finally what we need to do is to call our book repository dot save, and I want to save the book, and I can do get ID just as a return type. All right, so now we just saved the book, and here if we go back to the book controller, we see that we have the save method, which is implemented. Now let's move on and keep on implementing the rest of the methods that we need, like find by ID, find all books, also find all books by owner, update shareable status, update archived status, like also borrowing a book, return borrowed book, and also to approve the return borrowed book, also uploading the cover picture, find all borrowed books, and so on and so forth. So like here we will implement all the features or all the functionalities that are related to a book. So now let's move ahead and continue implementing. The next method that we need to implement is to find a book by ID. So this one, it will be a get mapping, and here for the path it will be just slash, and here all I need to do is to ask for the book ID. So it will be a book ID, and I will ask for it as a path variable. So here it will be a public response entity, and here I need an object. I will call it book response. All right, so I will call my method find book by ID, And here, as I mentioned, I will need my path variable. So I need to give it the same name as in here, and then it will be integer and then book ID. All right, so for the first thing, I don't have this book response, so I will just create it. And before that, I will just do return a response entity.ok. And then I need just to call my service dot find by ID. So I will create a method called find by ID, and I need to pass the book ID as a parameter. So first, let's create this method in our service. And here it's not an object, but a book response. And now all we need to do is to create this book response class. So I will create it in the same package. And this book response will be a class, as I mentioned. So I will add some annotations. So we have getters, setters, all args, constructor, no args constructor. And we need, of course, our builder. So here we need the builder annotation. And now let's define the list of the properties or the fields that we need for our book response. So first, I want to have an integer ID, and I want to have my string title. Then again, like private string author name. And then I want also a private string ISBN. And then I want my synopsis. So again, private string synopsis. And after that, I want to have or like to display the owner name. So private string owner. So like the owner will not be the user object, but just the owner name, which is the full name of the user. So here, like from now, I will just prepare a byte object or a byte array, and this will hold the information of the cover. So then I will need to have a private double, which is the rate of the book. And then I need the two flags, archived and shareable. So private Boolean archived and private Boolean shareable. All right, so now I just defined my book response object. So the cover we will implement it later on, just how to upload and return the cover or the picture of the book. And here we have the rate. So for this rate, what is the rate? It's is the average of all the feedbacks that were given to a specific book multiplied by the number of feedbacks. So for example, if we have 5 feedbacks and all of them are 5 stars, it will be 5 times 5 divided by 5. So this will give us 5 stars. Otherwise, we just do the sum and then just divide it by the number of the feedbacks. So to do that, in order to calculate the rating, what I will be doing, I will make it easier for me. And I will go ahead and open my book entity. And since here I have the list of feedbacks. So now what I will be doing, I will create a transient field. And this one, it will be a public double. And I will call it get rate. So this will calculate and return the rate of a book. So here, first, if my feedbacks is null or my feedbacks is empty. So here all I need to do is just to return 0.0 since it's a double. All right, so otherwise here I will have a variable called rate equals this dot feedback dot stream. So I will stream over it, and then I want to map to double. I want to transform it to double. What I want to transform exactly is the feedback.get note. And then I want the average, and or else I want to return just a 0 if I'm not able to do the calculation. Now here, like we have something. So sometimes the rating is 3, for example, like it's calculated as a 3.25 or 0.23 or something like that. So in this case, I want to return 3.0. Otherwise, for example, if it's 3.54 or 3.65, something like that, I want to return 4.0, something like this. So in order to do that, I will create a double rounded rate equals math.round. So I want to round the rate times 10.0, and then I will divide it also by 10. All right. So here divided by 10.0. So 0.0 because it's a double, so we need to do it like that. And then all I need to do is to return my rounded rate. So here we can just return it directly, or like we inline the variable and return math.round, but I just want to keep it as it is, just to make it clear for you. All right, now we can go back to our implementation or to our method find by ID. So now the find by ID is straightforward. So here we have our book, or we need our book repository dot find by ID, and we need to pass the book ID as a parameter. So then dot map, and what we want to do, we need to call our book mapper of class, and then I will say to book response. So we don't have yet this method, but we will implement it. And then or else if we cannot find a book by this ID, so here or else throw, I want to throw an entity not found exception. So it will be a new entity not found exception. And here I can say, for example, no book found with the ID something. So no book found with the ID, and then I can concatenate the book ID right here. All right, so now we don't have yet these two book response, so let's go ahead and implement this method. So it needs to return a book response, and all we need to do is to return a book response.builder.build, and we need to provide the list of information, or the list of the fields that we have. We have .id, and it's the book.getID. And then we have the title, and again it's book.getTitle, and we have the author name, which is book.getAuthorName, and then we have the ISBN, which is also book.getISBN, and we have also the synopsis, which is again book.getSynopsis, and here we have rate, which is book.getRate, and then we have also archived, and again it's book.isArchived, shareable, which is book.isShareable, and then we need the owner, .owner, and for the owner we need the book.getOwner .full name. All right, so here what we need else, we have here the cover .cover, but for the cover I will leave it empty right now, and we will do it later on when we implement the file upload. We will come here and implement the cover, so I can keep it as a to do here, implement this later. All right, so now we have the method that transforms a book to a book response object. So now we are done with the implementation of the find by ID method. So now we can move on and implement the next method, which is find all books. So now let's implement the next method, which is again a get mapping. And this get mapping, it will return all the books. So I will have a public response entity, and now I want to return the list of book. So, but there is something important. We don't need, or we should not return all the books at once. So we need to implement a paging functionality. So because imagine having thousands or even hundreds of books in our database, if we return all of them at once, so the request, or the response will be so heavy, and it will take so many time to return. So we need to implement paging, and to implement the paging we need to return an object of type page response. So Hibernate and JPA and Spring Data JPA, they already give us an object called page response, or called just page, but this page contains already so many information that we need. So for that, I will implement, or I will create my own page response wrapper, and this page response will contain the information of the page that I want, or the object that I want to implement paging for. So here, I will just, as I mentioned, I will create an object, call it page response, and this page response will be also a generic type, so it will be of type page response. So we don't have it yet, we will create it in a few seconds. So the method, I will call it find all books, and this find all books, it will require few parameters. So the first one, it will be a request param, and I will give it a name which is page. So which page, or like the page number that we want to have. I can give it also a default value. So the default value will be 0. So I want always by default to get the first page. And this one is required false, since I have my default value right here. So if the user does not pass the page as a parameter, it will point automatically to the first page. So I will call it page, and I will duplicate this one, and here I will say size, and the size will have a default value 10, and I will call it size. And then, of course, when we want to retrieve all the books, we need to retrieve all the books for all the users except the connected user, because we will implement another method, find all books by owner. So here I need my authentication object, and I will call it connected user. So then all I need to do is to return a response entity dot OK, and then I will call my service dot find all books. This method, we don't have it yet, but we will create it in a few seconds. So it will take 3 parameters: page, size, and connected user. So here it's a dot, and now let's create this method first, and it will return, as we mentioned, a page response object of book response. All right, so now it will return null for now, but let's go ahead and create this page response wrapper. And I will create a class, and I will create it in my common package, since I will use this page response almost everywhere. So as you can see, this page response is generic, as my IDE created by default. So I will add a getter annotation. Also, I need the setter, and I need the builder, and of course my all args and no args constructor. So this page response will have first a private list, and this list, it will be of type T, so the same type as the page response, and I will call it content. So then I will have a private int number, so the number, the page number, and then a private int size, so the size of each page. And here I will have a private long total element. So this one is long, and then I will call it total elements. And then I will have also a private int total pages. And here I will need 2 flags. The first one is a boolean first, and the second one is a private boolean last. So just to see or to know if the page is the last one or if the page is the first one. So now let's go back to our book service and continue implementing this one. So the first thing that we need is to get our user. So the user, we can just copy this one since it's the same. So here it will be user connected user.get principal. And now in order to implement paging, what we need to do is to create a pageable object. So the pageable object is the one from the Spring Framework.data.domain. It's not the one from AWT. So here a pageable, and I will call it pageable equals page request dot off. And here I can provide the page, the size, and also if I want to do a sorting. So this is what I want to do. I want to sort the list of book by created date in a descending order. So I will use a sort dot by, and here I need to specify the attribute or the property. So it's called created date, as we mentioned it in here. So let me see. So it's in the common package and it's in the base entity. So it's called created date. So you need to use the same variable as in here or the same field name. And then I want to use a descending, or like I want it to be in a descending order. So we display the latest created ones first. And then here I want to return a page. So this is the default object that will be returned by Spring Data JPA, but I want to use another one. So it will be a page of book. And then I will call it books equals my book repository dot find all displayable books. So when we return the list of all the books, we just need to return all the displayable ones. So if one or many users, they don't want to share a book, so we do not need, or we should not display these books. So I will create a method, find all displayable books. So we don't have it yet, but we will create it in few moments. I need to pass the pageable. Also, I need to pass the user.getID. So since I want, as I mentioned, to get all the books of all the users except the connected one. So now let's go ahead and implement this method. So here it will return a page of book, but here we need to write the query our own. All right, so here I will use the query annotation. And now the query, it will be something like this. So I can use this notation right here, and then it will be select book, and then from book the class, and then I will give it an alias book. So here I will add the conditions. So first of all, the book.archived should be false. So I need to get all the non-archived books, and book.shareable, it should be equals true. So this is what we mean by all displayable books. So it should not be archived and it should be shareable. And book.owner.id is different from the user ID that we will pass as a parameter. So this one, I will just rename it to user ID. So just because here, whether we use the same name as in here, or we need to add a param annotation to this one, we will use it in a different method. But for now, I think this one is clear. So now if I go back to my book service, I can create a list of book response. And this book response, I will call it book responses, or book response equals books.stream. And then after streaming, I will perform a mapping, and here it will be book mapper. And then I can use method reference and to book response, and then I can use to list. So here I can directly use to list. And now all I need to do is to return a new page response. So a new page response, and now I need to pass a few parameters to it. So here I need my book response as the content, and also I need to return books.getNumber. So this will return the number or the page number, and then books.size. And then I need also books.getTotalElements. And I need also the books.getTotalPages. And I need books.is is first, and finally books.isLast. So this is my object to like page response that will return the book response, so which is this one. So we looped, or we streamed over the list or the page of books. We just performed a mapping and we collected it as a list. So now if we go back to this book controller, I need to import this page response, and we are done with the pagination and also getting the list of all the displayable books. So now we can move ahead and we can get the list, or we implement the method to fetch the list of all the books by the owner. So let's go ahead and implement that one. Now let's implement our next method. So again, it will be a get mapping, and then I will give it a path /owner. So just to get all the books by owner. And again, it will be a public response entity. And then again, it will be a page response of book response. And here I will call the method find all books by owner. And for that, I again need the same parameters as here. So I'll just copy paste them. So we need the page, the size, and also the connected user. So now all I need to do, I can also copy this one since it will be almost the same method. And here instead of find all books, I will call find all books by owner. So let's go ahead and create this method. Alright, so now let's start implementing this find all books by owner. So again, we need this one. So we need the user. And then also we want to have a pageable. So let's copy it also from here. And now, so this pageable will also like return a page of book response or page of books. And then what we want to do, we want to fetch the list of books by owner. So here what we can do something like this. So I can copy this line right here, but we will do some changes. So books find or repository dot find all displayable books, but here instead we will do find all. And now what we want to do, we want to pass a specification to it. So here I want to create one specification just to filter the books by the user. All right, so here I will say just spec. I will change it in a few seconds, and then I need to pass the pageable as a parameter. All right, so now in order to create this book specification, what we need to do is to create a class. So here in this in the same package, I will create a new class and I will call it book specification. All right, so this book specification, it will contain a static method. So I will create public, static, and then specification. So a specification of type what? So we want to apply a specification on a book. So it will be of type, like the type of specification of a book. So here with owner. So I will call this method with owner or with owner ID, and I will pass an integer owner ID. So now what to return? So I will use return, and for the specification we need the root and we need a query, and finally we need a criteria builder. So I already implemented this in one of my courses, but this time we will use specification. So it's almost the same way to use the criteria query. So here I will use criteria builder dot equal. And then what we want to get. So we want to get the root dot get, and here I want to get which field. So, and this criteria builder will point to the book. All right. So I want to get the owner field from the book, and then again dot get and then ID. All right. And I want to match this ID with what? With the owner ID. So this is how my criteria looks like. So this is my specification. Now, if I go back to my book service, I can call my book specification dot with owner ID. And the owner ID is the user dot get ID. I can import this method statically. So just to keep it shorter, but as you can see here, the find all, it does not support the specification. So here, if we go to the book repository, so the book repository, it extends only JPA repository, and within the JPA repository, we don't have anything that supports the specification. So what we need to do, we need also also by extending the JPA repository, we need to extend another interface, which is called JPA specification executor. And again, we need to pass the type. So here, when we extend this one, so this JPA specification executor will give us the support of this specification. All right, so this one. So now you can see that the error is gone and we can say, or we can use the specification. So I'm trying to give you as much information or as much tricks and tools that you can use in order to have a better implemented and well-maintained application. All right, so now since we have the list of the books, we can as the next step, so we can use just this one. All right, so I will just copy paste it and move it to here. So it's then the same way. I will have like a book response, which is book.stream, and then I will map it to a book response and then to list. And finally, we need to return our page response with these parameters. So now we have our find all books by owner implemented and ready to use, and we also saw together how to implement a specification. So again, let me resume it quickly. So to create specification, all we need to do is to create a class, and it's always better to use static methods. So the method should be of type specification, and this specification comes from this package right here, org spring framework .data JPA domain. And we need to pass the type or the root or the entity that we want to apply this specification to. So here we called it with owner ID, and we need to pass the parameter. And here what we need to do, we can use just a lambda expression. So here we need the root, query, and criteria builder. And what we want to apply is the criteria builder, and we want to fetch all the books where the owner ID equals the owner ID. So it looks something like this query right here, but I wanted to show you how to use specification. And here the trick for using the specification is to extend also the JPA specification executor interface. So now coming back to here, the rest of the method or the rest of the code is the same as before. So now, since we finished implementing this find all by owner, now let's move on and implement the next method to fetch or to find all the borrowed books by user. So each user should have the possibility to fetch or to see all the borrowed books. So let's move on and implement this one. Alright, we made together a really good progress in implementing our API features or our application features. So the next step, I will duplicate this method and I will call it find all borrowed books. Find all borrowed books. And here I will also rename this one to borrowed. So because I just copy pasted it because we have the same parameter. So we need the page size, so we always need the paging. And here we have the connected user because we want to fetch all the borrowed books for the connected user itself. And here I will rename the method to find all borrowed books. Borrowed books. And since we don't have this method yet, so let's go ahead and create it. Alright, so now let's move on to the implementation and let me explain to you what we need to do. So the first thing, we need to get the user. So I can paste it from here, and then I can also create my pageable object. So I always want to sort my elements by the created date in the descending order. So now what I want to fetch. So here we know when it comes to borrowing a book, so we know that we have a relationship between the book and the history or the book transaction history. So for that, we need to use that one. So what we want to do, I want to have a list first of all, I want to have a page of book transaction history. So this book transaction history, I will call it all borrowed book. All borrowed books equals, and here I will need a transaction history repository, which we don't have yet. So I will go here to history, right click, and then I will create a class, and it will be an interface, and I will call it book transaction history repository. All right, so for this one, we need again to extend, of course, our JPA repository, and here it should be book transaction history and an integer. So let me make it full screen and then integer. So we have our repository now, so we can just inject it in here. So here I will say private and then final book transaction history repository, and I will call it book transaction history repository. So now if I go back to my method, so I will use my book transaction history repository, or I can just rename it to a shorter name and I will call it just transaction history repository. And then dot find all, and this find all, sorry, not just find all, but find all books, or find all borrowed books. Borrowed books. So this find all borrowed books, I need to pass my pageable since I want to implement paging, and of course my user.getID because I want to find all the borrowed books for a specific user or for the connected user. So we don't have this method yet. I will implement it, and now we will use again our query. All right, so let's prepare it, format the code, and now let's write our query. So the query of this method is so simple. So I will do select history from book transaction history, and I will give it this alias history. So here I just need to add the condition or the where clause. It's where my history.user.id equals my user ID. I think I made a mistake here. So user.getID instead of getBooks. So now I can change it in here. So it will be integer and then user ID. And now I can optimize the imports, and here equals colon user ID. So here to pass a parameter, it's mandatory to specify colon and then the attribute or the field name. Now let's go back here and let's finish implementing this method. So again, I will need a list of borrowed book response, and it's an object that we don't have yet, and let's call it book response equals all borrowed books dot stream, and then I want to do a mapping again, which is my book mapper, and then method reference to borrowed book response, and then to list. All right, so first we don't have this borrowed book response. Let's go ahead and create this class, and we can create it in our book package. So again, I want to have my my annotation, so I will just copy it from one of them. So here I will just copy this one. And for the field, we want almost the same field as the book response. So let me close some classes in here. The mapper, we will need it in a few moments. So here my book response, and I will need the ID, the title, the author name, the ISBN, and rate and return approved. So I will just copy all of them and I will remove all the unnecessary fields. So I need title, author name, ISBN. I don't need the synopsis, neither the owner or the cover. The rate is fine, and here it's returned whether it's true or false because we need this flag, and here we need our return approved. All right, so now if we go back in here, we just finally need to implement these two borrowed book response method. So here, borrowed book response, and it's so simple. It's almost like this one. So I will copy this part right here. So borrowed book response dot builder, and then dot build. I will rename this one to history just for a short name. And now here for the builder, for the ID, here I will just do something. So it will be history dot get and then book. So now I can add the parentheses. So here we said that we need the title, author, ISBN. We don't need the synopsis. We don't have the archived, since this one we also don't need it. Shareable, neither the owner, and the cover. So here we just say returned. Here it's borrowed book response, and here it's returned or return approved and dot returned. So for the returned, it will be history dot is returned, and now history dot is return approved. And now we just finished the mapping. So I think I went too fast, but let me explain this. So here, since we have our borrowed book response, all I did is just to return a borrowed book response, and then history.getBook.getID, history.getBook.getTitle, history.getBook.authorName, and so on and so forth, except for the isReturn, which is already a field or a property, which is part of the book history entity, which is the returned and the return approved, which I just get it directly from the history object. Now I can go back to my book service and I can finish implementing this one. So for this, I can also copy this one and do some renaming to move a bit faster. So I will just paste it in here. And now instead of using the book, so here it's the same object book response, but for this one, it should be all borrowed books. So I will use a shortcut from IntelliJ, and here like the error is because we are returning a page response of borrowed book response, and here we just created as a book response. So let's change the type here. And now we need to go back also to our controller and change the return type to borrowed book response, since it's not the same object, because we want to do, or like we want to return a lighter object as a borrowed book. So we don't want to return all of it. And also the borrowed book, it has 2 extra fields. So that's why I wanted to create another object. All right, so now I think we are done with find all the borrowed books. Now I guess we can move on and implement the next one. So here we can implement the all returned books. So when a user borrows a book, he needs to return it. So he can also check all the returned books. All right, now let's implement the next method, which is find all returned books. So we know that when a user borrows a book, he also needs to return it, and also the owner of the book needs to see all the returned books. So what I will be doing, I will duplicate this method and I will just start renaming. So here I will call it returned, and here find all, instead of borrowed books, I will say returned books. And we will have the same parameters, page size, and also the connected user. And here, instead of calling the find all borrowed books, I will call a new method, find all returned books. So we don't have this method. Let's go ahead and create it. So this method is almost the same as the borrowed books. Instead, we need just to create another method in our repository. So I will go ahead and copy all the content. I will paste it in here. And now all I need to do is to change this borrowed book to returned book or returned books. So we don't have yet this method. I will create it in my repository. So it will be a page of book transaction history. And here I will just rename this one. Instead of ID, I will call it user ID, just to be consistent and to make things clear. Also, I will copy this query since it's also the same. So here, query, and for this query, I'd like to get or to fetch or to find all the returned books. So here we need to select the history. It's the same thing since we have everything in the transaction history. And then what we want to select. So here, instead of selecting the history.user_ID, it will be history.book.owner.id equals user ID. So like all the returned books, the ones that belong to the owner. All right. So if we go back here to book service, so now we have everything, or like we have implemented already these find all returned books. So now if I go back to the controller, everything seems to be fine. And now we can move on to the implementation of the next method. So the next method will be to find or to update a shareable status. So to update a shareable status, what we want to do, we want to, for a specific book or for a book ID, we want to update the status of that book. So we want to make it shareable or non-shareable. Alright, so let's move on and do this. Alright, so now the next method, it will be a patch mapping, since I want to patch something or I want to change some information in a resource, and for now, or like for this case, it's the book. So I want to update one field, so that's why we need to use a patch mapping. So here I will say shareable and then / book ID. So book ID. So this means that I want to update the shareable status, and like it will be one time it will be true and the other time it will be false. So we will make it kind of generic. So it will be again a public response entity of type integer. All we need just to return the book ID, the one that we updated, and I will call the method update shareable status. So of this update shareable status, it will have, or like it will require a few parameters. So first we need a path variable, and then as I mentioned before, it should have or we should give it the same name as the parameter right here. And then what we need to do is integer book ID. And also we need our authentication object, and let's call it connected user as always. Alright, so now all we need to do is to return a response entity, response entity.ok, and we need to call our service.update shareable status. And we need to pass our book ID and connected user as parameters. Alright, so let's go ahead and create this method since we don't have it yet, and it will return an integer as mentioned before. So to update the shareable status, first we need to fetch the book. So I will create a book equals book repository dot find by ID. So this find by ID book, and if we don't find it, or else throw, and I want to throw a new entity not found exception. So here a new entity not found exception, and we can say, for example, no book found with the ID we received as a parameter, which is the book ID. Otherwise, if we have the book, so what we need to do, again, here we can get our connected user. So let's paste this one right here, and now we need to do some checks. All right, so the first check, which is only the owner of the book can update his books. So for example, if the book is owned by the user having the ID 1, another user having the ID 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, or 7, and so on and so forth, cannot update this book. Only the owner can update the book. That's why we need this user right here. So now, the first check to do is if not, and I will use objects.equal or equals. So what I want to compare is the book.getOwner.getID. I want to compare it to the connected user.getID. Sorry, it should be getID. So if these two objects are not the same, or these two values are not the same, what we need to do, here we need to throw an exception. So here we need to throw an exception. So the exception that we want to throw, or that we need to throw, is for, like, we need to inform the user that this operation is not permitted. And within Spring or Java, we don't have such an exception. So what we will do, we will create our exception, or we will create this exception. So here I will say throw new operation not permitted exception. So I need to create this exception my own, and here I will just add in a message. So you cannot update books shareable status because you do not own it, or we can keep it even simple like that. All right. So here we don't have it yet. We will come back and implement this one later on. Now we need just to update the set shareable status, which is the not book.getShareable status. Not get, sorry, but is shareable. So we just to inverse the value. So for example, if the book is shareable and we want to stop sharing it, we just need to change this one from true and the negation will be false. And the same for the opposite case. And then all I need to do is book repository.save my book. And finally, we want to return the book ID that we received, since like the book ID will not change, and in case the book does not exist with this ID, so like we will fall into this throw, otherwise we have this throw too, and so on and so forth. So now what we need to do, we need to create this operation not permitted exception. All right, so now I will create a class. And now I will not create this class in the book, but I will create a new package and I will call it exception. All right. So here the exception, or this operation not permitted exception, extends throwable, but I will make it extends runtime exception because I want my exception to be a non-checked exception. So I want it only to happen during the runtime. So here all I need to do is to have the super s or super msg. This string msg, and I need to call my superclass with msg, like calling the constructor of the parent class with the same or with this one. All right, so now I have my operation not permitted exception. But remember one thing super important: when you have an exception, you need always to think about handling this exception. So what we need to do is to handle this exception inside our handler. All right, so you need to we need to add a new handler exception, or a new exception handler to handle this method or operation not permitted exception. All right, so let's go ahead and do it. So now in order to do that, so it's super easy. We can copy, for example, this one. So I will duplicate it, and here I will just say operation not permitted exception. Same here, operation not permitted exception. So now instead of internal server error, it will be a bad request, since something happened and the request that was made is not correct. And here we can keep the exception response and the error, which is the exp or the exception.get message. So this is how we need to handle. So every time you create or you throw a new exception, always think about handling this exception. All right, because this is super important. Otherwise, like, the exception will be thrown in the console, and once you have your project or your application in a production environment, or even in a dev environment, something different than your local machine, you will not be able to see what happened exactly. So this is important. We need to check that. All right, so now we are done with this method. So what we need to do is to move to the next method, which is archive a book. So in the same way as we implemented this update shareable status, we need to implement the method update archived status. So let's move on and let's do it. All right, so the next thing, in the same way, we want to implement update shareable status. So archived status. So in the same way, it will be a patch mapping. So that's why I just duplicated this method. So it's a patch mapping, and here instead of shareable, I will say archived, and then I will call this one update archived status. So we need also the book ID and the connected user, and here instead of update shareable status, I want to call update archived status. So we don't have it yet, so let's go ahead and create this method. And this method looks almost the same as this one. So I will just go ahead and copy the content of the method here, and I will show you what we need to update. So first, we need always to get the book, or try to get the book, and then we need to check if the owner is the one who is trying to implement. So here, we need to compare the owner.getID, not getBooks, and the same way here, so it should be owner.getID. Alright, so now let's continue. Here, if the user is not the same, so we can just show or update or give or send back the same error message. So here we just need to change this one to archived status. So you cannot update others, let's say others here, and also others books archive status and shareable status. So if or after checking if the user owns this book, so we can now update or set this archived, and here is archived, and then we save the book and return the book ID. So here we don't need to handle this exception, since it's already handled in here, like in the previous step, so we don't need to write anything else for it. So now we are done also with this method, which is update the archive status. So now we will move to one of the most important features, which is to borrow a book. How to borrow a book. So I want, so for example, I found a book and I want to borrow it. I like the book, so I just want to implement the method or the functionality or the feature for it. So focus with me, follow me, and let's implement this functionality. All right, so the next method, it will be a post mapping, and this post mapping, I will give it a path /borrow and then /book ID, which should be a path variable. So now I want to have a public response entity, and for this response entity I will just return an integer, and I will call it borrow book. So this borrow book, I will need exactly the same, these two parameters, a path variable, book ID, and my connected user, just to know who wants to borrow which book. All right, so now all I need to do is to return a response entity dot OK, and then I need to call my service dot borrow book. And this borrow book, it will take two parameters, book ID and the connected user. All right, so yet we don't have this method. Let's go ahead and create it. And now let's start implementing and understand how to borrow a book. All right, so the first step is we need to fetch the book. All right, so we need to make sure that we have the book in our database. So I will create a book equals book repository dot find by ID, and then I have book ID, or else I need to throw an exception. So if I cannot find the book, I will throw an exception, which will be a new entity not found exception. And here I can say no book found with the ID, the one that we provided. So here plus book ID. So now I have the book, or I don't. So the next step, I need to check if the book is not archived and is shareable. So if the book is archived or not shareable, so this is an operation not permitted exception, and we need to stop the borrowing operation or the borrowing functionality. So here, if my book dot is archived, so if the book is archived or not, my book dot is shareable. So if the book is archived or not shareable, so I need to throw a new operation not permitted exception, and here I can say the requested book cannot be borrowed since it is archived or not shareable. All right, so now I handled the first case, or the first business case. Next, if the book is not archived and the book is shareable, so which is the opposite case, I will need my user object. So I will just paste it in here. So now I need to get the user from the connected user. All right. So now what I need to do, I need to check that the book, that the user is not the same as the owner. So here you remember this check right here. I will copy it, And now all I need to do is to remove this negation. So here, if the owner of the book is the same connected user, so if I want to borrow my own book, so this operation should not be permitted, since I cannot borrow my own book. All right, so here I will just say you cannot borrow your own book. All right, so the next step, or like the next check that we need to do, we need to check if the book is already borrowed or not. So we cannot borrow a book which is already borrowed. So this is what we need to check. So now I will create a final boolean is, I will call it is already borrowed, equals our transaction history repository dot, I will create a method and I will call it is already borrowed by user. So is already borrowed by user. So if this book is already borrowed by another user, so I need the book ID, and then I need the user dot get ID. So we don't have this method yet, so let's go ahead and create it. So it will be all right, so let me just rename it. Let me fix the typo. So now we have this method, so is already borrowed by user. So now again I will need my query annotation. All right, so for this query annotation I will do select, and now how to check if we have or if this book is borrowed. So now all I need to do is to count star, so like I want to count everything which should be greater than 0. So if I have any count of the following, like I will give you the workloads and you will understand it. So I will call it as is borrowed from my book transaction history, and I will call it book transaction history. So this is the alias that I will be using now, where my book transaction history dot user dot ID equals the user ID that I passed as a parameter. So this one I will just rename it to user ID. So if the book transaction history dot user dot ID equals this one, so this is where I want to count. So I want to get all the transactions of the current user. Then the second check is, and my book transaction history dot book ID is the book in question, which is the book ID that I have as a parameter. So book ID. And finally, I need to check every transaction where the book or like the return is not yet approved, because we mentioned that when we borrow a book, we will save a line, or like we will have a record in our book transaction history. And when the user returns a book, he will just mention in the application and say, hey, I just returned this book. But we cannot approve, or we cannot say that this book was returned unless the owner of the book confirms that the book was returned. So that's why we have the two flags, returned and return approved. So now we need to check that the book transaction history dot return approved equals false. So if the return is not approved, this means that the book is already borrowed by another user. Even if the book transaction history dot returned flag equals true, this does not mean that the book is available, since the book should be available only when the owner updates or like set this return approved to true. All right, so we will see when we move on to the implementation of the rest of this. All right, so now we have this flag. The next thing I need to check if is already borrowed. So if the book is already borrowed, I want also to throw the same exception, which is operation not permitted exception. So I will say here, just I will change the message. The requested book is already borrowed. So we cannot borrow it 2 times since it's not available. All right, so now everything is done. We did all the checks. So here the book is not archived and also is shareable. Also, we made sure that the user did not borrow his own book. And again, we checked that the book is not borrowed by another user. So if this is the case, all I need to do is to create a book transaction history object. So I will call it book transaction history equals book transaction history dot builder dot build. So I will just build an object of type book transaction history. So now I will set the user, which is my user, and then the book, which is also the book in question. And now I need to set the returned to false, since when we borrow a book, it's not returned, neither return approved. So return approved, also we need to set it to false. So this is how we can build, or this is how we should build our book transaction object. So once everything is done, all I need to do is to call my transaction repository dot save my book transaction history dot get ID to return the ID of the transaction. So this way we can borrow a book by checking all the rules and make sure that the book is in the correct state to be borrowed by a user. And again, just to resume, the correct state is the book should not be archived and should be shareable. And then the user cannot borrow his own book. And finally, or the final check, when we want to borrow a book, we need to make sure that this book is not borrowed by another user, even if the user is the user himself. So if the user, for example, cannot borrow the book 2 times. So since it's not returned at the first place. So this is how we can implement this borrow book. Now we will move on and implement the next method, which is to return a book. All right, so we can implement this functionality. Now let's implement our next method, which will be a patch mapping. And then we need to return a book. So it will be /borrow /return, and we need, of course, our book ID. So for that, I will create a public response entity of type integer, and then I will call it return borrow book. All right, so I will need the same parameters as in here. We need the book and we need the connected user, and simply we need just to return a response entity dot OK, and then I need to call my service dot return borrowed book. And I need, of course, my book ID and the connected user. Since we don't have yet this method, let's go ahead and create it. So now this method, or the implementation of this method, is quite easy or quite simple. So first thing, we need to make sure that we have the book in our database. So we can copy this one. So now, like, you will see that with the copy pasting, and when you understand how to do things, it will be so much easy. So the next check is we need also to check that the book is not archived and also is shareable. So we have the same check as in here. So we can also copy paste it. So this is this check is important. And the next check is the same as in here. So we need to make sure that the user cannot borrow or return his own book. So like you may ask, since we blocked the user in here, so we don't need to do this check while we want or we need to return a book. But I would answer yes, you do, because something might happen. So we need to do that. So here I will just change the message. You cannot borrow or return your own book. All right. So next, we need to make sure that the user has already borrowed this book. So if he did not borrow this book, so we need to also return an operation not permitted exception. All right. So here I will try to get the book transaction history, and I will call it book transaction history equals my transaction history dot sorry, I just said something in French, that's why I laughed. So I will say find by book. So I want to find the transaction by book ID and user ID and user ID, and here I will pass the book ID as a parameter and the user.get ID as a second parameter. So since we don't have this method find by book ID and user ID, I will create it in here, and let's write the query for it. So we have query, and now the query is select transaction from book transaction history, and I will give it the transaction alias. And now we need to write the where clause. So first, where transaction.user.id equals the user ID that I passed as a parameter. So again, I need to change this one to user ID. All right, the next, and transaction.book.id equals my book ID. So this is the second check. The third one, and transaction.returned equals false. So this means that this is why we want to check if the user has already borrowed this book. So it should not be returned, and also the return approved should be false. And transaction.return approved equals false. So this way we can check, or we can find a book by book ID, or we find transaction by book ID and user ID. All right, now we can go back here. Since we found this user, or since we tried to find this user, but I will just do one small check here. I will change this one to an optional. So since I want to wrap it, yep. All right, so here what I can do is, if I cannot find the user, or else throw. So if I cannot find any transaction for the selected book and the user ID, this means that the user did not borrow this book. So now, or else throw, and I want to throw a new operation not permitted exception. All right, so, and here I will say you did not borrow this book. So that's why you cannot return it. All right, so next, if all these conditions are false, and this means like the book is not archived and shareable, and also the user, like the owner is not the same user, and finally if the user already borrowed this book, so what I can do, I would do just book transaction history dot set returned to true, and now all I need to do is to call my transaction history repository dot save, and I want to save my book transaction history, and I will get the ID and return it to my controller, and then the response will be also sent to the final user, whether it can be a web application, mobile application, Postman, and so on and so forth. So we will see that later on. So we are done with returning a book. So the next step is to approve a returned book. All right, so like we are almost done with the implementation of the different features of our book functionality. We will move on to the rest, but this one we need to implement next. We need to implement the approve return borrowed book, and then we need to implement the method to upload a book cover picture. All right, so follow me along with this, and let's move on to the next step. All right, so the next method, as I mentioned before, is to implement the approve return borrow book. So I will duplicate this one, and here it will be like the path will be borrow / return / approve. So we want to approve the return, and we need of course the borrow book, and now I will just rename this one to approve return borrow book. All right, so we again need the path variable, which is the book ID, and also the connected user. And now I will also rename this method approve return borrowed book. So we don't have it. Let's create the method and let's start implementing this one step by step, and I will explain to you what we need to do. So first we need to do all the checks that we did in here. So like we need to find the book, make sure that we have the book. Also make sure that the book is not archived and is shareable. And the same in here, we need to make sure that the user is not the owner of the book. So now I will paste this one. So the next step is we need to find the book by the owner. So it's exactly the same one in here. So we need to make sure that the book is already owned by the connected user. All right, so here I will just rename this method and I will implement it. So here, instead of finding a book by finding the transaction by book ID and user ID, I want to find it by a book ID and owner ID. All right, so I want to get the transaction, or like where the book, or like where the owner is the owner of the connected user is the owner of the borrowed book. So let's create this method right here. So I will just make this one as an optional, and here of book transaction history, find by owner ID. All right, so here we need our query annotation again. So let's write the query for it. So the query will be exactly or almost the same as this one, so transaction, but the only thing that we need to change is that the transaction.book.owner instead of user ID, it should be transaction.book.owner.id equals user ID. And then we need to check that the book ID is also the same, and now the book should be returned. Like this return flag should be true. So that's why, because we want to approve the return of this book. So the book needs to be returned first and then should not be approved. All right. So now if we go back to our book service, and we can finish the implementation of this part. All right. So here, if the book is not returned yet, so we can also say or like return a different error message. And we can say, for example, the book is not returned yet, so you cannot approve this or its return. All right, so this is the check and this is the error message. And now the final step is book transaction history dot set return approved to true. And if everything is fine, all I need to do is transaction history repository dot save my book transaction history dot get ID, and this one will be or should be returned to the final user. Now, if we go back here, we just implemented this borrow book. Now we will move to some important feature, which is how we can upload a file or how we can upload a picture to our application and save it on the server. So like we will not save the picture in the backend, in the database, but we will save it somewhere in our server. So like we will create or we will have something here. For example, we can create an uploads folder and we want to upload all the pictures or all the files that we will upload in this place. So now follow me along this and let me show you how to upload this one. All right, now let me show you how we can upload a file to our file system or to our server. So first, let's start with creating a method. So it will be a post mapping, and then we will have like this, the following path. Let's say /cover/book ID. So we want to update a cover or a picture or a cover book to a book ID. So then we need to specify consumes. So what we want to consume exactly. So we want to consume a multi-part /form data. So this is important in order to upload a file. So then I will create a public response entity, And now, like, I will make it just an interrogation mark since I'm not sure yet what I want to return, and I will call it upload book cover picture. And this upload book cover picture, I will need my two parameters as usual, like I need the book ID and the authentication, which is the connected user. But in the middle, I will add a request part, and this one I will call it file. So this will be my file, and here I will call it just it's a multi-part file object, and I will call it again file. All right, so now there is another annotation called parameter, and this one is from Swagger. We will need it later on, like we will need it in the future, so I will just add it from now since I already faced this issue before, but I will explain it when we come to this part. All right, so now all I need to do, first I will just return response entity dot accepted dot build. So then all I need to do is to call my service dot upload book cover picture, and I need to pass the file, the connected user, and my book ID as parameters. We don't have this method yet, so let's go ahead and create it. So to create this, or to upload a file, what I will be doing, I will create another service and I will call it file storage service, for example. And this file storage service will be a helper for me in order to upload the file. So, but first, let me show you, or let me explain to you the first steps that we need to do before uploading the file. So the first thing, I need to find the book. So I need to make sure that I have the book. So I will copy this one right here. So book, find by ID, if not, throw an exception. So this is so classic, and now you know it. And also I need my user. I can delete these two lines. Now what I want to do, I will have a variable, and let's call it book cover, for example, or profile picture, or you can call it whatever, equals, and here I will need my file storage service. So this is the service that I will be creating, and I will create a method call it save file. And this save file, it will take the file itself, the book ID, and user.getID. Since for each user I want to create a folder where I will upload all the files that belong to that specific user. All right, so once we upload the file, all I need to do is book.setCover, just book.setBookCover, the book cover. All right, and then book repository dot save book. So since in the book right here, we said that in this book entity, we said that the book cover will be just a string, and this string is the file path of our uploaded file or uploaded picture. So now let's move on and create this file storage service and start implementing this save file method. So I will scroll to the top. I can reduce this one. And here, for example, I will say private final file storage service, and I will call it file storage service. All right, so we don't have it yet, and let's go ahead and create it. So I will create a class, and now I will create another package, and I will call it file. All right, so here it will be a service, and I will say also required Args constructor, just in case I need to inject something. And now if we come back here, we have this, or we need to define this method called save file. All right, so this save file, I will create this method, and this method, it will return the string or string, because the string is the file path or the final file path where we saved our file. So here there is something important I need to remind you about it. So here if we go to source and then main and then resource, you see here that in our application.yaml, we defined something here. So here we said spring.servlet.multipart.max file size is 50 megabytes. All right, so you can increase it, you can reduce it. The choice is up to you, but this is something important that we need to define. So let's not forget about it. So now let's move on to the implementation of this file save or save file method. All right, so here I will just break the lines for these parameters, and also I will make them all a non-null option. So at non-null, and let me import this one. All right, so like the file should not be null, the book should not be null, and the same for the user ID should not be null, because if any of them is null, we might face an issue while uploading our file. So the first thing that I will create is a final string. So here I will call it file upload sub path. So I know the path, or I know the final path of my upload file, but I want to create a subpath. So the final path is, for example, is the output path. All right. So let's say on my server, I want to create a folder and I want to call it uploads, for example. And inside these uploads, I want to create a subpath for each user. All right. So the subpath equals users. And then I can use file.separator, and this separator, like it will fall to the system separator. All right, so here it's file system.getSeparator, and so on and so forth. So this, like, we can avoid caring about whether it's a slash or // and so forth. And now plus user ID. So let me rename this one to user ID to make it more relevant. And here user ID. So this is the sub path. But now we need, of course, our file upload path. So I will create a private string, and then I will call it file upload path. And this file upload path, I want it to be generic, or I want to configure it because the file upload path might depend from one environment to another. All right, so I will use the value annotation from Spring, and here I will create my my value. All right, so now let's move on to our application.yaml. So if I go to main, resources, and then application dev, where we defined this information right here. So now I will create a new property, and this property will be on the same level as mailing and also as security. So I will call it file, and then uploads, and then I will call it photos, since we want to upload photos output dash path. All right. So for now, I will just upload it to /uploads. So this means that I will have a folder here in my root folder called uploads, and this one we will see how we can create it. So I will copy the reference of this one, and I can close this YAML file, and now I will paste this. So just to make sure that it's correct, whether you keep pushing or you keep pressing the control button and highlight with the mouse on this path, and you will see the value of it, which is /uploads. All right, so now what we need to do is to call another method. So I will create another method, and I will call it upload file. So here I will say return upload file, for example, and I will pass the source file. So this one I will also rename it source file. So since this is the file that we want to upload, and here I need my file upload sub path. All right, let's create this method, and it should return a string as well. And here we have these two parameters, and also I will say it should not be null. It should be a non-null parameters. All right. Now, the first thing, let's start by composing or preparing our final upload path. So I will create a final string, and I will call it final upload path. So this final upload path will be my file upload path plus my separator. So for this separator, I will just import it statically and use it in here, plus file upload subpath. So it will be, for example, it will be ./uploads/user/user ID, for example, 1, and this will be the final upload path. All right. So then we need to make sure that we have the target folder. So here I will create a file, an object of type file, and I will call it target folder equals a new file of my final upload path. So this is, we are just creating an object of type file. So now we need to perform a check if we have already this folder, this folder. So if not, so if we don't have this target folder dot exists, so if this folder does not exist, what I want to do, I want to create it. So here I will create a variable, call it folder created equals target folder dot make directories. You have like two options, whether make dir or make dirs. So make dirs, it will create the folder and all its subfolders. So like it will create it recursively. So now if not folder created, so if the folder is not created or for any reason we cannot create, I want to log some error. So here I will just use the annotation slf for j just to log something, and here I will say just log.warn, and I will say failed to create the target folder. All right, and I will return null. So if we cannot create the target folder, we should not proceed to upload the file itself. So now the next step is, from this file or from this source file, I would like to extract the file extension. So whether, for example, it's a JPG, PNG, PDF, and so on and so forth. So I need the file extension in order to use it to create my target file path later on. All right. So here I will create a final string and I will call it file extension equals, and I will create a method. I will call it get file extension. So this get file extension, we need our source file dot get original file name. So the original file name, it will return the full name of my file. So let's create this method. So the get file extension is quite a simple method to implement. So first we need to do some checks. If the file name, this one, let me just call it file name as a short name. So if my file name is null, or my file name is empty, so in this case we just return empty. All right, or we can return null, so it's up to you. So now I need an int last dot index. So you know, like the file is something like that, or the file name is something like that, something dot jpg or something like this. So I need to get the last index of this dot. All right, so equals file name dot last index of, and here dot. All right, so we can remove this one. Now we need just to make a simple check. If the last index is -1, this means that the file that we received does not have an extension, so we return empty string. Otherwise, we return simply file name dot substring from the last dot index +1. All right, and then we can say to lowercase, just in, for example, in case we receive something with something like this .jpg, we want to transform it to JPG. All right, so this is the get file extension method. Now let's go back and finish this implementation. So then afterwards, once we get the file extension, I will create another string and I will call it target file path. So this is where we want to save our file path. So the file or the target file path, I will rename the original file name since I want to save it, so I don't need to keep the same name with spaces, with special characters, and so on and so forth. This name I just need it to upload the file, and later on I don't need it anymore. So this one, it will be the final upload path plus my separator plus I will get the current milliseconds. So here I will use system dot get current or dot current milliseconds. All right, so I will just use this one to perform or like to create a new file name. All right, so I just imported it statically, that's why you see it in this way, and here plus my dot, and then of course the file extension as a final result. So this will be, for example, the file or the last output file, it will be ./uploads and then users and then /1 and / for example, this will be something like this current milliseconds.jpg. All right, so this is how the final path or the final file location and name will look like. All right, so here just I use current milliseconds to avoid, first of all, like as I mentioned, to avoid spaces and special characters on the files. And the second is to avoid to upload the same file twice. So this might lead to an issue when we want to get or to fetch the file for the file cover or the book cover for specific book. All right, so if the book, if we want to do it using the file name itself, so we can upload the file 2 times, and like this we might have an ambiguity or a confusion when we want to upload or to get this file. All right, so now I will create an object of type path, and this will be the target path equals paths.get, and here I need to pass the URI, which is the target file path. All right, so now I will need to use a try and catch, because this like when I want to write a file, this might lead to an IO exception, an input output exception. So here I will use files.write, and here I want to write it to the target path. And what I want to write my source file dot get bytes. All right, so here I need, of course, my catch, IO exception, and I will call it E, just in case. And here I will just do log dot error my exception, or like file was not saved as a message. And I can also attach the exception to see more details later on. Now I can say, for example, log.info. I can just log that the file saved to the target location, target file path, and all I need to do is to return the target file path. And in this way, we are able to upload a file. So this is the code for uploading a file. Now, if we just go back, well, here we see that we did not use the book parameter or the book ID, so we can remove it from here, and also we can remove it from here. So we did not use, or we did not need this book ID. So now we have this functionality or this upload book cover picture implemented. Now we can move on and implement the rest of the functionalities or the rest of the features. So what we need to implement next is, for example, this feedback. All right, so let me open here. So the next thing we need to implement is the feedback, how a user can give a feedback, and so on and so forth. But before doing this, we said that here in this book mapper, we have some to do, all right, which is the cover. All right, so in the next step, I will show you how to implement a method to fetch a file or to read a file from a location, and we will set it to the cover right here. All right, so now in order to implement this, so I will just uncomment this one, and for this I will create another class, and I will call it file utils. So here I will use file utils dot read file from location. So I will call the method like this, so like it will be a static method. And here the file location, we know that the file location is already stored in the book.getCover, right? .getBookCover. So this file utils, we don't have it. So let's go ahead and create a class file utils in the package file. All right. So if I go back to bookmapper, we can also create a method read file from location, and it will return a byte. So it's a public static byte read file from location. And this one, I will make a generic file URL. So we can read any file URL. So here, like reading a file is super easy. So first I want to check if string utils dot is blank of my file URL. This means that we have nothing, or like we did not receive any file URL. I will just return null. All right. Otherwise, I will use a try and catch. So here I can also catch an IO exception, and I will call it E. And this one I can also use SLF for J. So like, don't worry guys, we will implement logging later on. So I will show you how to implement the logging. So here it will be log.warn, for example, file or no file found in the path, and I can pass this path or file URL as a parameter. All right, so here I will use a variable of type path. I will call it file path equals a new file of my file URL, and then dot to path. All right, so here all I need to do is to return files dot read all bytes, and then I need to pass a file path as a parameter. So now, in this way, we are able to read a file path. So here I will just return null instead of returning an empty array. All right. So now if we go back to our bookmapper, so we have this cover. Now it will read the file from the location. So we will see all that when we test our API step by step. So we will implement, or like we will test all the features of our application, and mainly when we will implement the Angular part of our application. We all know that anything really deserves a feedback. So first, before moving forward, I'm really expecting a thumbs up from you, and also drop a comment and let me know what you think about this course so far. Alright, so since we are talking about feedbacks, now comes the phase, or comes the step to implement the feedback, or like giving a feedback for a specific book once we return a book. Alright, so this is what we will implement in this next step. Alright, now let's implement the next part of our API. So which is the feedback. So we are done with the book, we are done with the security, config, email, and so on and so forth. Now we need to go back and implement the feedback. So for the first thing, I will create a feedback controller. So this feedback controller, I need to give it a REST controller, and of course a request mapping. And for the request mapping, I will call it just feedbacks, and the required args constructor, and of course the tag as we did before. So the tag name equals feedback. All right, so the first thing we need to do is to inject our feedback service. So private final feedback service. Since we don't have it, we will create it, and let's call it service as a short name. So we don't have it. Let's go ahead and create the class for it in the same package feedback. So it will be a service, and also we need the required args constructor. All right. Now the first method that we will create is a post mapping, and this post mapping is just to create or to post a feedback. So public response entity of type integer, and let's call it save feedback. So this save feedback, we need a valid object as we did before. Also it should be a request body, and we need an object of type feedback request, which we don't have it yet, and we will create it in a few seconds. And of course, we need our authentication object, which is the connected user. All right, so now all we need to do, as always, is to return a response entity .ok, and then we need to call our service .save, and we need to pass the request and the connected user. All right, so let's first create this method. So it will return an integer, and since we don't have this feedback request yet, so let's go ahead and create a class of type feedback request. So the feedback request, instead of using a class, let's use a record, and it will be something like this. So for the feedback, we will have only 2 or 3 inputs. All right, so the first thing, we need a double note. So this is the note, like the note of the feedback, and then a string comment, and finally an integer book ID. So like we want to give a feedback for which book. So now we need to add some annotations, or like some validation annotation. So this one, it should be positive first. So, and let's say as we did before, so for the message, now we will choose 200 for the feedback. So all the validation exceptions of the feedback, it will be 200. All right. So here we will have at a minimum, and then a message, and let's say 201. And here, of course, we need a value for it, and let's say 0. And then we have also a max. So the max, let's say it's 5, since like we want to give it from 0 to 5 stars. And this one, it will be 202. And then we can move to the comment. So the comment, it should not null. And then the message, it will be 203. So like here, like for this one, it should be 200, since positive is like a different annotation, or like it should have a different error message. Same for the min value, and the same for the max value. But for the comment, we will have a not null, a not empty, and also a not blank. But all of them, they will have the same error code, which is 203, because we will return the same message. Like the comment should not be empty, or should not be null, or something like that. But it, for like the 3 of them, it will be the same error message. All right. So here the last one is not null for this, and this one will be 204 for example. All right. So the book ID should not be null, just an example. All right, so now if we go back to the service, we can implement this save method. So the save method is quite simple. So first we need to get our book. All right, so book equals repository, or book repository dot find by ID, and so on and so forth. So for that, we need to inject our private final book repository, and I will call it book repository. So we need to check that we have the book at the first place, and then we need to check that the book is not archived and is shareable, as we did before. And also the book should be, or like the owner should not be the same person who is giving the feedback, to prevent users from like giving false feedbacks or false notes to their own books. All right. So here I think I have it already somewhere here. Yes. All right. So now, so this one, it will be request.bookid. All right. So here we have book repository.find by ID, or else like it's the classic message, your book or like no book found with request.bookid. And then if the book is archived or not shareable, so we will change the message in here. So we say you cannot give a feedback to, or like for an archived or not shareable book. For an archived or not, so this one, archived. All right, sorry for the typos. Or not shareable book. And then the next step is to check if the user is not the same, or like if the user should not be the same user, or like should not be the owner of the book. All right, so the message will be you cannot give a feedback to your own book. All right, otherwise it's so simple. We will have a feedback object. I will call it feedback equals feedback mapper. As always, we need the mapper to feedback method out of my request. So I don't have this feedback mapper, so I will create it in here. So private final feedback mapper, and I will call it feedback mapper. So we don't have this class yet. Let's go ahead and create it in the same package. So now if I go back here, we don't have this method. So let's go ahead and create this feedback method. So it's a simple or a classic mapping method. So all I need to do is to return a feedback.builder.build. So now in order to build the feedback, I would need to set the node. So here you see that in my feedback request, I did not ask for the ID, since like I decided on my own that a feedback should not be updatable. So if a user gives a feedback, he should not be able to update the feedback. We can implement later on a patch mapping in case we want, or we say, for example, let's just update the text. All right, let's update the comment, but let's not change the notes. So for that case, we can accept and we can create a patch mapping for it. All right, so now let's do the transformation, and here also comment, and now we need to set the book. So here for the book, I will do book.builder.id, which is my book ID, and here .build. So here Lombok, here this is not an error, by the way, and the application will compile, but Lombok builder is missing a non-nullable fields. So Lombok now, like with the latest update, they always look for for the primitive value. So for example, it will not, if I change this one to Boolean, for example, this error will be gone. So if I change these two fields to Boolean, so this field or this error will be gone. All right, but for primitive types, it will always ask to add or to give a default value. So I will just give it false to satisfy Lombok, but it's not something mandatory, or it's not even an error. All right, so here I can even add a comment for you, not required, and has no impact. Just to satisfy Lombok. All right, so I will also paste it in here, and we are done with the mapping. So then later on, after we do the transformation, all we need to do is to call our feedback repository, which we don't have it yet, and then .save our feedback, and .get ID, which is the value that we want to return. We don't have this feedback repository yet, so let's go ahead and create it. And also this feedback mapper, we need to add the service annotation. So now private final feedback repository, and let's call it feedback repository. So let's go ahead and create an interface feedback repository, extends JPA repository of type feedback and integer. All right, so now I think everything now looks so classic. So now the save method is implemented, and also we saw how to implement all the stuff. So let me optimize the imports, and now we can move on and implement the next method, which is find all feedbacks by book. All right, so now let's create another get mapping, and I will give it a path /book. So I want to select all the feedbacks, but for specific book, and then book-id. So for that, I will create a public response entity, and this one, it will be of type page response since I want to add paging, and here it will be feedback response. I will create this object in a few seconds, and I will call it find all feedbacks by book. So for this, we will need first our path variable, and here it will be book ID, book-id, and then integer book ID. So also we need a request param, and this one we will give it the name page. So this is what we did before, and we will give it a default value 0. And also it should be required false, and this one it's int page. I will duplicate it, and I will call the next one size, and default value equals 10, and let's call it size. And the final parameter is our authentication object, which is the connected user. All right, so now all we need to do is to return our response entity.ok, and then service.find all feedbacks by book. And we need to pass the book ID, we need to pass the page size, and then we have the connected user. So let's go ahead and create this find all feedbacks by book. Let's create this method. All right, and then we need to create this feedback response. All right, so let's create it as a class, and this feedback response, it will contain like few fields, but before that we need our annotations, getter, setter, and we need our builder, and of course all args constructor and no args constructor. So for this we need a private double note. So this is the note, or like the average note, or like the note of the given feedback. Also we want to have a private string comment, so this should be the comment, and I want to add a flag, private boolean own feedback. So if this feedback was given by the connected user, so for example, imagine a user is checking or like seeing the book page details, or the book details page, and he's seeing like, or he's going through all the feedbacks, and when we come to a feedback that was given by the connected user, we will just highlight it in a different color to say that this was your feedback about this book. All right, now let's go back to our service and let's implement this simple method. So here we need to create an object of type pageable, as always. So don't mix the package when you import the pageable object. So here it will be a page, let's call it pageable first, and equals page request.auth, and here we need page and size as always. All right, so here we will not perform any ordering. You can also do it if you want to. So now I will create my user object equals my user of my connected user.getPrincipal. Next, it will be a page of type feedback, and now I will call it feedbacks equals feedback repository dot find all by book, or by book ID. And here of course we need to pass our book ID and the pageable object. And that's it. So we don't have this method yet. Let's go ahead and create it. All right, so this find all, it's a simple method. So I will use the query annotation. All right, so now it's select feedback from feedback, and here where feedback Yeah, here we need the alias, of course, feedback, where feedback.book.id equals the book ID that we passed as a parameter. So for the paging, JPA and Hibernate, they will take care of the paging. All right, so this is the simple query that we need. Now, if we go back here, I can close all these extra classes. So if we go back to our service, we can finish implementing this one. All right, so now after getting the page, I will create a list of feedback response. I will call it feedback responses or response equals our feedback or feedbacks.stream and then .map, and I want to use my feedback mapper, but for this time I will not use method reference, but I will use it differently because I need to pass an extra parameter. So it will be a feedback mapper to feedback response. All right, we don't have this method yet, but we will create it, and it will be f, so this parameter f, and then user.getID. All right, so and then to list, and that's it. So now let's go ahead and create this feedback response method, and this it should return a feedback response class. All right, so now if we go to our mapper, so this one I will just call it feedback as a full name. So it will be a feedback response.builder.build. So here we will have a node, which is our feedback.getNode. Also the comment, which is the feedback.getComment. And now if its own feedback, how we would calculate this, it will be objects.equals. And here what I want to compare the feedback.getCreatedBy compared to the ID or the user ID that we received in here. All right, so if the feedback was created by the same ID or by the same connected user, this means that its own feedback. All right, so now let's go back to our feedback service and finish implementing this part. So finally, all we need to do is to return a new page response, and now we need to pass our feedback responses and then feedbacks. So feedbacks.getNumber and then feedbacks.getSize, also feedbacks.getTotalElements as we did before, and then feedbacks.getTotalPages, and feedback is first, and finally feedbacks.is last. All right, so now we implemented these find all feedbacks by book. Let's move on to the next part and see what we need to implement, or like what is REST to implement in our API. So now, like from the first site, I just need to check, but here we implemented everything. So our API is ready to use. We can even go and start implementing the front end part, which is our Angular application. All right, so I hope this was clear. Don't forget to leave feedbacks. Also, don't forget to put some comments, and also don't forget to like this video. And let's move on to the next part. When you work within a team, and also if your team is working with different teams, there is something which is super important, which is sharing the API documentation. So honestly, it's not a good practice, or it's not the best way to create or to prepare some documentation like a PDF or something like that, or a web page that you need to maintain manually. So believe me, like from my experience, with the time, this will be really deprecated and it will be at some point of time useless. So that's why we need to implement an API documentation, and this API documentation needs to be dynamic and changes when our API changes. All right, so now I think you get what we will implement next. So let's move on and implement and set up our OpenAPI documentation within Swagger UI. All right, guys, so now we are done with the implementation of our API services, and like all of them are ready, and the API is ready to be tested, and we can even move to the next step, which is the front-end implementation. But before that, let's do something, or let's add some feature or small functionality. It's not business related, but it's mainly related to the API. So here I'm talking about exactly about the API documentation. So here the only way, or like one of the possible ways to test our API, is to go to Postman and try to every time to go back to the different object like book request and so on and so forth, to say or to see or to detect what are the possible attributes that we need to include within our request. Also we need to check the response and so forth. But we can make our life much easier by just integrating or including our API documentation. If you remember, in the beginning we added a dependency called the OpenAPI or the SpringDoc OpenAPI Starter Web MVC UI. So with this one we already can access our API documentation, but let's add some configuration to it and let's make it available. Since we have already the security implemented, so we need to configure our API documentation to support the beer token and JWT authentication. So the first thing I will do in the config package, I will create a new class and I will call it OpenAPI config. So this class, it will be an empty class, except I will add some configuration to it. So here, in order to configure our OpenAPI, so there is an annotation called OpenAPI definition. So this OpenAPI definition, it has few attributes. So here, if we can see, we have info. We can also download the source. So we have info, tags, servers, security, external docs, extensions, and so forth. So let's start with this. And the first thing, we can start with the info. So the first information is of type info. So we have also an annotation called info coming from Swagger v3 annotations and so on and so forth. And for this info, we can provide the contact. So here again, we need a contact annotation. And for this contact, we can provide the name, which is, I will call it Alibu, which is my name, and then we can provide email. So this part, or like the info and so on and so forth, is not really mandatory, but it's good to have within our documentation. So here I will say just contact@alibucoding.com. So this is my email, and Alibu Coding is my website where you can find a lot of courses for free, of course. So URL, and here we can also provide the URL, which is https://alibucoding.com/courses. So I would invite you to visit my website and profit from the free courses that I'm offering there. All right, so after the contact, we can also add some description. So the description, let's say OpenAPI documentation for Spring security, something like that. So like mainly I wanted to add this one. Yeah, so I wanted I was saying I wanted to add this API documentation mainly because we have Spring security and it's important to know that. All right, so the title, it will be Open API specification, and of course we will use this specification later on in the front end part. All right, so stay tuned to it. It's really important, and I'm sure that you will like it. We can also give a version to our API. So let's say for now it's 1.0, which is the first version, and you can also provide a license. So here license, it will be of type also annotation called license, and for the license we can give a name. And here, for example, let's say license name, since I don't have a license for now. And let's say URL, also we can give it URL. So https://someurl.com. So this is the URL of the license. And also after the license, you can even specify the terms of service. So let's say here terms of service. So this is because it's just for learning. We don't need to go deep into these details. All right, so the next thing, or the next definition or attributes or specification that we need to provide is or are the servers. So servers, it's a list, or we need to provide a list of servers. So here we have also an annotation called server, and within this server we have a description. So here, let's say local environment. So let's say that the first server is just for localhost, and here we can specify the URL for it. So with even within OpenAPI and the Swagger UI, you can send a request to different environment or to different services. So the first one, it will be http:// and localhost, and then 8088/API/v1. So this is our base URL, right? And then the rest will be automatically generated and handled by Swagger itself. So I can add also another server, for example, and let's say this one is prod environment. And here, for example, let's give it a URL, or a fake one. It's not a real URL. So let's say it's https://alibocoding.com/course or courses. So this is, as I mentioned, this is not a real one, but it's just for testing. All right. So after the service, here the servers, here there is or comes the most important part, which is this security. So how we want to define our security. So here we need an annotation called security requirements. So one security requirement, because we can pass a list of security requirements, and here we can give it a name. So this means that for every controller in my application or in my API, we need a security requirement. So here, let's give it a name. I will call it bearer auth or bearer authentication. And then after these parentheses, or after the API definition, we need to add another annotation called security scheme. All right, so this is annotation right here. And now we need to give it a name. Here, one thing which is super important, the name should be exactly as this name right here. So if you have another definition or another security scheme, you can also specify it in here. But since we want the same security scheme for all the controllers and all the resources, we just need to provide the same name as we did in here. All right, so I can also give it a description, and I will call it JWT auth description, just an example. And here I need to provide the scheme, which is a bearer token, right? So the type of the scheme is a bearer token. Also, we have an attribute type, and this one is security. We can get it from security scheme.http. So like it's a security for all the HTTP requests. It's not, so here for the list, we have API key, Mutuals, OAuth2, OpenID Connect, and so on and so forth. For our case, it's a bearer token for HTTP. And then we have the bearer format. So it's JWT. And then where we want to include this bearer token, we want to include it in the security scheme in, and then .header. All right. So this is the definition of our API documentation. Now, if we run the application, so then like we will see that if the application will run automatically without any issues, and so on and so forth, and then we will start do some tests, like we will register a user, we will also log in, we will create a book, upload its cover, and so on and so forth. We will try to go a little bit through a simple flow, and then we will move to the implementation of the front-end part using Angular. So follow me along this, and let's move on to the next part. All right, so now let's create another get mapping. And I will give it a path /book. So I want to select all the feedbacks, but for specific book, and then book-id. So for that, I will create a public response entity, and this one, it will be of type page response, since I want to add paging, and here it will be feedback response. I will create this object in a few seconds, and I will call it find all feedbacks by book. So for this, we will need first our path variable, and here it will be book ID, book-id, and then integer book ID. So also we need a request param, and this one we will give it the name page. So this is what we did before, and we will give it a default value 0. And also it should be required false, and this one it's int page. I will duplicate it, and I will call the next one size, and default value equals 10, and let's call it size. And the final parameter is our authentication object, which is the connected user. All right, so now all we need to do is to return our response entity.ok, and then service.find all feedbacks by book. And we need to pass the book ID, we need to pass the page size, and then we have the connected user. So let's go ahead and create this find all feedbacks by book. Let's create this method. All right, and then we need to create this feedback response. All right, so let's create it as a class. And this feedback response, it will contain like few fields, but before that we need our annotations, getter, setter, and we need our builder, and of course all args constructor and no args constructor. So for this we need a private double note. So this is the note, or like the average note, or like the note of the given feedback. Also, we want to have a private string comment, so this should be the comment, and I want to add a flag, a private boolean own feedback. So if this feedback was given by the connected user, so for example, imagine a user is checking or like seeing the book page details, or the book details page, and he's seeing like, or he's going through all the feedbacks, and when we come to a feedback that was given by the connected user, we will just highlight it in a different color to say that this was your feedback about this book. All right, now let's go back to our service and let's implement this simple method. So here we need to create an object of type pageable, as always. So don't mix the package when you import the pageable object. So here it will be a page, let's call it pageable first, and equals page request.auth, and here we need page and size as always. All right, so here we will not perform any ordering. You can also do it if you want to. So now I will create my user object equals my user of my connected user.getPrincipal. Next, it will be a page of type feedback. And now I will call it feedbacks equals feedback repository dot find all by book, or by book ID. And here, of course, we need to pass our book ID and the pageable object. And that's it. So we don't have this method yet. Let's go ahead and create it. All right, so this find all, it's a simple method. So I will use the query annotation. All right, so now it's select feedback from feedback, and here where feedback, here we need the alias, of course, feedback, where feedback.book.id equals the book ID that we passed as a parameter. So for the paging, JPA and Hibernate, they will take care of the paging. All right, so this is the simple query that we need. Now, if we go back here, I can close all these extra classes. So if we go back to our service, we can finish implementing this one. Alright, so now after getting the page, I will create a list of feedback response. I will call it feedback responses or response equals our feedback or feedbacks.stream and then .map, and I want to use my feedback mapper, but for this time I will not use method reference, but I will use it differently because I need to pass an extra parameter. So it will be a feedback mapper to feedback response. Alright, we don't have this method yet, but we will create it, and it will be f, so this parameter f, and then user.getID. Alright, so and then to list, and that's it. So now let's go ahead and create this feedback response method, and this it should return a feedback response class. Alright, so now if we go to our mapper, so this one I will just call it feedback as a full name. So it will be a feedback response.builder.build. So here we will have a node, which is our feedback.getNode. Also the comment, which is the feedback.getComment. And now if its own feedback, how we would calculate this, it will be objects.equals. And here what I want to compare, the feedback.getCreatedBy compared to the ID or the user ID that we received in here. Alright, so if the feedback was created by the same ID or by the same connected user, this means that its own feedback. Alright, so now let's go back to our feedback service and finish implementing this part. So finally all we need to do is to return a new page response, and now we need to pass our feedback responses and then feedbacks. So feedbacks.getNumber and then feedbacks.getSize, also feedbacks.getTotalElements as we did before, and then feedbacks.getTotalPages, and feedback is first, and finally feedbacks.is last. Alright, so now we implemented these find all feedbacks by book. Let's move on to the next part and see what we need to implement, or like what is REST to implement in our API. So now, like from the first site, I just need to check, but here we implemented everything. So our API is ready to use. We can even go and start implementing the front end part, which is our Angular application. Alright, so I hope this was clear. Don't forget to leave feedbacks. Also, don't forget to put some comments, and also don't forget to like this video. And let's move on to the next part. Our API is implemented, configured, and well documented. So now comes the next phase. So let's create some view and some UI for this API. So the next step, as you guessed, we will start implementing the front-end application. So first we will start by creating an Angular project, configuring what needs to be configured, and the most important step is to generate the HTTP services or the services that are coming or we need to consume from our backend. So here, sometimes it's really good to be lazy. So I will show you how to use the power of OpenApi generator in order to generate all the services for your Angular applications. Also, please, if you want to see how we can generate or how we can prepare an OpenApi specification from scratch, also like how we can also do some reverse engineering to generate some code, whether on the front end or then in the back end, please drop a comment and I will do it for you. So now, with no further ado, let's continue implementing and giving some shape to our application. Alright guys, so this is really a good progress. So now let's go ahead and start implementing the front end of our Book social network. So here I will open my terminal, and by the way, I want to highlight that if you are not familiar with Angular, please check out the Angular course for beginners. This will really help you. So here to do the first thing, so now I want to make sure that I'm in the root folder, which is my book social network, and in here I will create a new Angular project. So the command is ng new, like to create a new Angular project, and I will call it book network UI. And this will create or will generate a new Angular project for us, and it will be as well in the root folder of our application. So here it's asking us if we want to generate or to create Angular routing, so we will answer yes. And for the styling or for the style sheet format, we will be using SCSS. And now all we need to do is to wait for the project to be generated and to install all the dependencies. So the dependencies Angular will generate default ones, and here, as we can see here, it's just installing the Angular dependencies using the command npm install. So afterwards we will add a few other dependencies. So while the project is running, let me show you, or let's see together what we will be using as a front end. So here let's go to get bootstrap web application, or the website get bootstrap. So it's get not got. So this is the official website of Bootstrap. So here all we need to do is to install Bootstrap and start using it. So this is what we will be doing. Alright, so now let's go ahead, let's go back and check if the project is already created. So the answer is yes, so the project is ready now. Let's have a look on it. So here we see that we have the project with the node modules and so on and so forth. Here we have the app, we have the main component or the app component, which is the initial one. We have the style.scss and so on and so forth. This, as I mentioned, I explained it in details in the course Angular for Beginners. So now first let's start setting up the project, or even we can start running it. So I will just navigate first to book UI or book network UI folder. So like I want to go inside this folder, and the first thing I will do is I will run the application ngserve, and to see, or like to check if my application is running correctly and if everything is fine. All right, so now, like as you can see, it's generating the browser application bundle. So this means like it's starting to generate the bundles for the application, and now the application is up and running. And as you can see, we can access the application on or using this address on the browser. So let's go to our browser. And here I will just navigate to localhost 4200. So here, as you can see, we have our book network application. Here, this is like the default page that was generated by Angular. And here we have like few commands, like how to create a new component, how to use Angular material, and so forth. So now let's go back and let's start cleaning up our project. So the first thing I will be doing, I will go to this app component, and I will delete everything or every line except the last line, which is router outlet. So now if I go back to the browser, you will see that now the page is fully empty. All right, so let's come back here. And now all we need to do is to start installing few dependencies that we will need, and we will start with Bootstrap. So now all I need to do here, as you can see, we can go back to our Bootstrap web application, or like the official website of Bootstrap. And here all we need to do is to copy this command to the clipboard, and let's go back to our terminal right here. Let's open a new one and make sure that you are inside the folder book network UI. So here, let me navigate to book network UI. And all I need to do is to paste this command and run it. And then this will add a new dependency. As you can see here in the package JSON, we see here that we have a new dependency called Bootstrap, and the version is 5.3.3.3. All right, so now to make sure that Angular is correctly installed, what we need to do is to generate, or like is to add some properties and to import a few things in order to make Angular, not Angular, but Bootstrap available in my Angular application. All right, so what I need to do is just to go to this styles.scss. So here, like we have two options, whether to import it here in this angular.json file, or we can also import the Bootstrap files in my styles.scss. As explained, the styles.scss is the global styling file or styling sheet, which is applicable or can be applicable to all the resources and all the components of our application. So for that, let's type import, and what we want to import is Bootstrap, and then /dist for destination, and then CSS, and bootstrap.min.css. So let's choose this one, which is this bootstrap.min.css. Means minified, so like we don't need, or like we don't have this long CSS file like with the formatting. So the main, like, it will reduce the size of the file. All right, so next what we need, also we will need few icons, right? So here I will also go and check a website. It's called Font Awesome. Font Awesome, and here we can also use the Font Awesome free for that one, and we can use it for our application. All right, so here if you go to the documentation, we can find the installation somewhere, but we can also use the terminal and use it directly. All right, so now let's go back here and let's open our command line, and we can install our Font Awesome. So for the Font Awesome, it's npm, so the command is npm install. And then we have, or like the package is called Font Awesome /Font Awesome free, because like there are two types, or like two dependencies. One is free, and the other one is not for free. So let's install the free one, or also let me make it easier for you. And here all we need to do is Font Awesome free Angular install. So this is how I do things if I do not know what to do. So this is everything that I need to do, and mainly I go to the npm.js website, and here you see that we have this dependency that we can install. All right, so here let me just make sure that it's the correct one. So not this is not the one that I want to use. All right, so I will just use the command line as I mentioned. So this is the dependency name. It's Font Awesome /Font Awesome free, and it will by default try to install the latest version. So now if we go back again to our package.json file, we see that here we have the version 6.5.1. All right, again, we need to import this style or this file in our application and to make it global and available globally. So here it will be again Font Awesome /Font Awesome free /CSS, and then we can import the file called all.min.css. So now we have everything is available, and just to make sure that Bootstrap as well as Font Awesome are available in my application, what we can do, we can go here to the documentation and we can pick anything. So for example, let's say form control, and let's copy this one right here. And now if I go back and check my browser, now we see that it's well formatted. And even if I do inspect the elements, and here we see that this styling is coming from form control, which is coming exactly from the Bootstrap, as you can see in here. All right, so Bootstrap is correctly imported. Now if we do something else, for example, just to make sure that that Font Awesome is working, so here let's say FA I don't know, like we will use anything, for example door open, which is a Font Awesome icon. So here we see that we have this icon available right here. All right, so now our project is set up and we are ready to start implementing the application step by step. So follow me along and let's move on to the next part. All right, so now after setting up our project, which is almost ready to start developing and creating our application. But before moving forward, there is something which is super important that I want to highlight it here. So this point, or like this thing that I want to show you is first, like, of course, in an Angular application where we want to connect it within a backend, we need to implement services, right? So we need to implement services and to perform HTTP calls in order to fetch the information and to fetch data from our API, posting and getting information, and so forth. But when we talk about a huge API or an API with so many endpoints and so many services and so many business rules and so on and so forth, so this might result to a long time or to a time-consuming part where we need to create so many services. But here comes the power of OpenAPI. So OpenAPI can help us and support us in generating without the need to manually create any service. So we can automatically generate all the services for our application. The only thing that we need is to have an API specification. So for now, just follow me and focus on this part, and let me explain to you how to generate or how to create the services for your application generated automatically without the need to type any single letter to create any or to create any service for your backend. So the first thing I will do, I will start my application, like the backend application, not the front end. So then all I need to do is to go to my browser again, and I want to open this OpenAPI or this Swagger UI interface. Right, so here we have the endpoints that we created, or like the services or the resources, feedback, book, and authentication. And here we see on the top that we have a link called /API/v1/v3/API docs. So if I click on this link, so automatically this link will open this API specification. All right, so the first thing that I will do, I will copy this one. So I just Ctrl+A to select everything and Ctrl+C to copy this. Now I will go back to my IntelliJ or to my IDE, and here I want to create a folder in the root folder of my application. So here under source, sorry, not on the root folder, but I will just go under src folder, and I will create a new folder or new directory here, and I will call it OpenAPI. All right, so let me rename it. So OpenAPI. So now in this OpenAPI folder, I will create a new JSON file. So here, so you can whether select automatically JSON file, and here as you can see you have API specification. So this is the file that we want to generate, but let's generate a file from scratch. I will call it OpenAPI.json. You can also use YAML representation, but since our file is JSON file, so let's just use JSON. So I will paste everything, and now I will format my code. All right, so I used a shortcut just to format the code. So here what we can see, so we have here OpenAPI, so this is the version, and we have here the info of our application. So if you remember, or if you can link or rely, so this is what we specified when we created the OpenAPI configuration. So this is the title, description, terms of services or of service, the name, so this is the contact part, also the license, and here we have the rest of the servers, and as well as we have the security. All right, so then comes the paths. So the paths, so these are the different, or like the three or the different paths that we have within our application. All right, so here as you can see, for example, with books, we have a get method to get or to find all the books. So this is the method find all books. We have also a post to create a book. So this one is pointing to the operation ID called save book, which is in the book controller, which is this one. So this is the method save book. All right, and so forth. So these are the different operations, as well as we have like the book cover, borrow, register, and so forth. All right, so now we can use the power of OpenAPI in the front end or in an Angular application, or even like any other type of application. If you are using another framework, some framework different than Angular, you can also use this. It's not Angular specific, or it's not even Spring Boot specific. So it's available or valid for any type of project. The only thing that you need to have is this OpenAPI specification. So here Spring helps us to automatically generate, or like we have it already generated, but with other frameworks, or like you can even write it and prepare the specification your own, right? So you can just create it, and so if you want, just drop a comment and I will create a dedicated video how to create this OpenAPI or this API specification from scratch. All right, so now let's move on to the next part. So here we need to install some dependency in order to help us to generate our services. So let's go back to this website. So all you need to do is to go to npmjs.com. All right, so this is the official website where you can find all the JavaScript dependencies, also Angular dependencies. It's something like Maven repository. All right, so here all I need to do is to search for ng OpenAPI gen. So like you need to type it this way. It's ng OpenAPI gen. So it's for OpenAPI generator. And this is like we have an exact match. So this is the ng OpenAPI generator. So all I need to do is to copy the install command and install this dependency in my application. Also, you can find all the documentation in here. You can find also like even the limitation and so on and so forth, and how to install it, how to generate your services and all this stuff. So I did not invent anything. I'm just using what is already available in the market. So now I will open here my terminal and I will install this npm. I will run the command npm I ng OpenAPI gen. So if I go to here to my package.json, we see that we have this dependency available right here. And at the time of recording this video, it's 0510. So if you find a different one, please go ahead and use it, and use the most recent version, which is always recommended and better to do. So now the next thing, as you can see here in the documentation, so in order to use this ng OpenAPI generator, all we need to do is to run a command like this. So it's ng OpenAPI gen. We need to specify the input. So where is the input of our file, or like the OpenAPI specification, which is, as I mentioned, it can be a YAML file or even a JSON file. And then we need to specify the output where we want to generate our code. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So in here, in this script, I will create a new script and I will call it API-gen. And for this API gen, I will just run this command, the ng OpenAPI generator, and then I will specify the input. So the input, as you saw, or as you remember, it's in my src folder /OpenAPI/OpenAPI.json. So this is my JSON file. And now I can also specify the output where I want to generate my services or my source files. So let's call it just like that. So I want it also to be in my src, in my source folder under app, and then I want to create a folder called services. So this folder, if we don't have it, it will be automatically created. So now let's go and check. I want to generate my output or my services under source and then app, and here I want to create a folder called services. So for now, as you can see, we don't have this folder yet. So all we need to do is just to run the command and see what will happen. Also, there is something which is really important. In case you do or you introduce some changes in your OpenAPI or in your API globally speaking, all you need to do is to rerun the application and then go again and refresh this page and click on the API v3, or even you can just refresh this page and you will get all like the latest updates. And then the next step or the final step is only to run this command right here. All right. So now let's go ahead and run it. So here, let me run npm run, and the command, we called it API-gen. So here, this will execute this API-gen command, and let's see what will happen. All right. So here we see that Okay, it says that unrecognized output because output is without a space. So let's remove the space and rerun the command once again. And let's see what will be the output. All right. Okay, so here we are not able to find this folder. So I think I know why, because I also made a typo. So this one, it's OpenApi. All right, so now let's run it for the last time, and this time it should be working. All right, so here let me click always add, and as you can see, here we have this folder services. And even if we check the logs, so route, API configuration, API module, function, book, borrow TS, and so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and check what was generated. So now I can stop the backend since I don't need it for the moment. So let's go and check the services. So here you see that we have functions or FNs, and we have models here, and we have also services. So here, this is the API module.ts. So this is the module that was generated, API configuration based service, models.ts, and so forth. So let me close all this. And now what we need to do, or like what we want to check, is first of all these models. So for example, here we have our authentication request, authentication response. Also we have our registration request. So like to register a user, of course we need first name, last name, email, and password. The same for the authentication request, which is email and password. And for the authentication response, if you remember, we just created an object with a token. So now if I do any change, or if I perform any change on my API specification and rerun again the command, it will take into account all these changes. All right. So here, these are the models. So the models, they are the object that I use to communicate with my API, which is all the requests and responses type. All right. So here, for example, if we check the book response, so the book response, you see here that we have this one and it's archived and so on and so forth. Also, we have another object which is called page response book response. So this is the page response object that we created, and since it's a generic type, so it created automatically a class for the book response. Also we will find a page response of borrowed book response, feedback, and so on and so forth. So here we have a content which is an array of book response, first, last, number, size, and so forth. All right, so next we have here these functions. We have authenticate, confirm, and register. So these authenticate, so these are the functions that we already created, but these functions are used in the services. So here, if we check the authentication service, we will see that in the authentication service, we have all the methods, like for example, register a user. And this register a user, so we have this method, and it will perform a call, like an HTTP call to our backend with all the things that we need. All right. So this is the register, this is the confirm, and this is the authentication. And as I mentioned, this register we call the function register that we see right here. All right. So this is the function register, this is the function confirm, authenticate, and so on and so forth. As well as for the book, we have the different function that we need. All right. So here all the services are generated. But before moving further, we just need to perform, or like to add few changes in order to make all this work without any issues. So we need to import few things, since here so these services, or these HTTP services, they will use the HTTP client, and we need of course to import our HTTP client provider in our application. So all we need to do is to go to our app module. So let me close this one, and here in our app module, let me make it full screen. So for the providers, we need to add one provider, which is our HTTP client. And of course, for the imports, or for the modules, we need also to import the HTTP client module. So don't forget about these steps, they are super important, otherwise you might face some issues or errors in the console of your browser. All right, so now everything is working fine, everything is perfect. Now we can move on to the implementation and to the creation of the first interfaces, which is login, register, and also activate account interface. So follow me along and let's move on to the next part. As we did in the backend, we started with the security layer. So we set up JWT and we secured our API even before starting implementing the different features and the different classes of our application. When it comes to frontend, also we need to start by setting up the login and the registration step. You might ask the question why. So come on guys, you already know the answer, because our backend is already secured, and if we don't create an account, if we don't have a valid user with valid credentials, we will not be able to consume our services. So this is the answer, and now let's move on and start implementing login, registration, and email validation for our user. Let's go ahead. Alright, so now let's start creating our different components. So the first thing, I will just show you how I personally would like to organize my elements. So the first thing, I will create a folder and I will call it pages. And here I will put, or I will save all the pages components. So like any component for me that will represent a page, I will create it under the pages. Also, I will create another directory and I will call it modules. So here, if I need to create any module, I will create it inside this module folder. All right, so let's move on and create our first component, which is our login component. So here I will just navigate to the pages folder and I will create an ngGC, like ng generate component, and I will call this component login. All right, so then we can start implementing this login component. Alright, so this login component, it's something that will look exactly like this. So let me open the HTML and the TS file. And first I will start with the TS file by declaring two attributes. So the first thing, I will create an object and I will call it auth request, which will be of type authentication request. And I need to initialize it to an object. Alright, so here I have email, and I will initialize it to an empty value, and also password, as well as I will initialize it to an empty value. Again, I will create an object and I will call it error msg or error message, and this one will be an array of string, and I will initialize it to an empty array. So this authentication request will hold my my credentials, which is the email and password, and this error message will also save the errors in case I have something returned from my backend. All right, now let's implement our login component. All right, so the login.html will look something like we will have a page with two input fields, one for the login, one for the email, and the other one for the password, with two buttons to login and another button to navigate to the register page in order, or if we want to register a new user if the user does not already have an account. So the first thing I will be doing, I will create a div. So this will be my global one, and I will give it a few classes. So here I will be mixing the bootstrap classes, and if I need to create my own classes or CSS classes, so I will be doing that. So here I will use first of all a container fluid and then card. So I will show you the output in just a few seconds. And here I need to create a login container in order to try to centralize my class, or like my my div here in the center of the page. So first I will start by showing you how this login container looks like. So I will open my styles.css or SCSS, and here all I need to do is to do something like this. So any div or any component or any tag having this .login container, I want my width to be 800 pixels, for example, and I want it to be important in order to apply it, like to give it more importance, and I will give it some margin top, and I want it to be, for example, 15%. Right, so this is my login container, and now we can go back here and we can finish implementing or writing the styles of our application. So the first thing I want to have is a title. So here let's say login, and for this login I can use a class which is the text center in order to have the text in the middle of my page. Then I can use an horizontal line, like an horizontal separator, And now I will create another div block. So this div block, it will contain all the error messages. So here I will give it a class alert and then alert danger. So these are Bootstrap classes, as you can see in here. So it's from bootstrap.min.css. And if this is something personal, so you will see that it's coming from Book Network UI. All right. So like this, you can spot from which framework the from which framework the styling is coming from. So I will give this one a role. So role, I will call it alert. So I just know this from using a lot Bootstrap. So also here I will add a condition. So I will add an ngIf. So I want to display this error block only if my error message dot length, only if I have some error messages. All right. If I have error messages, what I want to do, I want to have, or I will use a p tag in here, and I will loop over it. So ng4, so I will loop over all the messages. So let msg of error msg. All right. And here all I need to do is to display my message. All right. So now I'm done with the alert part. Now we can move to the next one. So here I will create another div class. So div for me is a wrapper. I want to wrap something, and I will give it class a margin bottom 3. So like to give some spacing. And here I will create my first label. And this one, it will be a label, and I will give it a class, and I will call it form label. So this form label is, as I mentioned, it's from Bootstrap, and this one will be my email address. So then I will have an input. So my input will be of type text. So here, sorry, not type text, but type email, since it's an email address. And I will give it a class, not checked, but a class. So for this, we have form control. Okay, so form control, and we can also give it an ID equals login. So this will be the ID of my input, and finally we can give it a placeholder, which is, for example, name@example.com. All right, so now I will just add something. So this label is for my login input. All right, and again, also what I want to do is I want to use an ng model. So I want to bind the value of this input to the authentication request.email. All right. So in order to do that, what we need to do, I already explained that before, we need to do ng model. So when you use ng model, you need to import forms module in your application. All right. So when I click import, you will see here that in the app module, we have now the forms module just got imported. All right. So if you don't see this pop up, please go ahead and do it manually. All right. So now we can move on to the next one. So again, I will create another div class, div not dir. So div class, and I will also give it a class margin bottom 3. And then again, I can even copy this one like to go a bit faster. So this one, it will be for password, and this one I will change the ID to password, and here we will say password. All right. So here ng model. So I did not specify. So this one is the authentication request.email, and this one will be the authentication request.password, and this one, it will be of type password. And here for the placeholder, we can also say password. All right. So we can also move to the next one. So the next one, like we will have a div block, and in this div block, we will have two buttons. We will have like a sign in button and a register button. So I will give some class to this div, and I want it to be a flex display or display flex, and I want to justify the content in the content between. All right, so justify content between. This means that all the elements that will be inside this div, they will be separated between the two ends of the elements of the container. All right, also I will give it a margin bottom 3 just to give some spacing. Then I will create a button element. So here I will give it an action later on, and I will give it a type, so it's of type button. And now I can give it a class. So the class, it will be btn and then button primary. So this also from bootstrap. All right, so now for my class, I can use some icons from Font Awesome. So I will use the em tag, and here it will be as fast, like for Font Awesome, and it will be fa sign in alt. So like I know this because I use them a lot, so that's why you might wonder how I'm able to recall and remember all of them. So like I've been using these two frameworks for a long time, so that's why I know it. So here I will add a space just to give a small space after the icon, and here I will just give a label. I will call it sign in. All right, so the same, I will just duplicate this button. So for this button, but before using it, I will create a div first, and I will paste the button here. All right, so because for this div, so this one, it will not be sign in, but it will be register. So here, because I want to have something like this, I want to add some text, don't have an account, and then space. So the code for the space is MBSP. And of course, don't forget the semicolon, otherwise it will be considered as a text. So here we have the button type button, and here instead of using button primary, I will be using a button link. All right, so here I will call it just register instead of sign in, and we can even remove this icon, or you can choose one of your one of the icons that you want to use. All right, so now I will just add here some click events. So when I click on this login button, so I want to call a method login in my login component. So I don't have this method yet, so I will go ahead and create it. So I'll just leave it there, and we will implement it in a few moments. So here the same. So for this button, we can also add a click event, and let's call register, or let's call it register. So we don't have this method yet. So here, let's create also the method register. Now let's go ahead and have a look on this page. So if I open my browser and I go back to my address, so here, if I try to navigate to login, nothing happens. And the question is why? Okay, so I think, or I know that you got the answer since you followed the Angular tutorial for beginners. So the answer is that we did not specify the routing for this component. So if we open this app routing module, and here all we need to do is to add a routing, or to add a route to our component. All right, so to add a route to our component, all we need to do is in our app routing module, here we have the list of the routes. All right, so let's add a first one, and let's give it a path and then login. Let's call it login. And here which component we want to load. So the component, we want to load our login component. Now if I go back to my browser and I try and navigate again to the login page, we see here that we have this login page. So this is the text, these are the inputs, and this is the password. And now we don't have an account, we can click on the register, or we can perform a sign in. All right, so now let's go ahead and let's maybe start implementing this login page. All right, so what I will be doing here, let's go back. We can close this app routing module for now, and we have two methods, which is the login and the register. So let's start with the easy one, which is the register. So the register, all we need to do is to navigate our user to the register page. All right, so for that we need to inject some dependencies. So I will create a constructor, or I will create my constructor in here. So here I will create an object of type router, and I will call it router. So here it's router from Angular/router. And also I will use, or I will need a private auth service. So this is the authentication service that we created or that we automatically generated. So it's called authentication service. All right. So then I will need here another service that we don't have yet, but we will create it in a few moments. All right, so here let's implement the register. So it will be this.router.navigate, and to navigate my my user, I want to navigate it to the register endpoint or to the register page. So now we don't have this register page yet, but it works. So if I click in here, it will navigate the user, and also I can show you in the console right here. So in the errors, it will say that we don't have any route called register. So this means the click is working, but we don't have the route yet. Once we implement it or once we create the component, it will navigate us to the register component. All right, so now let's go back to the implementation of our login component. So here to log in a user, what I want to do is, first of all, I want to reset the error messages to an empty one. Why I need to do that? Since imagine, for example, you click the first time and you provide a wrong email and password, so you will have an error messages displayed in the page. All right. So the next time you click on the login, so you provide the correct one, but you want always to delete the old messages. That's why we need to reset it to an empty array. So then all we need to do is to call this.authService.authenticate. All right. So to authenticate, we need to specify the body. All right. So here, if you don't know what are the parameters or how to pass the parameters, all you need to do is to click on the definition of the method, and you will see here that you have an object called params, and it's of type authenticate params. And if you click on authenticate params, you will see that it's an interface, and it contains a body, so an attribute called body, and the attribute is of type authentication request, which is the object that we are using right now. All right, so that's why I know how to pass the parameters. All right, so the body will be this.authentication request. And of course, since this authenticate will return an observable object, so as you can see here, it will return an observable of authentication response. So I need to subscribe to it. So here .subscribe, and to subscribe, I need to provide the next, and here I will get my result. And then what I can do, so here I can do just save the token, and then I can navigate my user to, for example, to a different page. So here, let's say router.navigate, and let's say, for example, I want to navigate the user to the books page. All right, so we will navigate the user to our books page, but we need here to save the token. So I will mark it as a to do, so we do not forget it. And here we need to handle also the error cases. So I will add a comma here, and here, as we have a next, we have also an error method. So I will create an object, or like I will ask for an object, and then error function, sorry, not error message. So the first thing I will be doing, I will do a console.log my error. All right. So we want to see what type of error we get when we perform a first call with wrong parameters or wrong values. So here I will just keep it as empty, and here we can check whether the network or the console. So here with the first thing, we see that we have a connection refused. All right. So this connection refused, let's see what we have in the network. So the network, we have a failed. And here, of course, it's failed because we did not start the backend. So let's go ahead and start our API first. Sorry, I completely forgot about this small point. So the backend is running now. So let's go ahead and clean everything and resend our message. So now what we see here, we have something which is super important and super annoying for everyone at the same time. So here we see that we have the most famous error message, the access control allow origin, or this course, or the request has been blocked by course policy. So this means what? So this means that our backend is blocking any request from any source that he does not know. And how to fix that? We need to add a course bean in our backend application. So you might also wonder, because when we configured our Spring security, we added a course configuration. But believe me, that was not enough because we did not provide any bean of type course bean or like a course filter. So my backend does not know what are the resources or like the origins that he needs to allow. All right, so let's go ahead and create one, and let me show you how to fix this course issue. All right, so now I know that we are jumping from back to front, but it's totally fine since we are implementing the same project or like the project at the same time. So I will go, I can stop also the backend. So I will go to my main Java, and then I will go to config, and in my beans config. So as I mentioned, we want to create a bean. All right, so here what I will be doing, I will create another bean, and this bean will be a public. It will be a public, and then course filter. So the type should be course filter, and I will call it course filter. So this course filter, I will create a few attributes. So the first thing, I will create a final URL based course configuration source. So here you have two classes. One is from course.reactive, and the other one is just from course. So don't use the reactive one. So I will call it source equals new URL based configuration source. Then I will create another final course configuration element or like type. I will call it config equals new course configuration using the constructor. Sorry, I just got blocked. Okay, so here this comes the first part. So now I want to add config.set allowed credentials, and here true. So like we want to allow credentials. And now comes the part that is blocking our request here. So those set allowed origins. So here we need to provide a list of elements or a list of origins. So we can also externalize this configuration to the application.yaml, but let's do it later on. So here I will use a collections.singleton list, since I want to pass only one element, which is my http://localhost and then 4200. All right. And then what I can also pass, I can pass what are the allowed headers, what are the allowed methods, and so forth. So let's add this once and for all. So here set allowed headers. So what are the headers that I want to accept? So for this, I want to use arrays.asList, and I can provide the list, which is I can use the names, which is I can use, for example, http headers dot origin, for example. So it should be headers dot origin. I can also use the content type from http headers. Well, here I can also use static imports. Also I want to use the accept one. And I think we need, like, we should not forget the authorization. So authorization. So this one is super important. Otherwise, we will not be able to pass the authorization header or the bureau token as a header to our backend. All right. So also we can add a config.set allowed methods. So what are the methods that I want to accept? Again, I can use arrays.asList. And we can set, for example, we can say get. We want also post, delete if we have it. You can delete, like, or you can just specify the methods that you want to allow. So also I want put and patch. All right. So here I just defined what I want to authorize, and then, like before moving, so all I need to do is to set source.register this course configuration for which resources. So I want to register it for all the resources of my configuration. All right. So like all the patterns, and I want to register this configuration for all the resources. So this means /book, /feedback, /auth, and so forth. And finally, all we need to do is to return a new course filter. of source. All right, so I think I imported the wrong one. Yes, it's Spring Framework. So I can just remove the wrong one. Okay, so it should be org.apache Catalina. Yes, let's remove this one and import the correct one. All right, so here we need to import the one from Spring. All right, so now we have our bean, and here, of course, let me just remind you, if we go to security, in our security configuration, we specified that we want to have a course with defaults. So with defaults means that Spring will try to search for any definition of course filter, and it will use the configuration that we provided in here. And here, since we just specified a bean of type course filter, so it will use that one. All right, so now we can restart our application, and we can also go back to the implementation of our login page. So here, let me open again my page, which is this one and also this one. All right, now if we go back to our browser and if we refresh the page, and now let me show you what will happen when we click on sign in. All right, so here we have a bad request. So we no longer have this request has been blocked by course policy. And if I check here the authenticate and I check the response, we see that email is mandatory, password is mandatory, and password should be 8 characters long minimum. So this is what we specified in our backend. So now let's go ahead and let's catch these errors, and also let's display them for the users. All right, so here the first thing I want to do a check if my error.errors .validation errors. So here we have the object that we named it in our backend, and we called it validation errors. All right, so here I will do this dot error message equals exactly this one. So if I receive a list of validation errors, so it will be this one. Otherwise, what I want to do is this dot error message. So this dot error message dot push. So I want to push a new error. So which is be the error dot error. So this error is the default object returned by Angular, and here I want to return or to get only the error message that is specified also in my backend in the exception response. So let's go and try this one again. So if I just click, we see that here we are displaying these error messages. All right, so now we have this error message correctly displayed. If I click again, you will see that it's just flickering. So it's removing everything and just remaking the call again. So now if, for example, if I specify a long password, so we will have only this email is mandatory. If I specify a incorrect email, so it will say email is not formatted. So here, if I say just as mail.com, we will see another message, or this one, I think we just made a typo while, so let me try it again. So here we have 401 and we have, all right. So here we have, it's just error, not error message. So that's why it's not displaying. So now if we try this again, and here, if I provide the password and just any email, and we click on send, it will display login and or password is incorrect. And as you can see, this is the element or the object that I got or I wanted to display. For example, if you want to display this one, please also feel free to do it. All right, so now if the user passes the correct login and password, so which is, for example, we said for the last time john@mail.com, and the password was password. So now if I click on sign in, we see that we have a 200 and we have our response containing the token. So we get or receive the token from our backend. But when receiving the token, we need to store it somewhere. All right. So for that, I will create a service that will handle everything token related. All right. So for that, I will just go ahead and create a new service. So this service, as I mentioned, it will contain, or like it will handle anything related to the token. All right. All right. So now I will go here, and here we have our app. and then we have services. So inside this services folder, I will create another one and I will call it token. All right. So now I need to navigate to this. So navigate to this folder. So I'm inside this token folder and I will create an ngGS. So ng generate service, and I will call it token for a token service. So it will generate a class called token service. All right, so let's wait for the token service to be created, and now we can start implementing the logic for this one. So what we need to do, let me open first this token service class. So for this token here, we said the first thing that we want to save the token. All right, so let's implement the first method. So the first method is, so we don't here we don't need the constructor, and I will create a setter method and I will call it token, and we will receive a token of type string. So let me call it token. And then all I need to do is to call my local storage dot set item, and the item I will call it token, and I will give it the token as value. All right. So here, this is the first method to save a token. Also, when I need the token, I should be able to get it. All right. So I will say get token. So it will be a getter method. And here, all I need to do is to return my local storage dot get item. And I will call it like I should use the same name token, and then I will cast it to a string, and that's it. All right. So now I just created two methods, one to save the token and the second one just to get the token. So later on, if we need other methods, we will just create them on the fly. So now all I need to do is to inject my private token service of type token service. So it's the service we just created. So now all I need to do here, instead of this to do, is this dot token service dot token equals my response dot token as a string. So I need to cast it because this token might be undefined. So that's why I need to cast it to a string, since here I'm 100% sure when I get a response from here. So this means that the token already exists. All right. So now let's go back and perform this save again, and let's see. So here, if I go to application and then local storage, let me clear everything. So here, if I use my john@mail.com and also password, and if I click on sign in, you see here that we are saving the token in our local storage. So now also, if we go to JwtIO and we can check the content of this token, so you will see here that we have the full name, John Doe, we have the subject, which is john@mail.com, issued out, expires at, and also we have the list of the authorities of the user. All right. Now we just finished the login functionality. Let's move on and implement the register functionality, or the register component, how to register a user, and later on how to confirm a user account. All right, now let's create our register component. So I will navigate here. So I need to go back to my app cd src or pages. And here under pages, I will create an ngG component and I will call it register. All right, so this will be my register component. Once the component is generated, we will start first by, as we did before. First of all, let's open this one page and then register. We need the HTML and the TS file. So for the TS file, what we need to do, we need to create a register request variable of type register or registration request. So registration request equals, and here we need to initialize it. So the email, it will be empty as we did before. Also first name and last name and also password. So the password will be also empty. So it's just initializing an empty object. Also, I will create an object of type, I will call it error message of type array of string as we did before for the login, and we will initialize it also to an empty one. Alright, so now we can move on to the register component. Even for the register component, we can copy paste from the login component, which is almost the same. All we need just to add two elements or two input fields, and that's it. Alright, so let's go to our login component, login.html, and I will copy everything, and then I will change what needs to be changed. Alright, so here we have our email address and so on and so forth. I will duplicate this one, and here I will change later on the models. So here the first thing, it will be first name, and this is the label, and I will change the ID to first name, and here also first name. Alright, here it will be registration request dot first name. Alright, and this one is of type text, text not tel, and let's also duplicate it again. So here last name, and again here last name, and here instead of first name it will be last name, and here it will be also email and password. The only thing that we need to do here is to invert, or like to switch this one. So the first button is to we need to call register, and here instead of don't have an account, let's say already have an account. Alright, and here let's say also and mbsp just to add a space, and here let's say login. Alright, so we don't have this register method. Let's create it. We also don't have the login method, so let's also go ahead and create it. So create method login, and now what I need to change here, we need to change this one to create a new account or create an account. Alright, so now I guess everything is fine. We have the message, we have everything. So all we need to do is to check first that we have the page. So we need to go to our app routing module. It's app routing. Yes, app routing module, and I will duplicate this one, add a comma here, and here let's say register, and it will point to our register component. Now if I open back my browser, and here we try to navigate to the register, we see that we have now this page, create an account with the first name, last name, email and address. So we just need to change or like to modify the placeholder. Let's do it quickly. So the first name here, let's say maybe something like John Doe for the first name, last name. Yes, all right, so this looks better now, and we have the email and the address. So now if I click on the register, I want, so here if on the create account, so I want also to change the text because this was misleading. So here, let's call this one login. And here, let's say create an account, or let's even call it register or create an account. So it's up to you. So create an account. And now we have everything working fine. All right, so first let's go to implement this login, which is easy as we mentioned before. So I will just inject my constructor and private router of type router. And again, what we need our authentication service, our auth service, which is of type authentication service. Alright, so for the when we click on the login, all we need to do is this .router.navigate, and I want to navigate my user to the register, to the login page. Alright, the register we will implement it in a few moments. So now let's make sure that we are able to navigate. So if I click on login, I'm navigated or I'm redirected to the login page, as well as if I click on the login, so here the register, so here I'm in the create an account page. Alright, so now let's move on to the next part, which is the implementation of our register method. So the register method is so simple, it's so easy as we did before. So here all I need to do is these .error messages. I want to empty it, and then I will call this my auth service .register. And again, I need to pass the body with which is this registration request. And now I need to subscribe for it. And then I have next. And now I need, so for this, I don't have, like for the registration, it's a void, so we don't have any response. So if the registration goes successfully, all I need to do is to call the router and navigate the user to the activate account page. So here I will create activate account. So we don't have this component but we'll create it in few moments. So here I will also handle the error. So it will be error and arrow function. So here all I need to do is for this case, because for the registration I know that I only get validation errors. All right, so it will be this .error messages equals error dot validation errors. All right, so now we can proceed and we can go to the implementation, or like to the test of our registration mechanism. So now it will try just to create an account without passing anything. So here we see the error messages, and if I try to register, I don't know, like any user, so this one already exists, so I'll just Ali11 and password. So here let's open the network tab, and when I click on create account, so the account is created, and we see here that we have 202. All right, so here but in the console we have just one small issue, since we don't have this activate account component or this activate account path, so that's why we cannot navigate or redirect the user there. So everything is good. Now I guess we can proceed to the next step, which is activating an account after receiving the email. So here we just received an email, as you can see. So it's Ali Bo Ali, and this is the code that was generated for me. And here, if I click on activate your account, it will redirect me to the localhost 4200, since this is the URL that I configured in my backend. So let me reduce a little bit these pages. So let's keep it clean. Also the Swagger, I don't need it anymore. So now we can activate the account. So now let's move on and implement the account activation and make our application better and better. All right, so now as we did before, so this is gonna be something really classic for all of us. So here I will create another component, and I will call it activate-account. So this activate account will be the new component to activate my account. But before moving forward, let me show you something. So let me show you what we will be using in order to have something nicely looking. So I will go to npmjs.com, and then we will look for a dependency called Angular code input. All right, so this Angular code input, it's a component that looks exactly like this. So for example, if I have a 6-digit code, so I will get like 6 input altogether, and every time I type something, so it will move automatically to the next input, and so on and so forth. So this is something that I'm sure that every one of you has seen in one of the websites. So this is the component that we need to use. So I will copy this dependency and I will install it. So here I will paste it, and npm I Angular code input. All right, so now let's go ahead and implement the UI and the functionality of our account activation or activate account component. So first let's start with the front end. with the TS file. So for the TS file, I will have an object message. So this will hold the error message or like any kind of message, whether an activation or success or an error message. So here I will have a first flag and I will call it is okay equals true. So this one is to track if the account activation was okay or not. And here I will have also a submitted equals false. So the submitted equals false, this will track if the user has already submitted the code or the activation code or not. So I will also prepare my constructor since we are now used to it and we know what we are doing. So here I will just inject first of all my private router, and also I will inject my private auth service as we did before, which is my authentication service. So now let's move on to the implementation of our HTML page. So the HTML page will look like it will be something simple, not so much complicated, but I try to make it nicely looking. So first I will have a div, and for this one I will give it a class container. So this one is not the Bootstrap container, but I will create my own container. But here also I will use an ng if. So here, if my page is submitted, I want to display the content that I have in here. Otherwise, else, I want to display my code form. So the code form will be another thing. So here for the code form, let me show it to you. I will use an ng template, and here I need, of course, to give it the code form ID as mentioned in here. So this code form will look something exactly like this. So it will be, I will have a div, and also I will give it a class container, not container fluid, but just container. And also I will wrap it with another div. So this one I will give it a text center class, and also I remember I wanted to give it a style with a width 400. So 400 pixels. All right, so here I will have an h2, which is a title, and here type your activation code. So type your activation code, and now I can use the dependency that we just added. It's called code input, and here of course we need to import the module code input module. All right, so this code input is simple to use and easy to use. So here we have a few inputs. So the first thing we have is code hidden. So this one equals false. So we don't want to hide the code. So code hidden means that we will display stars or dots instead of displaying the code itself. So this is not something that we want. And also we have the code length. So for our case, we know that our code is 6 digits. And also we can say if the code or like the type of our code. So in our case, it's of type number. So by the way, all this is from the official documentation of the components. All right, so here we have also a method or an output, which is called code completed. So like when the user finished typing all the digits. So like here, for example, when the user types the digit number 6, it will automatically call this code completed. So here I will just create a method. I will call it on code completed. And of course, to get the value, we need to pass the event. So we don't have this method. Let's go ahead and create it. And here, let's maybe call this one, let's call it code or token. All right. So I will call this one token. So this is our activation token. So first, let's have a look on this page. So now if I click here from the email on activate your account, so nothing happens because we did not define the route. So here, let's define the route. First, I will duplicate this one, and it's activate account, and here activate account component. Now, if we go back and let's try this again. So this activate account, I guess maybe something is missing. So here failed to set attribute. I think maybe, yeah, here we just added a comma, which is not allowed in here. So now this is the activation code component, how it looks like. So all we need to do is just to add the CSS style that we spoke about. So here, as you can see, every time I type a code, it moves automatically to the next one. So the first thing I will do, I will here in this style.scss or the activate account style.scss, I will add my container definition. Nope, not this. Container definition. So I want it to be a display flex, and I want to justify my content in the center. And also I want to align items again in the center. And the most important is I want to have a height of 100 VH. So now this is how this looks like with the definition of my container. So like it's in the middle because I wanted to center it like vertically and also horizontally. And now it looks something like this. All right, so now let's go back to our HTML and let's finish, or let's continue implementing the rest of it. So here you see that this is the code form, and this is the code form that we will see by default because it's not submitted. So like the form, or like this form, is not yet submitted. If the form is submitted, we will see what we can display in here. So like whether we display a success message or we display an error one. All right, so that's why, since we have or we need to switch, let's create a div, and I will give it a class. I will call it I will call it activate message, and here it will be an ng if. So here if is okay, I want to display it, else I want to display activation error. Activation error. So this activation error, again, it should be an ng template, and let me give it the ID activation error, and we will implement it in just a few moments. So here I want to have an h2, and here let's say activation successful, and then I will add a p or a paragraph. For example, your account has been activated successfully, or your account has been successfully activated. All right, and here I can add a dot, and also I can add a button. So this button, I can use the btn class and then btn primary from Bootstrap, and also I can add a click event. So I will call it redirect to login. So like when the user, like we only display the message, but the user needs to click himself the button to go to login, and I will give it go to login. Let's create this method, and this one we can just implement it. It's super quick. So this .router.navigate, and I want to navigate my user to the login page. All right, so this is the success. Now we can implement the error message. So I can even copy paste this one, I guess. So here we don't have this ng if, we only have this class, which is activation error. So let's change it to activation error, and here I will say activation failed. So here we can also display the message that we have in our TS file, which is this one, the one that we defined in the beginning. So because here we can change the message and display any message we want. So here we can have another button, like we can say primary, and here we can say, for example, it's just to try again. So try again, and to try again, all we need to do is to set this submitted to false. All right, so here I will say submitted equals false. So I think we are done with the page. So now if we go back in here, so now even if I type anything, since we did not implement yet the validate or like the encode completed, it will not do anything. So let's go ahead and do it. But before that, let's add some styles, or like let's check it later on. It's not a problem. So here on code completed, it will look something like this. So here I will call the I will create another method. So I will call it this dot confirmation or confirm account, for example, and I will pass a token as a parameter. So I don't have this method yet. I will just go ahead and create it. So I will rename it confirm without extra a, and here all I need to do is to call this dot auth service dot confirm. All right, and here I need to pass my token as a parameter. So since the variable is called token and the value also like this variable is called token, I can just say dot token. All right, and of course I need to subscribe, and I have the next. So the next, it's a void, so it won't do anything. So now I just need to set the message. This dot message equals, for example, your account has been successfully activated. Dot, and I can do a backslash n just to go back to to create a new line. Now, for example, now you can proceed to login. All right, so let me fix this small typo, and here I can set this dot submitted equals true. All right, otherwise if anything happens, and here we have the error, of course, and it will be again a void because I don't need to do anything with the error. So I can also duplicate this one. So I can change the text. So the token has been expired, since I know this is the only reason that might happened, or invalid. All right. And then the is submitted equals true. And now this dot is okay equals false, because false, because I want to display the error part of my web page. So now let's go back to the test of our application. So now if I type any code, so you see that we have activation failed, the token has been expired or invalid, and we can click on try again. But let's also now add few styling to also to this part. So the styling is something easy. So here I will add those activate message and also dot activate error. So both of them I want to add a text align center, center, but for any activation or activation error, I want the color to be red, for example. All right, so this is how it will be, or like this is how it will look like. So if I type wrong error, so activation failed and the token has been expired, and if I click on try again, it will again display the error, like the input code. So now let's try with this code. I'm not sure if it's valid or not, but let's say 204.227. So 204.227. So okay, the token has been expired, but we should get another one since we called our backend. So now we have another code. So it's 119.960 119.960, and here you have your account has been successfully activated. Now you can proceed to login. Well, we have just one small issue in here, which is so why we have this one as an error, or like as in red. So activate message and activate error. So text align center. Okay, of course here this dot is okay equals true. That's why I think this is that's the reason. So let's try to activate it again. Also with this component, you can copy the code and when you paste it, like, it will be pasted automatically. So yeah, now we have account activation successful, and now we can proceed to the login. And again, if we so this one was for Ali Bu Ali, so I think the email was ali11@mail.com, and the password was password. So all I need to do is to check the network. So let me clean this application. So if I click on sign in, we have the token which is already here, but we are not yet redirected to books since we don't have this page or this module or this component yet. So all right, now we are done with the account activation, and also we are done with the registration and the login. We can now proceed to the next part, which is the implementation of the book module. Wow, I'm really happy that you are here. So if you're watching this, this means that you made it so far. Now, since we implemented and we finished the implementation of the login, registration, account activation, now we can move to the implementation of the most important part of our application, which is the book module or the book features, where we will implement the different functionalities, which is creating a book, sharing a book, also borrowing a book, returning a book, approving the book return, and so forth. So now, with no further ado, let's continue implementing and bringing to life our application. That's good, guys. So we made a really good progress right now. And just a quick reminder, we implemented the login, the registration, and also the account activation. And now we can move on to the implementation of the main feature of our application, which is the book feature. So like with all the functionalities that we already implemented in our API. So the first thing we will start, we will create a module for our book. All right, so here maybe in the future we will extend our application with admin, with management, and so on and so forth. So we need to make them as modules for like one of the main reasons, and one of the main advantages of modules is the lazy loading. So we don't need to load all the components and all the different parts of our application, but we only need to load a specific module at demand. All right, so the first thing, I will copy the path of these modules, and in here in my terminal I will just cd first, like I will navigate to this modules folder, and I will create a module. So to create a module, we use the command ngg, just ng generate, and m for module. So here let's call it book, for example, and then we need to pass the option -- routing. So routing, this means that we want to add the routing module to our new module or to our sub module. So if I run this command right here, we will see that we will have a book module just getting created. So as you can see, we have book, and this is our book module class and book routing module class. All right, so we will come back to this in a few moments. And before that, I will initialize my book module. So to initialize the book module, I will create two subfolders. So as we did before, I will create a subfolder, I will call it pages. And also, since I want or I need to create some components, I will also create a new subfolder, I will call it components. All right, so now the first thing that we need to do is to add the routing to our module. So here, if just to remind you, so for example, in the login page, when the user successfully log in and he provides the correct username and password, we redirect, or we decided that we want to redirect the user to books. All right, and books, we know that it's a module, so it will contain its own menu, components, and pages, and so on and so forth. So all we need to do is to redirect or to load that module. So now how to do that? All we need to go is to app routing module, and then here I will add a new path. All right, so my path will be books, so I will call it books. And then here, instead of component, I will say load children. All right, so I want to load some children for my book. So a load children, it takes a function. So I will use an arrow function, and here I will call import. So to import, I need to provide the path of my module. So it will be ./modules, and then the book, which is my book module, and then book.module.ts. Alright, so since this one is an asynchronous message function, so I need to call then. So when the module is loaded, so it will return an object module, and here I want to load module.book module. Alright, so in this way we just loaded or enabled our book. So here, just to make sure, so we can go back to our browser, and if I click on sign in, so here it's just redirecting, and here in the background, if you see that it's redirecting to the book module. So books here, maybe we need to refresh. So let's refresh the page. So here it's ali11@mail.com and password. So if I click on sign in, so here we see that we are redirected to the books. Alright, but since we have nothing, we don't have any page, we don't have any sub route for the book module, so that's why we are not displaying anything. So here the good thing is that we are redirecting to the books module. Now the next step is, let's start by creating our main page in the book module. So like from now on, we will be mainly working in this book module. So let's go ahead and implement the first one. Next, I will navigate now to the pages folder. So here's the book and then pages. And here all I need to do, or all I want to do, is to create my first page. And this one, it will be the main page of the module. So I will use the command ng generate component, and I will call it main. So this will create or will generate a component called main component. So this main component will be the wrapper or the holder of all the sub pages that I want to create in my application. So here I will just give it some styling, or like I will create first a wrapper, and it will be a div class, and I want it to be a display flex with a flex colon, and I want to add a gap 1. So like I want my elements to be separated. So here the first thing is menu goes here, and we'll create a menu component later on, and then I will create another div or another wrapper. So for this one, I will give it a class like a padding left 2, and also like a padding S2. All right, and here, in order to navigate, or like in order to load our components inside our main component, we need, of course, the router outlet tag. All right, and as always, when we add a component, the first thing that we need to think about is to add the route. All right, so I will add a new route right here. So all I need to do is to specify my path, which is I want to keep it empty. So when I navigate to /books, I want to automatically, or by default, load the component main component, which is the one I just created. So now if we go back to our browser and we load the page, so here if we go to /books, we see that we have menu goes here, and we will see the rest of the components later on. So now the next step is to create a menu component. So let's go ahead and create this menu component and see how our page is going to look like. In the same way, here I will navigate now to my components folder, and I will create a new component, and I will call it menu. All right, so here this would be the menu component for my application. So once this menu is generated, so this component is not a page, so that's why I created it under this components folder. So now all I need to do is to include it in here, and we can keep track of the evolution of the implementation of this one. So it's called app menu. And now if I open the browser and refresh, we see that we have menu works, which is coming from this menu component.html. So now let's implement our menu component. So for this one, since we are using Bootstrap, I'll be using the nav tag, and I will use some Bootstrap CSS properties in order to create our navigation or our navbar or menu component. So for the class, I will give it a navbar class, and also I want it to be a navbar expand. So like I want it to be expanded, and I want to expand it only when I have large screen. So here for the background body, I want it to be, there is one called, this is the second option, territory. And then inside this nav bar, I will create a div, and I will give it a class, so container fluid. And then I will create an A tag. So this one I will give it, so it will be a navbar brand. So navbar and then brand. So I will give it also an href. So for this one, I will just give it a JavaScript :void and then 0 as a parameter. So, and then semicolon or something else. And this one, it will be BSN, just to say book social network. So far, this is how our navbar looks like. All right. So that's why this is how these properties are composed all together. All right. So then I will add a button, and this one, it will be my, I will give it a class navbar toggler. So like this, when we switch, or like when we reduce the size of the screen, this will be like the burger button in order to reduce or like to collapse our menu. All right, so I will give it a type button, of course. And here there is a property from Bootstrap, which is called data bs toggle. So data bs toggle equals, so I give it collapse as a value. All right, so now also I will give it I will add some other properties, which is data bs target, and equals, now I need to specify the value or the ID of the component that we will create just in a few seconds. Well, not the component, sorry, but the tag. All right, so here I will call it navbar supported content, something like this. And area controls, it will be the same one as navbar supported content. All right, so next we need our area expanded equals false. So like by default it should not be expanded. And also I will add an area label, and this area label I will call it toggle, for example, navigation. All right, so as I mentioned, this will be my toggle bar. Then after creating this button, or inside this button itself, I will add a span. So here my span, sorry, not this one, but it will be a span. So this span, I will give it a class. So it will be a class navbar toggler icon. So this, as I mentioned, it will be the burger icon that we will use later on. So just after this button, now we need to create this element. So I will just copy the name or the ID from here, and now I will create another div. So here I will give it a class, and it will be a collapse, since I want it to be collapsible. And then we have a navbar collapse class. And also I need to give it the ID, otherwise this one will not be found in here. All right, so now it's time to create our menu elements. So for the menu element, it will be a list. So it will be UL. So it would be a UL, and for this one we need to give it a few classes, and it will be a navbar nav. So this is navbar navigation element, just to say like that. And here margin right, I want it to be auto, and also I want to give it a margin bottom 2, just to give it some spacing, and a margin bottom when it's large screen, I want it to be 0. So I don't want to have margin, since I will change the display of my element. So here I will create my li, or like my element, or the first one. So this one I will give it a class, and it will be a nav item. So nav item, and here all I need to do is to specify my a tag, and this one it will be a nav link. So nav link, and then we have an attribute called area current equals page. So this is the current page, and here the first one I will give it a router link equals. So this router link replaces the href attribute. All right. So router link calls books/books. All right. So now I will just give it a class. So it will be an I just to give it an icon. So I will use fast or font awesome FA home alt. All right. And now I will use a space and I will call this one home. So let's first go check and see what is the output of this one. So here, as you can see, this is our home. All right. So now all we need to do is to duplicate this one a few times and just provide the different labels of our menu. So here I will duplicate this one. So in the menu we will have a menu book, and then also my books, so the user can see his own books, and then we will have a waiting list, for example, and a returned books, and also a borrowed books. So let's give the labels. So as we mentioned, the first one, it will be home. The second one, it will be my books. And here we need to change the icon. So the icon, I know that we have an icon called FA books, book, not books, or I think we can also use book or books with a plural one. And after my books, this one I will call it my waiting list, and this waiting list, it will be provided in the next part of this tutorial, how to add a book to the waiting list and get notified when the book is available. So here I will use the heart icon just as something favorite or something like that. So here let's also change the menus or like the values of the navigations. So here for the books, this one I will call it my dash books. All right, and then when we create the routes and the pages and the routes, we need to give it the same name as in here. So for the waiting list, I will call it my waiting list. And now the next one after my waiting list, I will call it my returned books. And here also I will give it my returned and then dash books. All right, so now the final link is borrowed books, and here the link I will give it also my borrowed and then books. All right, so now we are done with the menus. I think we have this one is an extra. So let's see the output of this menu. So this is how our menu looks like. So we have these different options, which is home, my books, my waiting list, my returned books, and borrowed books. All right, so now let's go back and let's add a search bar to our nav bar. So here after this UL, so after the closing tag of this UL, I will add a form. And this form, I will give it a class. So I want it to be a display flex. I want to display my elements inside this form in a flex. And I will give it a gap 2, just like gap 2 is for some spacing. And I will align items in the center. And this one, I will give it a role search. So role equals search. And inside this form, first I will have an input. So this input, it will be, first let's give it the class, and it will be of type, or like the class will be form control. And it will be of type text, of course. And here I will just add the placeholder, find a book. All right. And also I can add an area label, and I will call it search. All right, next I will add a button. So I will add a button right here, and this button I will give it a class btn and btn outline success. I can use success just to give it the green color, and it will be of type submit since it's inside the form. And here I can also give it the I and then class. And I want it to be fast FA search, just to give it the search icon. All right, and then after or inside this button or after this I will give it the span So here after this button, so I will add a span tag here, and I will say welcome, for example, and then it will be the name of the connected user. So here again I will add another span, and this one I will give it a class. So I want it to be text capitalized, so like I want to capitalize the first letter, and I want it to be font weight bold, so like I want to display the user as a bold one. And here, so for example, let's just say Alibu, just a static one, and then or later on we will add or like we will make it dynamic by getting the full name from the token and display it there. So now I will add a button. So this button will be for the logout. So it will be a class btn and then btn link. Just I want it to be displayed as a link, and this one we can make it even of type submit, but it's not a problem. We can even make it of type button. That would be better. And here we can also add a click event, and I will call it logout. All right. So this logout, let's create a method, but we'll implement it later on. Alright, so now inside I want to give my button a class, so like I want to give it an icon. So it will be font awesome and then FA door open, just to navigate or like just to say that this is the logout menu. So here, as you can see, we have our menu, we have our input field, we have this search button, and here we have welcome Alibu, and this is the link or the button just to log out the user. All right, so now our menu is implemented. So here I just want to show you something important. So here, if we switch it to mobile view, or like to mobile view, so you see right here that we have this burger menu. All right, so this is what I meant by having that toggle in the beginning. All right, so now let's go back to the desktop view, and let's continue implementing the rest of our application. So here the next thing or the next component that we will implement will be my books, or we can even start with the home. All right, so the home, it will be like we need to fetch all the books, and then we need to display the books that are available for any user in the public way. And of course later on we'll implement books, waiting list, return books, and so forth. But before moving to the next step, I just think about adding or like changing a little bit the default style of Bootstrap, because here I want, when I hover over the menu or the menu element, I want to see which one is selected, and also I want to make sure, or I want to see which menu was clicked. All right, so let's go ahead and add some styling to our menu. So I will open the menu component.scss, and here I will select all the li elements, and here I will want to fetch every a tag. All right, and here when I hover, so here when I do hover over this element, I want to have a background color, and here I think I remember the code, it's a D6E5 and then F1. So it's something, it's not a blue, but it's something close to the blue color. And here I want to add a border radius of value, and I will give it the value 5 pixels. And text decoration, I want it to be underline. So this is what I mean. And if we can see here, when I hover on the menu, we see that we change a little bit the background, so you can play with the colors later on. And now also I want to add another property, and then when the menu is active. All right, so when one element is active, so I want to make the color as something like this, 24, A7, and then E9. So it's like a blue, also like it's the same blue, but it's a little bit clearer. And also I want to have a border radius of 5 pixels. So now we can test, or we can try this one by just setting the active to any of our navigations. So here for the A, or like for the home, if I set it to active here, and if we come back to our page, here we see that wait, I need to check. maybe let's select another one, and here if we say I want this one to be active, and if we open the browser again, so something is not working, maybe we made a typo. Okay, so it's only changing the color, so which is a little bit different. So yeah, I guess we can accept that. So now also I want, when I click on one of these menus, I want always to automatically detect, even if I refresh the page, I want to automatically detect which element is the active one. All right, so how to do that? We need to implement a small function in our menu component.ts file. So the first thing, I will implement the onInit interface, and we need, of course, to implement the onInit method. So here on init, when we initialize the component, I want to do something. So here, the first thing, I will create a constant, and I will call it link color. So link color equals document, and then I want to query selector all. So I want to select all the elements having this .navlink class. So .navlink. So this means I want to get all these elements. All right. So then I want to loop over this link color, or like these elements, and here it will be a link, and then I can use the arrow function. So now here I want to do few check. So if window dot location dot href dot ends with. So if my location ends with my link dot get attribute, and I want to get the href attribute, and here otherwise like or else empty. So if this is the case, I want to link dot add class list, or sorry, class list, and then add, and I want to add the active class. All right, so this is the first check. So this means I want to get the link or the href of the window location or from the browser, and if the location is the same as the link.getAttribute href, so this means, for example, if in my browser I have /mybooks, all right, or ends with my books, and here the active one, or like when we do the for loop, this is the current element. So if the current element ends with this one, this value, this is when we want to set it to active. Otherwise, I want to add a link.add event listener. So when I want to click on this event, or like on this element, on the link element, I want to apply, or I want to do the following implementation. So here first I want to do a link, sorry, my link color dot for each. So like for all the elements, when we click on any of them, so for all the elements I want to remove my remove the active class. So here I want l.classList.remove, and I want to remove the active. So like I want to disable all the links, and here my link, like the current link, this one, it's not link color, but the current link dot class list dot add, and then active. All right, so just to activate the current one, and that's it. So here we have now the ng on init. So let's see now in the browser how this is gonna look like. So as you can see here, we have books, and then the book should be the active one. So let me just check the CSS style. Maybe we missed something. All right, so maybe let's check. We maybe made a mistake or a small mistake in our CSS. So here we have, okay. So yeah, this is the issue. So when I have the dot active class, all right. So now we see that we have this one, which is active, and all I need to do is to remove the active one that I specified in here. And now you will see that home will be the active one. And when I click on any menu, so you see that the active menu now is the color is changing. Alright, so now we are done with the implementation of the menu, and our menu is dynamic and we are able to navigate. All we need to do is to create the components and add the routing. So now let's move on and start implementing this homepage. Alright, now let's move on and implement this first page, which is the home page. So the home page, I will create a component in this pages folder. So let me navigate there, and I will create a component and I will call it book list. All right, so book-list. So this will be the name of my component. And as I mentioned, the first thing that we need to do is to add the routing. So now the routing, it will not be a classic route, but since I want to display everything inside my main component, so here I need to have a children attribute, and this one will be also a list of paths. All right, so the first path, it will be my books, so not my books but just books. And then for the component, I want to display the books list or book list component. All right, so now if we go back to our browser, and here in this books, so here let me go back to IntelliJ. Yeah, this one will be also empty. So like, because we already have the /books coming from the parent, so we can also keep this one empty. So here we see that we have book list works, and now we can start implementing the UI for this page. So let's close this one and let's open our book list component. We need also the TS file, so let's open it. And now let's start implementing this. So here the first thing I want to do, or I want to provide as an HTML, so it will be a title, and here books list, for example. All right, so then I will add a separator, so we'll use an HR, and here I want to display the books list. All right, so I need to fetch the list of books from the backend, and I want to display all of them in here. So let's use a wrapper or a container, and I will give it a class. So the display will be a deflex, and I want to justify the content. So justify content start, like I want to have it from the start or to display it from the start. I will give it a gap 2, and also I want to add a flex wrap. So flex wrap means that if we reach the end of the page, we want to break the line and go back. So here it will be like the books list. So now we can check the output. So this is the title, and here we have the books list. All right, so now let's go and implement and perform a call to our application in order to fetch the list of books. So now I will go to the bookslist.ts file, and here what I need to do, all I need is to have my constructor and private book service of type book service. All right, and of course I'm sure that we will need our router, so I will inject the router just in the beginning. All right, so now I want to load all the books from the beginning, or like when I load the page. So I will implement the onInit interface, and I will implement the method ng onInit. So here I will start by creating, or like calling or trying to find all the books. So here let's create a method. Let's call it find all books. And since we don't have this method yet, so let's go ahead and create it. So here we will have a private find all books, and here we need to call this .book service. So now, like from now on, you will see that the implementation is so simple, like nothing is really complicated. So it's super easy. So we need to call find all books method. And here this find all books method, we need to pass few parameters, which is the size and the page. We know that the size and the page are not mandatory, so they are optional, but it's better to pass them. So I will create a page, and it will be this dot page. So we will create also this variable, and also the size, it will be this dot size. All right, so let's create this page, create field page, and here it will be equals to 0. So I want to get the first page, and I will make it also public. And here also I will do the same for size, and for the size we said that we want to have 10, but for this case I will display only 5 elements. Alright, so page equals 0 and the size equals 5. So in the backend it's 10, but for the front end I want it to be only 5 elements. So here I will just subscribe, and of course we need our next, and here we need our books. Alright, so the books is the result that will be returned from the backend. And here, as you can see, so this is not, I did not type this one, but it was generated by IntelliJ, since IntelliJ tries to get the type of each parameter. So as you can see, it's of type page response, book response. Alright, so here all I need to do is to create an object of type book response. So here I will create this one. So so I will create an object, I will call it book response of type as exactly in here, page response, book response, and I will initialize it as an empty value. All right, so now all I need to do is this dot book response equals the books that will be received from here. All right, here book response, not service. So now we are almost done. All right, so now we have the list of books, and it's also called in our ng on init. So now we can so let's just try, and let's have a span. So just to show you the output, and I will loop over the books. So let book of books response dot content, since I know that the books response or the book response contains an element content, and here I can display, for example, book dot I don't know, like title, for example, and let's see what we have as books in our database for this specific user. So now if I open and see what's going on, the first thing, or like from the first insight, we have a 403. So a 403 means that something is wrong or something is not correct. And now let me refresh. So here we see again that we have a 403, even we have the correct URL. So here, even in our application and in the local storage, we have a fresh token which is not yet expired. But let's analyze why we have this 403. So here, if we check the headers, so here these are the response headers, but we want to check the request headers. So here what we are sending, we are sending accept encoding, origin, and so forth, but we are missing one important header, which is the authorization, which would have the value bearer space and then application. All right, so for that, since the services are manually, or sorry, not manually, but automatically generated, so there is no easy way, or like no straightforward way to inject the token. But let me show you in the next video how we can automatically and in a smart way how we can inject a token for each request that you are sending to our backend. And this can be valid for any type of implementation, whether you want to implement your services your own, or even if you want to automatically generate using the OpenApi specification and to have the services automatically generated. So let's move on to the next part, and let me show you how to fix this issue. Before moving to the implementation of the solution, let's first understand what we want to implement. So the idea behind this implementation is that we want to add an interceptor that will intercept every HTTP request coming or like going out from our front-end application to the back-end. And when intercepting this request, we want to integrate or to include or to inject our authentication header, or we want to our authorization header. This means we want to inject our JWT token with each request. So like we implemented once and we don't need to change it for any time or for each time. So this is what we only need to do. So let's now go ahead and implement this. So what we need to do is in our services folder, I will create a new folder and I will call it interceptor. All right, so now I will navigate to this folder using the command line. And here I will use an Angular command called ngg, and then we can pass an option called interceptor. So ng generate interceptor. And my interceptor, I want to call it HTTP interceptor, for example. So I will call my interceptor or HTTP token. That would be more relevant. So HTTP token, since we want to add or like to create an interceptor that will inject a token. So let's just hit enter and wait for the generation. So now the interceptor is generated and it's already inside this folder. So now let's go ahead and implement this interceptor. So the implementation of this interceptor is quite easy and quite simple. So one of the dependencies, or like the only dependency that we need, is our private token service. So the token service, since we want to use it in order to get our token. So now the next step is we first need to create a const, and let's call it token equals this dot token service dot token. And now we need just to check if I have the token. I want to do something. Otherwise, I want to return next.handle and my request. So here, if I have the token, I want to change the request and I want to inject my authorization header inside my request. So in order to do that, so we need to clone the current request. So this one, we need to clone it since we are not able to change the existing one. So we cannot change this, but we can create a clone out of it and change few parameters. So here we can do, we can call it auth request equals request.clone. And here when cloning a request, we can pass few parameters. As you can see, it's called update. So we can update few things. So what we want to update are the headers. Since we want to include a new header, so here we can pass new headers or new HTTP headers. This is the correct name. And these HTTP headers, we can pass also some other parameters. So we want to pass an authorization. So here we need to import, yes. So authorization, and our authorization is what? Is our bearer token and then space plus token. So we want to integrate our token in here. All right, so that's it. And then once we clone and prepare the auth request, all we need to do is to return next.handle. So we need to handle, but now we don't want to pass the same request, but the auth request, the one that we cloned and updated. So I will pass my auth request. So now this already implemented, and this is all the implementation of our token interceptor. But as I always mention in my courses, when you create something, you need to bind it, you need to use it. So here you see that this interceptor is not used. So let's go ahead and use this one. So now where we can use this interceptor. Since we want this interceptor to be global in all the application, so the only logical place and the easy place is the app module. All right, so in the app module, here in these providers, since here we provided manually the HTTP token, also I want to provide an interceptor. All right, so here I will use provide, and then I want to provide an HTTP underscore interceptors. And here I want to use class. So which class I want to use, which is my HTTP token interceptor, the one I just implemented. And here we have one important property, which is called multi, and we need to set it to true. Why we need to set it to true? Since this is not the only interceptor that we have in the application, because Angular has also its own interceptors. So we need to add this among the list of the interceptors. So the interceptors is something like in the Spring, in the backend, it's something like a filter. So we know that Spring has its own filters, and we want to create a new filter. So we just create it and then assign it when we use, for example, http.addFilter before. So this is almost the same thing. All right. So now let's go back to the browser and let's try to refresh our request and our page and see if everything is working fine. So now we see that we have the list of the books, and even if we refresh and if we go to the network, if I refresh, now we have a 200 OK coming from the backend. And now if I check my request headers, we see that now we have this authorization header with the value bearer, and this is our token. So we successfully injected our token. We can now proceed to the implementation of our book list page, and we can make our book list page much nicer by creating few things, components, CSS, and so forth. All right, now let's go back to the implementation of our book list. So here, what I will do next is I will create a component, and I will call it a book card, for example. So this book card, it will be a card, something looking like a card. So I will be also using the bootstrap component card, or like the bootstrap styling for a card. And for this card, I will just create it and design it in a way that it should be looking nice. All right, so let's go ahead and implement and create this card component. So I will go back to my module book, and then in the component, I will copy the location and then navigate to that location, and I will create my book card component. So ng generate component book card. So I will let it generate. And here, once I have this book card, what I will be doing, so here I will change this span from book span to a book or app book card. All right, so I will remove this one since we don't want it. And here, if we go back to the browser, we see that we have book cards. Book card works so as many times as we have books in our API. All right, so now we can start implementing this book card. So let's open the TS and also the HTML. And if we need to add some CSS, we will add it. All right, so the first thing, what we need from our book. So here we need to have an input. All right, so we need to have an object of type book response. Since we know the information of a book are of type book response, so I will create an object and I will call it a book. So like I'm using underscore since it's a convention, and this one, it will be of type book response equals an empty object. So then I will create a getter and a setter for this book, and here on the set book, so on this one, on the set book method, I will add the input annotation since I want to add this, or like to require this as an input. And here, if we go back to the book list, so pages and then book list, you will see here that in this book card, I can pass an input called book. All right. So the book will be also the book itself. So this parameter or this variable name right here. So let's keep it there and let's go back to the implementation of our part. All right. So here, let's go to the HTML side, or like to the HTML page, and let's start implementing our card component. So here I will create a wrapper or a container. You can call it anything you want. I will give it a class. So this one, it will be of a class card. And then let's give it a style, just to give it a fixed width. And we give it a 20 rem. Width, I'm missing a T here. So now if we open the browser, we see that we have almost a card. All right, so this is not a real one, but once we add some text and once we add some properties, it will be looking much nicer. All right, so here among the inputs that I will also ask for, I want also to get an input of type, or like the book cover itself. All right. So here I will create, let me also do code, rearrange code. And here I will create another input and I will call it private book underscore book cover. So this will not be an input, but it will be just a variable that I want to use. So this a book cover, and it will be of type string or even undefined. All right, so it can be a string or undefined, since for a book we can upload or not a cover. All right, so I will just create a getter for this one. So again, I will rearrange the code, and here for this get book cover, what I will do. So to get a book cover, first I want to do this. So sorry, not this, but if I have my book, so this dot underscore book. So if I have the book already available, dot cover, of course, because since we want to check if we have the cover or not. So what we want to return, since the book cover, it will be returned as a base64 image. So in order to be able to display it in an image img tag, we need to add something. So here, let me show you what I'm talking about. So here, let me just return an empty string. But for this book cover, what I will be using, so here I will add an EMG, and then the source, let's say it will be our book cover. All right. So for the source, let's make it something like this, and it will be my book cover. All right. So here I will give it a class. So it will be a card img top. So, and then I can give it also an alt, let's say just 3 dots. And here I can give it a fixed height, which is 200. So now if we check our page, we see here that this is the cover. All right. But now if I try to get the book, so here we can also even open our network tab. And here, if we see the response or the result, for some book, we will see that we have this value. So I will copy it, and I will just paste it as like, or I will hard code it in here. All right. So this will be the value of our picture. All right. So when we get this one, we should see a picture right here. All right. So let's see if this works. Now we see that the picture is not displayed, or even here, if we go to base 64 image, I think this one, and if I do paste and then I do decode, we see that we have already a picture in a base 64 format, but here we are not able to display that one. And this is because here, when we display a base 64 image, we need to add something. So like we need to add few things. So it should be a data, and then it's of type image / JPG, and then semicolon, and we need to say that it's a base 64 image. All right, and then comma, and then the base 64 image. So now if we go back to the browser again, we see that the page, or like the image, is correctly displayed in our page. All right, so now let's go back to our code, and here I can delete this hard-coded value. And now all I need to do is to do this dot underscore book dot cover. So now you understand and you get what I want to do here with this get book cover. Also, in case we don't have a picture, all right. So in case the user did not upload a picture, so there is a website that can generate randomly a picture. It's called source.unsplash.com, and I think we can use directly the user /c_v_r, something like this. Yeah. So as you can see, every time I refresh this page, it will generate maybe a new picture. All right. So we can even specify the size. So for example, for this URL, so here, every time I refresh the page, it will send us or bring us a new picture. All right. So again, if I paste it, again, if I use this one, it will return a different picture at a time. So we can use it as a random picture generator. So here, instead of just returning an empty thing or like something that does not exist, we can use this one. As I mentioned, so like the website is called source.unsplash.com/user/cvr with underscore, and here you can specify the size of the picture. So now if we go back to the browser, we will see that we have now a picture nicely looking in our application. So here I'm just zooming out too much. Maybe if I I'm zooming in too much. Maybe if I zoom out, it will be better as display. So let's maybe keep it this way. All right, so now let's go back to and finish the implementation of our component. So here after the image, what I want to do, let me format this one. So I will add also another container, and this one I will give it a class. So this will be my card body, and also I wanted to add an overflow scroll. So when I overflow, like when we have a long text or a long content, I want to add a scroll. So here I will add an h5. So this one, it will have a class which is the card title. And here for the card title, I can also give it some font styling 6 and text also no wrap. I don't want to wrap the text, and I want to give it a font weight bold and a margin bottom 1. All right. And here inside this this one, I will add an I class. So I just want to add an icon. So it will be FA solid or font awesome solid. And here we have an icon called FA book. All right. So like this, just to display the book, and outside I can do a space, and here I can show the book.title. So let's see the output of this small change. So as you can see here, we want to display something like this. So Python book, Spring for beginners, and so forth. Let's continue with the implementation of the other elements or the other parts. So in the same way, I will duplicate this h5 class, and also like I will give it, now it will not be a card title, but it will be a card subtitle, and I will give it the same font size 6 and text, and this one it will be a text secondary, so it will be like kind of grayish, and I don't want it to be bold, and I need some spacing just to add some margin on the top. So here it will be this one, it will be the author name. So I want to display the author name in here. So now we need to change the icon. So instead of using FA book, so we can use user. I think there is something called solid or check. Yes, so it's a user check, just to add something like this. All right, so like an icon user with this check. All right, so next one, we can also duplicate this, but this time we will use an h6 just to make it a little bit smaller. And here we can also use the subtitle. We can use the same font size, and also like we can keep it as gray. And here instead of using this one, we will use FA code. So this will be the ISBN of the book. All right, and here this is the ISBN of our book. So next, what we need to do is another h6. So to display the next information, which is the owner of the book. All right, so it will be also a card subtitle with font secondary 6, but since this is the last element, I will not add a margin. And here I will just use an FA user just to say this is the owner of the book, and that's it. So this is how my code or how my application looks like. All right, but there is something weird. Maybe we missed some mapping. If I open the book, so here do we have ISBNs for all of them? Okay, so we did not provide this one, but if we just try to do something like this, just to see how it looks like in our page. So now if I go back to the browser, refresh, so we see also that we have the ISBN of the book. All right, so now let's go back and continue the implementation. So after this h6 or after this element, I will add a separator, and here I will add a P class, and I will give it card text, and here I will display my book.synopsis. All right, so let's see the output of this one. So this is the synopsis, and if, for example, if we have a longer text, it will be also displayed. All right, so now we are done with almost we are done. We are not 100% done with this, but we need to add some action buttons. All right, we need to add some action buttons to our card. So the action buttons, it will be, for example, to like to display the rate of the book, also to show the details, to borrow a book, to add to the waiting list, also to edit, to share, and also to archive a book. All right, so in order to do that, I will create a wrapper div, and this one I will give it a class. So this will be the card footer, and also I want it to be a display flex, and I will give it a gap too. So the gap just to give some spacing, as I mentioned, and I want to justify the content between. So like all the elements that I will be placing, I want them to be placed like in the borders or in the corners of the container. Also, I want to align my items in the center. So I want I want to have them horizontally centered in the middle. So then I will have a div class. I will give it also a div flex. So I want it to be a display flex, and I will give it a gap too. All right, so now I will just display all the icons, and then I will show you how we should display the icons. So here, let's say, for example, 5 stars. And here, so this should be the rating. After that, I will create another wrapper or another container. So you call it anything you want. And also I want it to be a display flex with a gap too. So like to add some spacing instead of using the margins and so on and so forth. All right, so here I will use icons. So I will create an icon. So the first one, it will be a class, and I will use a circle info. So if a circle info, and I want it to be a text primary. And also I can duplicate it 2 times. So the second one, it will be a list check, for example. So list check just for the borrowing a book. And also I want to keep it, or I want to use a text primary as a color primary. So this means blue when using Bootstrap. And here I want to use a heart, for example, and I want it to be danger to have the red color. So let's see the output of these changes. So this is how it looks like. So here we have 5 stars. So this will be the rating. And here we have this eye. And we have also this check if in case we want to borrow this book. And you have this heart in order to add it to our waiting list. All right. So again, I can duplicate this block right here. And now I want to add the icons for the management. Management means when we want, because we can use this card component or book card component in different pages. So we can use it in the home page right here. We can use it also in my books page, and so on and so forth. So when we use it in my books page, we don't want to display these icons, but we want to display different ones like edit, share, archive, delete, and so on and so forth. But these 3 icons, they will be available only when we are on the home page. All right, so like when we want to display the books for the public users. So now let's just do some changes. So this one, it will be edit. So we can use the edit icon, and we can give it a text success, for example, just to make it look green. And here we have just to share a book. We have an icon, I think it's called share nodes. Yes, so the share nodes, and this one we can make it primary, for example. And finally, we can use the archive icon. So, and we can give it a text danger. So here, this is how it looks like. So here we have the edit button, we have the share, and we have also the archive. So I want to add one small change here, or like one small styling. So for this book component, I will go to the CSS, And what I want to add is, first I want, when I hover on this I element, I want to have the hand. So like I want to give it the feeling that it's clickable. So to do that, I can do something like this. For every I element, I want the cursor to be of type pointer. All right. Also, so this is something like this. Sorry, not the book list, but it should be in the book card elements. All right, so now if we check this one, so here this is what I meant. So here you see that it looks like a hand. So this gives the feeling that this is clickable. All right, also here I want to give some fixed height for my cards, in case, for example, I have a bigger image or like longer text and so on and so forth. So I just want them to have the same thing. So what I mean in here, so if again I open my book, and if we take I don't know, like clean code, for example, and here if I try to duplicate this one so many times, and then I save, and here if I refresh, you see that now the size is different. All right, so I want to give it a fixed size to have them, or like to make them all look the same. So now going back to our book card component.scss, so here I want to select for each div, so each div having the dot card or having the card style or the card class, I want to have a max height of, let's say, maybe 450 pixels should be enough, and also of course a mean height, and I would say also 450 pixels should be also enough. Now if I refresh the page and see the changes, you see here that first we are scrolling, so we have this scroll, and now all the cards, they look exactly the same. All right, so now the card is almost done. We only need to add some small change, or like some small enhancement. So this enhancement is when to display this management icon and when not to display this management icon. So in order to do that, so let me first rearrange the code in here. So I will move this one here just to make it look better and group all the properties together. So here I will create, or like I will ask for an input, so it will be manage, and I will initialize it to false by default. So this manage, I will create a getter and setter for it. Also I will do code rearrange code, and this will rearrange a little bit the code, and I need to place this one. So let me put it here, and also the book cover. So yeah, since I want to group all the fields together, and like the attributes and then the methods separately. All right, so here this set manage, I will ask for it as an input, as I mentioned, and by default it will be false. So here if I go back to this div, or to these two blocks, and the first one, which should be available for the public, for this one I want to display it only if not manage. All right, and I want to display the other one in the opposite case. So I want to display it only if manage. So now if we go back here, we see that we have only the public, or the publicly available icons. So before finishing with these components, let's add a few things, or let's add few actions. So here for these all these I classes, I want to add some click event. So I want to add a click, and here I would say on something. So the first one on show details. So like when I click on show details, what I want to do. So let's just create the method, and then we will come back for the implementation when we need to do that. All right, so here I would also add on borrow. I will create the method, and finally, like for the first part, we have on add to waiting list. All right, so here let's also create this method, and now let's move on to the management icon. So here the first one, it will be on edit. Let's create this, And again, the next one, it will be on share. So this means when we want, or when we click on the share icon or button, if we can consider it as a button. And here on archive. So the on archive, it's also a method, and we need to create that. So now, in order to communicate these events from the child to the parent, you already know the answer. I already explained it very well in my course. So what we need to do is to expose some outputs. All right. So now let's go ahead and create a few outputs. So now if we go back here, and now I can create some outputs. So the first one, it will be an output, and let's import it, and it will be a private share. So I'll just create them this way, and it's of type event emitter, and it will be of type book response. So here, and it will be equals a new event emitter of type book response. So the same thing, it will be for archive, add to waiting list, borrow, edit, and details. So this one, let me rename it archive, and this one add to waiting list, and the next one will be borrow. So when we want to click on borrow button, edit, and here details. So let me rename this to details. All right. So now all we need to do is to call these elements. All right. Just to emit these events. Sorry. So here on show details, it will be this dot show details, or just details. We rename it, and then dot emit. And what we want to emit, this dot book. All right. So we want to emit this dot book. So we can do also this one. So it will be borrow, and add to waiting list, and also here it will be edit, and here it will be share, and finally it will be archive. All right. So we don't need to change anything. All we need to do is to emit the event with this book value, or with this book response value. And when we receive this element or this value, we can do what needs to be done with it. All right. So now I assume we are done with the book card element, or the book card component. So now maybe what we will implement next, we will implement a component to display the rating of the book. So like how many stars this book has. All right. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. So let's move on and implement that one. All right, so now let's go ahead and implement this star rating component. So here in the same place, like in this component folder, so we are already there, I will create a component, and I will call it rating or rate. So rating should be also fine for me. And now we will implement the UI, or the display of this component. So since we want to use it in here, so let's prepare it and call this component, and then we will move to the implementation. So here what I want to do, I will call my app rating component. So this app rating, it will have, or like we will give it some inputs, and let me close it. And then let's add a span. So the span, it will has a class. So let's say font weight bold. I want to give it a bold, and here I want to display this one only if I have like my book dot rate. So if I have a rating, I want to display it. Otherwise, I want to display 0. All right. So this one, it should be of course greater than 0, since this is an ngIf. So if my book rate is greater than 0, and this expression right here means this, if the rate is undefined, so by default it will be 0. All right. So if undefined, then 0, otherwise it will be the rate, and this one should be greater than 0. All right. So the next thing, if we have that one, all I need to do is to display my book dot rate. All right, so now we have this component, and if I open or if I go back to the browser, you will see that we have rating works. All right, so now let's go ahead and implement it. I can close this one and this, and I can just open my rating and rating TS file. So first I will start by preparing few things. So the first thing I need is an input, of course, and it's the rating value. So like from 1 to 5, and it's of type number equals 0. I will initialize it to 0, and here it should be a colon. And then I will have a max rating. So a max rating, it would be also of type number and equals 5, since I want to implement a component having 5 stars as maximum. So I will create a get method, and I will call it get full stars. So this get full stars, it will return a number. And what I want to return, I want to return a math.floor. So I want to round the value of my rating, of this dot rating. And then I want to have another method. So this to get the full stars, I want to have another method which would return like a half star. All right, so get half star. And this get half star, so it will be a boolean just to check if the value or if this current star is a half star or not. So I will return this dot rating, and then percent 1. So this is just a math, and this one should be different from 0. And finally I will create another method, and it will be empty stars. So this empty stars, it will return a number, and this should return the list or like the number of empty stars. So it will return this dot max rating. So the value of my max rating minus math dot seal, and I want to seal this dot rating value. So now I have the 3 methods that I need in order to calculate the number of stars. So now we can move on to the implementation of these stars, or to the display of these stars. So first, as I mentioned, or like as I do always, I want to have a div class, and I will give it rating. So this rating, then I will have a bunch or like few ng containers. So the first ng container, I will do a loop, or I will loop over it. So here I will have an ng4 and let underscore, so which is like just an element of here. So this is how we can declare a table of my full stars. All right. And then I will let I equals index. So this is just a counter. And here what I want to do, I want to have an I element with a class. So this will display all the stars or the full stars element. So it will be fast or like font awesome fa star, and I want to use a text warning just to give it this golden shiny color. All right, so now the next ng container, so I will have, as I mentioned, another one. And this one I will display it ng or only if I have or has a half star. All right, so I can also rename this one to be more consistent, and I will call it has half star. All right, so if it has a half star, what I want to do, I want again to display this one, but I will change the value. So this one, it will be star half alt. All right, so alt, this means one part is filled and the other part is empty. So I will copy this ng container, and here now I will use my empty stars. So I start by filling the full stars, and then if I have half stars, I fill them, and finally if I have empty stars also, I want to display them. All right, so here I want to loop over my empty stars, and here it will be just this without this text warning. So now if we open the browser, you will see the final result. So here, since we don't have any star yet, or we don't have any feedback or a rating yet, so this will be empty. But if you want, we can manually insert some values. So here, maybe the ID, let's give it something like this. Created by, we can keep it, okay, let's give it 1. Created date, we can say it's today. And the last modified, we don't care. Let modified date. So comment, so here's, let's say, some feedback. And the note, if we say, for example, 3.5, something like this. And let's give it to the book with the ID. I need to check the ID again. So I will refresh the page, and I know that this is the book, the one that has the cover. So the book ID 1. All right, so let's give it this note. And now if I update, and if we go back here and refresh the page, so it's 3.5 stars. So now it's not displaying because we need to add some styling. Sorry, so it's not about styling, but it's just we did not pass the input. So here, like we need the rating as an input, but we did not pass it from the book card component. So here we have this rate. Yes, so here we need to pass this rating, and the rating, it should be book.rate. Otherwise, let's say it should be, or it can be, a 0 rate. So now if we go back, we see here that we have this star component. All right. So also now we learned how to create a rating component to display the rating of our application, or of a feedback, generally speaking. So now, since we are done with the rating, we are also displaying the books. The next step is we need to implement a pagination component. So since we have, or like we can display so many elements. So here, if we go back to our book list, for example, component, and here, if we change this size, so if we say, so now we are sure that we have 4 books. All right, but if we change it to 2, we will be displaying only 2 books. But we need to be able to navigate through the different pages of our books. So the next element, or the next component that we will implement, is the pagination book, or the pagination component. All right, so now let's close all the unnecessary components and files, and let's go to our book list component. All right, so for our book list component, let's create an element. So here, after this div class, or after displaying the list of the books, so here I can also break down these ones, since later on we will also implement the actions or the events. So here we have ng4, and then we have the input as a book, and then we will implement borrow and details for this public page. So now I will create another container, and this one I will give it a class, and it will be a display flex, and also justify content in the center, and I want to have some margin top. All right, so here now let's create our navigation component, or navigation element. So for this time, we will not creating a component, but in case we need to have navigation for a specific page, we can just copy paste. Otherwise, you can feel free to create or to extract it to a component. All right, so here I will create a nav bar, or like I will use the navigation, and here, for example, I will call it page navigation example. All right, so as an area label. So here, the same thing as we did for the menu, it's almost the same. So we will use UL with a class, and we will call it pagination, since Bootstrap provides us with something called pagination. And here we will have a list. All right, so here it will be of class page item, and inside this page item we will have an a tag. All right, so this one, first we will add a click event. So here we will have like like 4 static buttons first. So like go to first, like the first page, the previous one, and then the next and the last page. And then in between we will have the number of the available pages. All right, so here I will add a click event. So let's add it later on. Let's keep the So here it will be a page link. All right, so I will give it a class page link, and of course I need to deactivate or to disable the clicking, and I will give it href javascript and then void of 0, and here I will give it area label. So the area label, I will call it previous. So this will be the previous button. All right, or like first or something like that. So it doesn't matter. So now I will use an I, and then I will give it class. So it will be FAS or FA solid, and then it will be FA angles left. I will also just duplicate this I tag in here, and I will create like the previous one. So this one will be the first. So maybe let's also add the click event, and I will call it go to first page, just for you to understand before even moving to the display or to the generated UI. So this one, it will be go to first. All right, and also like we can add some class, like we can disable and enable it, but we will do it in a few seconds. So here I will also add a click event for this one, and I will call it go to previous page. So this one is, or this button is to navigate me to the previous page. So it will be also a page link, and here, so it will be only one angle left. So it's not multiple, but only one angle left. So here we will have our li, and here we will have our ng for loop. All right, so here we will loop over the pages, or like the different pages that we have, and we will display all of them, but we will keep it empty for now. So I will just copy this value right here, and instead of this one, I will just say 1, for example, which is the page number 1. And here, let's say, let's call this one go to page, just go to page. And here we need page index, which is, let's say 0, for example, for now. And here, let's say index or page index of type number. All right, so now I will copy these two LIs and paste them in the bottom right here. So here after this one, so we will have first, so yeah, this one is, yeah, so this one is the middle, and this one, it will be go to next page. So like we want to navigate to the next page, and then of course JavaScript void 0, and this one, like we can even keep it to previous, or let's rename it to next. And this one, instead of using FA angles left, it will be chevron right. All right, so it will be chevron right, and then go to last page. So here, instead of go to previous, it will be go to last page. Let's create the method, and then let's use the angles right for it. All right, so let's go ahead and have a look on how this looks like. So as you can see, so this is the first, previous, and then we have the current page and the next, and then the last one, or like going to the last page. All right, so now if we go back in here, so here we need, as you can see, if we are in the first page, so we need to disable these two buttons, and if we are in the last page, we need to disable these two buttons too. All right, so let's go ahead and implement these fixes first, or like these enhancements. So here, as you can see, for the go to first page, like, or to navigate to the first page, I want to add a class dot disabled, and this one I want it to be disabled only if my page equals to 0. So like if my page is 0, so I want to disable this one. So the go to previous, the same way, if the page is 0, so I cannot go to previous. So here, as you can see, I'm already in the first page, so we cannot navigate to previous one. So like 0, I cannot go under 0, so it will be a -1, which is not acceptable. All right, so here after that, I would need to implement this one. So here it will be something like this, and also in here. So now I will create a method, and I will call it isLastPage. All right, just to determine if this is my last page or not. So let me also change it in here. So now let's create okay, so let's create a field, but I will just do like this, and in the bottom I will do a get is last page. All right, so this is last page. It will return a number, and now the error should be gone in here. And now all we need to do is to implement this is last page method. All right, so if just to check if this is the last page, all I need to do is return this dot page, and this one, it should be equals to this dot book response dot total pages as number. So like I want to convert this total pages since it can be undefined, that's why I need to cast it -1. So since I know here it should be a boolean, not a number. So since I know that the page is always starts from 0 and total pages will be the page like always -1. So here if we go back, so now we see that we still have this one. All right, so now let's implement, or let's add the number of the pages in between. All right, so in order to do that, we said that we need to loop over the total pages. So here we need to loop over the total pages. So in this li, I will first give it the class page item, of course, and here I will do ng4. So here I will let something, or like underscore of and then I will use dot constructor, and this constructor will be of this dot book response dot total pages, and then I will also let I equals index. All right, so here this should be my I, or like my index variable. So maybe let's call it instead of index, let's call it page index and use it in here. So this will be the page index, and this is when I want to navigate or to click to the next page, or to navigate to the next page. And here all I need to do is my page index +1, since I know the page index starts from 0. So now this is how it looks like. So we have something wrong, maybe we mistyped something. Yes, so it should be this dot book response. And as you can see here, we have 1, 2, since we have only 2 pages. And here, if I change in my TS file, if I change the size to 1, so we should have 4 pages, since we know that we have 4 books in the backend. So now let's implement this navigation, and let's implement these functionalities. All right, so let's implement them one by one, and let's start with the go to first page. So to go to the first page, it's super easy. This dot page equals 0. We need to initialize the page to the 0, and we need to call this dot find all books. All right, so I will copy this value right here, and now to go to the previous page. So it will be this dot page -. So I just need to decrease it by 1, and also refresh, or like refetch the list of books. All right. So here, this is the go to previous page. With the next one, we can also implement the go to page. And here we want this dot page equals index, and I will just rename it to page. That would be much understandable. And now we want to implement the go to next. So the go to next, it will be page ++, and again find all books, and also go to last page. We want this dot page to be our this dot book response dot total pages as number. We need to cast, I already explained it, because this one might be undefined, and then -1. So now let's go ahead and test these changes. So now if I navigate to the page number 2, you see here that the title is changing. So 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. But here we are missing something, or like we need to add something. So we need to keep track, or like to highlight the active one. All right. So here, in order to do that, we need to add, or like we can add a style, or like a simple style So here in the HTML, and where we have the for loop, and in the same way, we need to add a class dot, not class list, but just class dot active, for example. And I want this one to be active only if my page equals my page index. All right, so like if the current page, so we know that the page is the current one, equals the page index which is already active. All right, so for that we need to add some styling, maybe just to make that one available, or like to make this small change available. So let's add some CSS. Or I think we don't need CSS since the active class is already available by Bootstrap. Yes, so we don't need to add anything. And now if we navigate, you see that we are highlighting the active page. All right, so let's bring back our number of pages to 5, or maybe let's try with 4 or 2. So let's try with 3, and let's see how it's gonna look like. So now we have the previous and the first page are disabled. If we navigate, so like this one, since it's the last page, so it's already disabled. All right, so also we can use here in these two methods, or like in this method, we can use, instead of page equals 0, we can use the flags which is first or last that we have already in the book response object. All right, so this is our navigation. So now we just implemented the navigation for our component. Let's bring this one to 5. I guess 5 should be enough, or even 4. So 4 also should be enough. So now let's move on and implement these functionalities. So let's implement the book details and borrow a book. And so since we did not implement the add to waiting list in our backend, but we will implement it later on in a future implementation and in a future feature. So let's implement at least this borrow a book, and let's see how this is gonna behave. All right, so now let's implement this borrow book. Here we have also the book details. So we just need to redirect the user to the book details page, which we will implement later on. So now let's implement the most important part, which is to borrow a book. So to borrow a book, the first thing that we need to do is our book in our book list and in our book card, we need to implement the borrow method. All right, so the borrow method, and we'll call the method borrow book. So, and in here it will be a $event. So I think this borrow book, it's referencing to the service, but we need to create a method. So don't go fast and import, but just create a method. All right, and here let's call it book response, or just let's call it a book. And let's say book. No, please book, just book. And we need to import this book response. All right, so now in order to borrow a book, what we need to do, we need to call our book service dot borrow book. All right, so to borrow a book, all we need to do is to provide the different parameters that we need. All right, so we need our book dot ID, and I need to cast it to a number, since as I mentioned, book.id can be defined, which is of type number or undefined. So that's why we need this small cast right here. So once everything is done, I want to subscribe, and then next. And now what I want to do is my arrow function, since I don't need any return type or any return value. So here what I want to do, I want to display a message for my user. So the message, I will create a variable, and I will call it this.message equals, for example, let's say book successfully added to your list, something like this, for example. And I need to create this message. So create this field, and I will not make it as private, but I want it to be public, and I can also initialize it to an empty string. So again, in this borrow book method, I want to initialize this message to an empty string. All right, so now we can go ahead and try this one. So let's open the browser, and also I will open the the network. So for example, let's try to borrow this one. So here we see that we have a 200 OK, and we have a response equals 1, and so on and so forth. So this means that the book was borrowed successfully. If I try to borrow it 2 times, or the second time, so we will get a 400, since we will get a response saying that the requested book is already borrowed. So now we need to display whether an error message or a success message. All right, so let's go ahead and implement this one. And in order to implement this, in the top here, before this HR, I will add a div. So here it will be a block, and I want to display this one only if I have a message. Otherwise, I don't need to add it. And I want to add a class equals alert. So, and here the alert can be alert danger or alert success. But here it depends on the error message, or it depends on the message. So I want whether to display it as an alert danger or to display it as an alert success. So for that, I will create here after message, I will create or like a level. Also, it will be of type string, and I will set it to by default to success. All right, so I will set it by default to success, and in here, if I get a success message, I will say this dot level equals success. So like I can even initialize it to empty, so it should be also fine. But here we decide, or like we can decide that we want it to be by default a success message. And now I can use now this class dot alert success only if the level equals to success. All right, otherwise I want it to be alert danger if here, or if my level equals to error. All right, so here let's say error, and let me inverse these ones. All right, so now let's implement the error case. So here we have the next. This means that everything was fine, but we can also have our error case, which will be an error function. And here I need my error object, or the error response. And first we can just log our error just to see what we have. And we need to set this dot level to error in order to display the danger alert. And here let's say this dot message equals error dot error dot error. So this is the structure that we have. And now we can go and try this out. So we already borrowed this book, and if I try to borrow it again, so here we just display the alert, but we just forgot, of course, to display the message itself. So let's go back in here. And now we need to display the message itself. Nope, not that one, but the message. All right, so if we borrow this one again, we see that the requested book is already borrowed. All right, and if I borrow another one, we have book successfully added to your list. So now we display the error message and the success message. So the next point, or the next thing is to move to the display, or like the book detail. We can implement a page for it, like to display the details of the book, display also the feedbacks. But let's move on to a more important part. We will come back to the book details later. Let's implement the My Books page, and also how to create a new book. So let's go ahead and implement this one. All right, now let's go ahead and create a new page. So we are done yet with the components, and we need to create a new page. So I will navigate to the location and ng components, and I will call it My Books. All right, so the My Books, let it generate, and then meanwhile, let's go to the app or the book routing module, not the app routing. And here let's add a new path, and the path, it will be My Books, as we mentioned before. So My Books, and the component, I want it to be My Books component. Alright, so now we have my books, and again, if we go back to the browser and try to navigate to my books, we see that my books works. So here the implementation of the my books page will be super fast, since it will be, or it will look like almost like this. So what we will do is to copy the code from the book list, and then we will just adjust it a little bit, and we need just to perform or to make the correct calls to our backend. So let's go back and do this. So I will open the book list and I will copy all this and I will paste it in the HTML. All right. Also, I will do the same. So I will start copying from here until the end. Also, I guess we need to delete this one. We don't need it. And I will paste it in here. All right. So here, and we need, of course, to implement the onInit method. And we are done. And I think here we're just missing a closing brackets. So now if we go back to my books, it looks exactly the same. So now let's start performing, or let's start adding the changes. So let's close the book list and keep only the my books. So for the my books here, instead of books list, it will be my books list, or like my book list. I'm not sure how which one is the correct, or like English correct. So here we don't need to display any error message or like any messages, so we can remove that one. So for that we can also delete this message and level. So when we delete this message and level, we don't need the borrow book. So let's remove the whole method, optimize the import, and let's check what else that we can remove. All right, so far we just removed that one. We don't need the borrow. And for the app book card, we have the book as an input. And also, since we are displaying our own books, or like the user books, we need to set the manage to true. All right, so this means that here we have different buttons right now. Okay, so after that, before going there, what I want to do is I want to add a button. So I will create a container here, and I will give it a class, of course, deflex, and I want to justify the content in the end, and I will give it a margin bottom 3. All right, so here I will add an A tag, and I will give it a router link equals. And here, so for example, it will be books/manage. So this will be the page to manage the books. So I will give it a class button. So even a link, you can give it a class button, and then it will be a btn outline. And I can use a primary. So like just to make it blue. And inside, I will add an I class, an I tag with a class FAS and FA plus. And here let's give it a space, and then let's say new book. All right, so let's see the output. So this is how our button looks like, and this is my book list, and we have this element. Just we need to fetch the books that are created by the connected user instead. All right, but before moving forward, let's add the few methods, which is the archive. And I will call the method archive book, and then I need to pass the event, which will be the book. And here we have archive, we have share, and we have edit. All right, so here we have share book, and here let's call the method, or the final one, let's call it edit book. So let's go ahead and create this method. So let's call this one a book. Also, we need to import this. The same for share book. We can also call the variable as book. And finally, we have edit book, and we call the variable also book. All right, so now we have almost prepared everything except these find all books. So these find all books, instead of calling find all books, we need to call the appropriate method. So find all books, and here we want by owner. All right, so this is the only change. That's why I told you that the implementation will be really fast, and it will be really easy and straightforward. All right, so here the router, we will need it later on. Since we have the edit, we have like few methods where we need to navigate the user. Also, as you saw, we copied also the navigation, and the navigation is still valid and it's also working. So the only thing that this user or the connected user does not have any book, but we will create a new book and we will see how this is gonna be, and this will be the next implementation. So we will implement the method, or we will implement the page to create a new book. All right, so here when we click on a new book, we need to navigate the user to the appropriate page, but the page to display the own books or like my books is already done. And later on, we need just to implement this archive, share, edit, and so on and so forth, or like the events or the action buttons. All right, so now let's move on to the next part and let's implement the book creation or the book management component. All right, guys, so the next step is always in the same place in the pages. I will create a new page, and this time I will call it my manage book. All right, so manage dash book, and this will create a new component, and we will implement this component. But first, when we create a new page, and mainly when we mean it, or like when it's meant to be a page, the first thing we need to think about is to add the routing for it. So yes, now after my books, what we can do, we can add a new path. So let's just duplicate this one, and here we will call it manage. So as we mentioned, it will be /books/manage, and here we will use manage books. All right, or manage book component. Also, since this page will also play the role of the edit page of the book, so I will prepare the path from now, and I will just add a path variable called book ID, and it points also to the manage book component. All right, so now let's open the HTML and the TS file. So for the HTML, let's go ahead and implement a nicely looking web page. All right, so I will close everything. So here, since now we know the style and what we want to implement, so here I will have a div class, and I will give it just a small padding to give some inner spacing. And first I will have an h2, or I will add an h2 manage my book just as a title, and again a separator. So now I will add first like the alert to display, or like the place or the container to display the alerts and the error messages. So here you already know what I'm going to implement. So I will have a div with the class alert, and then alert danger, and I will give it a margin top 2 just to give it some spacing, and of course it should have a role alert. So this all this is in the Bootstrap documentation, so I'm not creating anything. So here in this book management, I will of course create an error message. Error MSG is of type array list, sorry, not array list, but an array of string, and we will initialize it to an empty one. So this is not Java. And here I want to do ng if my error message dot length, only if I have error messages. Otherwise, I don't need to display this block at all. So again, as we did before, so I will have a class. So for now, I will add a P0. So I don't want any paddings, or I don't want any margins. So just to remove the extra unnecessary spaces. And here I will do an ng4, or I will loop over my messages. Let msg of error messages. And here all I need to do is to display my message. All right, so it's msg, not nsg, and I want just to display my message. All right, so now let's implement, or let's add some styling, and also let's add a form. So before that, we can also check what we implemented so far. So if I click on new book, so here we see that we have this manage book, but we don't have these errors yet. But let's keep on implementing this. So here I want to have a div, and I will give it a class, of course, a display flex, and a gap to give some spacing between the different elements of my div. And then I will create a div class, and I will give it a call 3. So this is just to separate. And now I will have, or I want to have, an img tag, and I will give it a class. So the source, I will just come back to it in a few seconds, but I want to give it a class first. So I want it to be rounded 1. So like I wanted to have rounded corners, and I want the width to be 100%, for example, and the height also I want it to be 100%. So the source I want it to be calculated, and here I will create something, or I will create an object, and I will call it selected picture. So here, since I want to have an input type file where the user can select a picture from his gallery or from his computer, and if we have a selected picture, we want to display it. Otherwise, we can also use the link that we used before, which is this one. I think it's called, I can search for it. I think it's called source. I think I lost it. All right, so I can, otherwise we can use a default or like a randomly generated picture. So here I will create a field, and I will call it selected picture. And this selected picture, I will keep it, or like I will give it a type string, and also it can be undefined. All right, so that's why we have this one. And of course we need this alt, and let's say just 3 dots. So now our img tag is ready. So now let's prepare the next one. So the next thing, so here let me show you what we just created. So here you see that we have this picture. So it will be 100%, don't worry. So we have the picture, and here on the right hand side we will have the form, and in the bottom of the picture we want to have the select file in order to be able to select a picture. So this is what we'll be implementing right now. So here I will create a div class, and I will give it a margin top 2 just to separate it from the image, or like to give it some spacing. And inside I will create an input, and this input we will have, or like first it will have a class form control as usual, and it will be of type file. So input type equals file, and I will give it an ID, for example, form file. And of course I can add the accept just to filter what I want the user to be able to select. So I will say image /star, so anything of type image. And here on change I want to add an event. All right, so I will create a method called files on file selected. So when the user selects a file, and here I will ask for the event, which will be the selected file or the selected files. All right, so here for the event, maybe we can call it file, or let's keep it even event if you want to. So even event is fine for me. So like this, you know that you don't need to have like always really clear names and something like this. All right, so now if we check the output, so now we have this choose file. So if I select it, or if I click on it, and if I select a Python file, so this is the file already selected. All we need to do later on is to implement the like small or like few code in order to load this image right here in a dynamic way. So maybe let's do it. So let's do this, or let's implement these functionalities step by step. All right, so here first I will need to create a variable. All right, so I will call it selected book cover. So here I will call it selected book cover, and I will give it a type any. All right, so it's not recommended really to use the type any, but I will use it for now, and later on we will see. So here on file selected, when we have this method, so and this event also I will call it to any. So I will do this dot selected book cover equals my event dot target. and then files. So this is how we can get a file from the selected files. And since we want to always have an only one file, so we have here files for of 0. So like this means the first element. Here we can also console log the selected file, or like this dot selected book cover, just to see the content of this selected book cover. And then we want to do a check. So if we have, or like if the selected book cover is not null, or is not empty, or is not undefined. So I will create an object reader. So this is how we can read a file, equals a new file reader. All right. And then we have our reader.onload. We have a method called onload equals, and it will be an arrow function. So all we need to do is this dot selected picture equals reader.result, and then as string. So here, because we need to wait for the loading of the picture, once it's loaded, we can just get the result. And then what we need to do, our reader, so read as data URL, and this dot selected book cover. All right, so let's go ahead. So here first we saved the book cover, and then we just loaded it to have the selected picture in order to display it dynamically and at the same time. So now, for example, if I select this book, and you can see here now we have this book, or like we have this picture already getting displayed. All right, so now let's move on to the implementation of the rest of the part, or like the rest of the UI. So here, once we are done with this, so here inside this div block, so inside this one, so now we are done with the first part, and now just after it we will implement another one. So it will be again a div, and I will give it a class, and I will give it a call 9. So here, why I give it a call 9? Because the sum of the columns, or of the calls, should be 12. All right, so because a web page is always divided into 12 parts, right, or 12 blocks, if we may call it like this. So now let's start creating our form. So we have a form, and let's give it a class, and we will use a row. So it will be a row form, and it will be EG3 to grow as 3 elements. All right, so here we have, or we will have our first div class. So it will be div, and then we will give it class. It will be a call 12, since we want it to be like to have the same size, or like the full size of the parent container. And here I will create a label, and this one, it will be for my title input, and I will create the title just in a few moments. And the class, of course, it will be a form label, as you know, and as we did before. And here I'll just call it a title. All right, and then I will create, or I will have an input, and for this input I will give it an ng model. So the ng model should be between parentheses, and here I will have a book request. So I don't have this object, but let's go ahead and create this book request. So we have book request of type book request, and then let's initialize it to an empty, since we have mandatory feeds. So I will implement all the mandatory ones. So as you can see here, so this one, it will be book request dot title. All right, so of course here we need to import the forms module, since now we are in a different module. So since now we are working inside the book module, so that's why we need to import the forms module. All right, so next we will have, or like we will give it a type text, of course, since it's an input. And of course we need to give it a class, and it will be a form control. And I will give it an ID equals title, just to satisfy my label. And finally I will give it a placeholder, and I will call it book title. So let's have a look on this generated part. So this is how my input looks like. All right, so then I will have the author name and the ISBN, and I want them to be displayed one next to the other. So I will duplicate this one 2 times, but as I mentioned before, the sum should be 12. All right, so this will be 6 here and 6 here, and this is how it looks like. You see, so it's title, and we have book title and book title. So now all we need to do is to change a little bit. So now here we will have the author name. So it would be author, and here it will be author name. And here, so let's say author for the label. Here I mean author, and also let's give this one author ID, and also the placeholder, let's call it author name. All right, the next one is the ISBN, and here we need also to change the ng model, and here ISBN, and also the label, let's call it ISBN, and here also for the placeholder, let's call it ISBN. Again, let's check the output, and this is how it looks like. So next one, or next step, is to have again a call 12. So I will copy the first one, and this one will be the synopsis. So here I will say synopsis, and here I will call it synopsis, and here again, but now instead of using an input, I will be using a text area, since we might use like long text. All right, so I need to close the tag here, and here synopsis. All right, and here of course we need to change the type. So here the text area, we don't have a type, and here we just need to give names to these inputs, but also even names we don't care. And here we said like placeholder, so let's say book synopsis. And even if you want, we can also provide or like give it a number of rows, and let's say by default 4, and this is how it looks like. All right, so now finally after the synopsis, we just need to add another block. So I will duplicate this one. So here what I want to do is I don't want the label, but I want to have an input, and of course we need to delete this /input, and now it will be the ng model. So this will be the checkbox. All right, so it will be book request.shareable. We don't need the rows. And for the class, it will be form check input instead of form control. So it will be form check input, and the type, the ID, we can delete it. We can give it a type, and let's call it checkbox. So placeholder we don't have. We can also remove the placeholder, and we can give it a name, or even the name is not important. So now let's add a label. So this label, let's give it a class. So this will be just the text, and it will be form check label. So this is important to give it the form check label, not just form label. And here the for, it's fine, like we don't need to provide it. And here let's say, for example, share me. Now let's have a look on the output, and this is how it looks like. All right. Also, we can even give it an ID here. So let's give it the ID. So share me, and here let's say label for share me with S. All right, so now this is how it looks like. All right, so this is our form. The final thing that we need to add is the confirmation and the cancel button. All right, so here we need to stay inside the form, and let's add a div, and then let's give it a class, and of course it will be a display flex, and I want to justify the content in the end. So because I want it to be on the right hand side, and of course I want to have a gap too, and let's give it a call 12 to fill the parent width. So now I will create two buttons. So the first one, it will be of type submit, or even, yeah, I think we can keep it of type submit, and let's give it class button and then btn outline primary. So primary just for the save, and inside let's use the I tag with the class fastfa save, so just to have an icon. And now after that, let's have a space and then save label. All right, so next one, we will use an A instead of a button. So here we will use a router link equals, and we want to go back to /books and /mybooks in case the user wants to cancel the creation of the book. All right, so here we can have even a type, or like we can remove it since this is an A, so this is a link, and we can give it a class button and then button link, and we can give it button or like btn text danger, or I think just text danger. Yes. All right. Also, we can give it an icon. So here I will give it class and then fastfa times, just to have this the cross. And finally, we need the mbsp and then cancel label. Now let's have a look on the output. So this is how it looks like. So we have cancel and we have save. All right. So now all we need to do next is to implement the save method in order to save a book. Cancel. So if I cancel here, you see that I'm automatically redirected to books. And now I want to create a new one. I can select a cover, and also I want to click on save and perform the saving. So now let's go ahead and implement that one. All right, so now for the button, I want to add a click event, and here I will call my method save book. And saving a book, it doesn't require any input or any parameter, so it will be an empty one. So here it's so easy. All I need to do is to call this book service, not book request. So I need to inject my book service. So let's inject our constructor. Oops, let's clean the constructor, and here let's say private book service of type book service. So here, as I mentioned, all we need to do is to call our book service and then save book, and here we need to pass the body, which is this book request. All right, so then we just need to subscribe to it. And then we have our next. So for the next, we here in this time we need our book ID, which will be returned by the backend. So once we have our book ID, or once the book is saved, we also want to perform the saving or the upload of the book cover. So since we should not upload the book cover until we have the book, so we need to wait for the book to be saved, and then we can upload the book cover. So in the same way, we will do this book service and then upload book cover picture. And now we need to pass the parameters. We need the book ID, which is the book ID, this one that we received as a parameter, or the result of the creation of the book. And then we need to pass the body, and the body contains already the file. So the file is this selected book cover. All right, so it's the method that we implemented just a few moments ago. And now I need to subscribe. So here, of course, we have the next. And once everything is done, all I need to do is to navigate my user to the books. So I will inject the router. So router of type router. And here, all I need to do is router.navigate. And I want to navigate the user to the following URL, which is /books/my-books. All right, so now this is the success part. Now we can implement, or like we need to implement the error part. So here we have error, and now all we need to do is this .error messages equals error.error. dot validation errors. So we know that the object that will be sent back in case of errors is called validation errors. So now let's go ahead and try to hit the button. All right, so if I just click, so it's nothing is getting displayed, but let's check the network. So here we have a 403. I think the token has expired, so I will just delete it manually, refresh the page, and we need to go to the login and login again. So we will fix that later on, and we will handle the case of the password expired. All this we will do it just in later on in the course. So if I click on save, we see that now we are displaying the codes that we send, that we agreed that we will send from the backend, and we will create the dictionary for them later on. So now let's assume that we know what this is about. So now I will create, or like I will select a book cover, and here, for example, let's say, or maybe let's select a different one. Spring batch. All right, so here I will say spring batch, and the author is something called Arnold, if I'm not wrong, and I will just put any ISBN, and here spring batch book for amazing content. By the way, if you want to learn Spring Batch, all you need to do is to check my YouTube channel. All right, so now let's also click on Share Me, and now I will click on Save. All right, and let's see what happened. And now if I go to Network and we click on Save, so we have a 400. So we still have validation errors. All right. So do we have something in the console? Yes, we have something. So here, if you get this error, so if ng model is used within a form tag, either the name attribute must be set for the form. So this means that for all these attributes, all the attributes that we have here, like anything, or like all the input types attributes, we need to give them a property name. All right, so let's do this. So here we have input, we have also text area, and we have another input. So here I'm just using the power of IntelliJ just to do that, and name equals and paste. All right, so now if we go back here, refresh the page, we no longer have this error in the console. And now we can upload again this file, or the Spring Batch. And here, let's say Spring Batch book, and Arnold, we said is the name, and the ISBN, let's say something like this. And here Spring Batch is really amazing. All right, so now I can also open the network tab just to make sure that the book was created. Now I click on save and the book is created. All right, so now this is the book that belongs to this connected user. Also, let's check the uploads, and here we should see in this uploads folder, we have the new user, which is 52, and it's the Spring Batch picture. All right, so now the creation of the book is working perfectly. Now, what if we want to update a book? So if I want to click and update a book, or even share a book, and so on and so forth. So like I want to know if the book is shareable or is shared, if the book is private, archived, and so on and so forth. And also if I want to edit a book. So let's go ahead and implement the edit functionality right now. All right, so now in order to edit a book, all we need to do is to go to our page, My Books. So this My Books page, and then we go to the TS file, and we have already the edit book method right here. So this, all we need to do is to call our router, and then we need to navigate our user to these path segments. All right, so it will be books, and then manage. So this is also another or a different way to navigate the user, and then we need the book.id. So that this will navigate or redirect the user to the manage books. So let's see how this is gonna look like. So if I click on edit, so we are redirected, and as you can see in the URL right here, we have the value 52. But having the value 52, but we see that we don't have the information of the book loaded. So this is what we need to implement right now. So now we need to go back to the manage book component.ts, and here I need to implement the onInit interface. So let's also implement the onInit method. So the onInit is somewhere, yes, it's in here. So what we want to do in here when we load the manage book, we just need to check if we have a parameter called book ID in the route. All right, so to do that, we need to inject private activated route, and then let's call it activated route. Sorry, like we need to call it activated route, and it's of type activated route. So I will create a const. So a const, and I will call it book ID equals this dot activated route dot snapshot dot params, and from the params I can query the parameter called book ID. All right, so now if the book ID, if I have the book ID, so if it's not null, so if it's available in the route, all I need to do is to call my book service dot find by ID. All right, or find book by ID. And here I need to pass the book ID as a parameter, and then I need to subscribe. And then I have my next. So the next, it will contain the result, and let me call it book. All right, so it's of type book response. Now we need to transform this book response to a book request. So it will be this dot book request equals, and now let's do a small and quick transformation. So here it will be ID, and it will be this, or like book dot ID. All right, so then we have title, it will be book dot title, and then we have author name, it will be book dot author name. We have next ISBN, and it will be book dot ISBN. So we will fix these issues just right now. And then synopsis, book dot synopsis. And finally we have the shareable flag, which is book dot shareable. All right, so here, since this title is not null, or like cannot be null, so it's of type string, and this title can be string or undefined, so all we need to do is to cast it to a string. All right, so here as string, and same for the ISBN, so as string, and the same for the synopsis. So now if I go back to the web page and just reload the page, we will see that we will load the information of the book. All right, so here it's Spring Batch, the ISBN, and so on and so forth, except the book cover. So the book cover, we can handle it later on. So like we need also to get the book cover, and if we have it, so we need to display it. Otherwise we need to display the default one and continue implementing it in the same way. But for now, I think we can accept it. We can accept it this way. But as I mentioned, we will also improve this in the future. Or maybe let's do it right now. So like it's an easy change. So now if I will do if my book dot cover, if I have a cover, all we need to do is to this dot selected pictures picture equals which is the base, which is the data. I think the same thing as we did in the book, in the component book card. So which is this one. So let's copy this and let's paste it in here. All right. So we can close this one, and equals plus, we can remove even the space, plus the book dot cover. All right, so now let's go back to the browser and see. So now we have, or like we are able to load the picture. So now everything looks perfect and everything is already implemented. So the next thing, if I cancel right here, so the next thing I want to implement the shareable and archivable, or like the share and archive functionality for my book. Alright, so here before proceeding to the implementation of the sharing and also archiving a book, there is something which is important for me and for us as users. So here, like as a first site, I want to see, or I want to know if my book is shareable and if my book is archived. All right, because the book cannot be shared and archived at the same time, so it will be one of them. So for that, let's go to our book card component. So here we can close this and we can go to our book card component and we can add some small styling, which will help us a lot in this distinguishing or like identifying the state of the book. So here I will add a class, and here we have a border success, for example, and I want the border to be success. This means like I want the border to be green if the book.shareable is true. All right, otherwise I want it to be warning, for example. All right, so warning or danger, so it's up to you to choose the colors. And if it's archived, I want it to be a warning. So now let's see the impact, and now you can see that we have this green border like now displayed. I'm not sure if we have something called border 2 or border 3, I'm not sure. Yes, so we can also use a border 2 just to make it a little bit thicker, so we can see or identify at a glance the state of the book. All right, so now let's go back to my books page, and manage book is already done. So let's go to my books page and mail it to the TS file, and let's implement the share book, for example. So let's implement the functionality to share a book. So sharing a book is so easy. So all I need to do is to call my book service dot share or update shareable status. So to update the shareable status, I need to pass my book ID, which is, I have it from here, from the book.id. And I just need to cast it as a number. And now you know the reason why. So here, once I have everything, or like once the update is done, all I need to do is just to whether display a message or like change the shareable status of the book. So here I can say book.shareable equals not book.shareable. All right. So this is the method for sharing a book. Now let's go ahead and test it. So here, if I click on it, so the book is no longer shared. And if I click on it, the book is now shared also. So I will unshare a book, and let's check the database just to make sure that the book was unshared. So here you see that this shareable equals false, which is the spring batch book, and the spring with the title spring batch, which is this one. All right. So sharing a book is working. Also modifying a book is working. So now let's move to the final functionality of a book, which is archiving a book. All right, so the next thing is we want to update or to archive a book. So archiving a book is also super easy. So here we need to go to my books component, and we have this archive method. And in the same way, we need to call our book service dot update archivable stats or archived status. And we need to pass the book ID, which is the book.id as number. And then all we need to do is to subscribe, next, and then we need just to update the book.shareable equals not book.shareable. And that's it. So here, like sharing a book is working fine. All we need to do is to go and change it. All right. So here I think we have something wrong in the book card component. I think we did not change. So if it's archived, it should be warning, not success. So let's go back to the code in here. Yes, of course. So this one should be archived, and this one should be also archived. So now you see it's even yellow. If I unarchive it, so it's now green, and if I share it, so it will be also green. But here the priority is if the book is archived, so I need to display it as archived. If the book is shareable, so it's also fine, because shareable and archived cannot be together. So all right, now maybe let's create another book just for a second test. So here let's say Spring Boot in action, maybe as an example, and I will just mention my name as an author, and the synopsis Spring Boot tutorial, like here the ultimate Spring Boot tutorial. All right, so the ultimate Spring Boot course. Of course, share me, or let's not share it in the beginning. So let's save it. Also, let's choose yes, Spring Boot in action, and here we save the book. All right, so I think it was saved multiple times, so we can fix that later, but this is the book that we want. So now if we share it, and we can archive these two books. All right, so this book, like the implementation is done. Now we can proceed, and we can move to the implementation of the next functionality, which is the returned books and the borrowed books. All right, also we can check the home page, and here, since we are the user or the connected user, so let's maybe do some test meanwhile. So I will just log out, and I will go to login again, and I will log in this time with john@mail.com. I hope it's correct. So I think it's password 11. Nope. Maybe it's just password. Yes. Okay. So here, as you can see, the user John is able to see the book that was created and shared by Alibu. So I can also borrow it. So the book is now borrowed, and it's already in my list. I cannot borrow it 2 times since it's already borrowed. And for the books, this user has 4 books. So for example, if we change this one, let's go ahead and change the cover. So this is the Python cover. And if I click on save, we see that the book is correctly and perfectly saved in the database. All right, so now let's move on and implement my returned books. All right, guys, I'm really happy that you made it so far. So I mentioned before that we will implement the page returned book, but before that I would like to implement the borrowed book list. So just to follow the application. So because if we implement the returned books, we will not have any data to display. So let's first return or like implement the borrowed book and the return functionality and so on and so forth, and then we will implement my returned books. So the first thing that we will do, I will close everything in here, and now in the book module I will go to pages, and I will create a new component, and I call it borrowed books, or I will call it borrowed book list. So let me fix this typo, and now let's create our component, and we will start implementing it. So the first thing here, if you remember, in the menu for the borrowed my borrowed books, we gave it this route or this link. So let's copy it and let's add it to the book routing module. All right, so I will duplicate this one right here, and here I will just change it, and here I will change the component to borrowed book list component. All right, so now if we go to our application and we navigate here, we see that we have borrowed book list works. All right, so now if we go back here, let's start implementing our HTML page. So here, the first thing that I will do, I can close also these 2 pages, and I can open my borrowed book list HTML and TS file. So here, the first thing that I will do, I will create a container. So it will be a div, and here inside it, I will use a table. All right, so I will display the list of books in the table, and this one I will give it a class table. And now let's add the t head. So this will be the header, and I will add a new line, and here, so it will be a t head or a th, and I will give it a scope, and I will give it a call. So this one will be the number, like the book number, or like the line number, sorry, not the book number. We have title in here. We have, then we want to display the author and the ISBN of the book, and also we want to display the rate, and as well as, so we will have a last column just for action buttons. So here I will just add an I class, so an I with a class, sorry, so it's FAS for font awesome and FA cogs just for an icon. So here, if we check the output of this one, so it looks exactly like this. So before this, let's give it a title. So here I will use an H2, and I will call it my borrowed books. And here I will add a separator. I will use an HR, so it will look exactly like this. All right, so now after the head, let's add some lines. So now we will move to the T body. So T body, and then I will have a line, and here I will need to loop over the list of the borrowed books. All right, so I will just start implementing, and then we will add what needs to be added. All right, so here I will have an ng4, so I will let a book of my, I will call my variable later on borrowed books dot content, since we know that we have a pageable of book, and I will let index equals index. So we don't have this borrowed book yet. Let's create a field, and now this borrowed books, it will be of type borrowed book response. All right, and I will initialize it to an empty value. So here we have the borrowed book dot content. So I think it should be borrowed book page. Yeah, I think it's page response borrowed book. Yes, page response borrowed book response. So now we have our content. So let's assume that we already fetched the data, and we can display the data or prepare the UI, and then we will implement everything. All right, so the first thing, I will add a th. So the first column, I will use a th for it, and I will give it a scope row. And here I will just display the index +1. Just as I mentioned before, this will be only a counter. And here I will add a td or a colon. And this one, it will be book.title. And the next one will be author name. The next, it will be ISBN. And then we have rate. All right, so now we have our rate. So for the rate, let's give it also, like we can use a star, and how many stars we have. So let's use an I. Let's close it in here, and I will give it a class, and it will be fast, so like for font awesome, FA star, and just star, not star half. And I want it to be a text warning, just to give it the golden color. And the last td, or the last column, will have or will contain the buttons that I want to have for my application. So I will wrap it in a div, and I will give it a class, a display flex, and also a gap 2. So just to give some spacing between the elements. And now the first thing, I will have an I, and then I will do this one. I want to display this if my book is returned. So if book dot returned, what I want to display, I want to display, or like, let me give it a class first. So I can give it the class FA regular, and then FA paper plain. All right, and let's make it text primary, and that's it. All right, so like I want just to have an icon. If the book is returned, I want to display a paper icon or a paper plain icon with a text primary. All right, so I will duplicate this one once again. And now if the book is not returned, so I want to use here, instead of regular, I will use FA solid. So I will use the solid one, and I want it to be a text success, just to mention that we can return the book. All right, so here I can also give it I can add now a click event for it. So I will say click, and here I will just implement the return borrowed book. So here I need to pass my book as a parameter. So let's create this method and we will implement it later. All right, so now we need also to have another link. So here, so this will be if the book is already returned. All right, so, or we can even display it. We don't need this ng if. So also we don't need a click event. So this is just to mention if the book is already returned. And this one, it will be I will use a circle check. So FA circle check. So I can use this icon. And also what I can add a class dot text success. So just to show it or to display it in green. So just text success. And this one I want to display it is if the return is approved. All right, so now I have almost the UI. So let's check it. So since we don't have, or like we did not fetch the data yet, so let's go ahead and implement this method. So if I go to my book list TS file, and here I will implement the onInit interface, and I need to implement this method, sorry. So implement interface. I can move it a little bit to the bottom. And now, of course, I need my constructor, and I need to inject my book service, which is of type book service. So now in this ng on init, I need to create a method as we did before, this dot find all borrowed books. So here to find all the borrowed books, I don't have the method yet. I will create it, and now let's implement this method. So here it's just a simple call, this dot book service dot find all borrowed books. So this method right here, and of course we need to pass the page, which is this dot page, and we need the size, which is this dot size. So we will initialize it as we did before. So here I will create two variables. Page equals 0 and size, let's say, equals 5 to be consistent with the other pages. Then we need to subscribe, and of course we have the next, and here it will be just a response. So let's say resp and arrow function, and now all I need to do is to do this dot borrowed books equals my response. And that's it. So now if we go back to the page, if we have data in the backend, it will be displayed. So here, since we don't have, so even let's check the network. Maybe the token is expired. Yes, which is the case. I will just log out and I will log in again to generate a new token. So here we can connect with john@mail.com and password as a password, and then we can sign in. And if I click on my borrowed book, we see that we have this book which was borrowed by the user called John. And here, as you can see, so this one is not yet done and this one is not yet approved. So here this means that we can return it. So this is how I imagined the application. And once the book is approved by the owner, so this check or this circular check will be green. And here we display the rate of the book. All right, so now since we have page and size, we need to implement the pagination. So the pagination will be something so simple, and all we need to do is to go to the book list or to my books, and we can just copy the code from the TS and from the HTML file. So here let's try to find it, which is this one. Yes, we can copy this block right here, and we can add it just after the table. So the table ends here, and we can paste it in here. So now we can also go and copy all the related methods, which is the isLast, getLastPage, go to last page, go to previous, and go to first page. So let's copy these, and here let's paste it in here, so it's all fine. And now I can change this find all books. I can replace it with find borrowed books. All right, so this is the pagination, and here we have the go to last. So here we have our borrowed books, and again here we have borrowed books. All right, so let's check the HTML. So if we have an error, so this one should be borrowed books dot total pages. So now if we check the view, we have our navigation component or navigation element already in place and already working. All right, so far everything is good. So what if we want to return a book? Okay, so when we want to return a book, all we need to do is to click on the method to return a book. And this method is already in here, so I can close these two pages. And now we have, if I search for return borrowed book, so to return a borrowed book, what I need to do, I need first to keep track of the selected book. So I will create an element, or I will create a variable, this dot selected book equals my book. All right, so equals this book that I received as a parameter. And then when we select a book, we want also to display a form for the user in order to give a feedback, or just return the book without passing a feedback. So let's first create this field, return selected book. So I can make it public, and I can make it also, like, I can initialize it in here. So now let's go ahead and implement the HTML or the form for my borrowed, or like to give the feedback for my borrowed book. All right, so here I will create, or I will add a div, and I will give it the class a dflex, and I will make it flex colon, and I will give it a call 6. So like I just want it to be half of the parent. And then what I want to do, I will have an h2 element, and here return and share feedback, for example, as a title. And then what I want to do is to have a div class, and again I will give it a class, not a div class, sorry, a div tag with a class. When I say something class or like a tag class, I mean like div with a class something. So I will give it a dflex. And now what I want to add is a first container. So this will be a div with class call 1. So here I want to display the title. All right, so I will use a strong tag also, and here I will display the title. So I will say title here, and then after that I will have, or I want to have also another class, or another div with a class call 11. So since I mentioned that the sum should be all inside one container, the sum of this call should be 12. All right, so here it will be my selected book dot title. All right, so just to display the title when the user selects a given book. So in the same way, I will copy this one, and it will be the same thing. So here instead of the title, it will be author. So here just to display the information of the selected book. So author name, we can also display the ISBN and the rate. So let's also paste it. And this one after the author name, it will be ISBN, and here ISBN. And now we want to have the rate, and also we want to display the rate of the book. So first, before I want to wrap all these divs, I want to surround them with a tag. So I will surround them with a tag div, and I will give it a class, a div flex, and also it will be a flex colon, and I will give it a call 12. So this is how it looks like. So let's go to the browser and this is how it looks like. So return and share, and here we have the information of the selected book. So for example, if I click on this one, we are displaying the information of the selected book. And now on this part right here, like on the left hand side, we want to display, or we want to create our container. So here after this div right here, and as you can see after this one, I want also to create another div. So let me expand this so you can see the code. So now I will create a second div where I will add the form for my feedback. So I will add a separator, and here I will give it a class called 12 just to make it also feed the parent. And now I will use a form, and I will give it a class row and then a g3. All right, so inside the form we will use, or like we will create the form almost like we did for the rest of the forms. And here, since we want to give a feedback, I will create an object of type feedback request and I will initialize it to an empty object. So here, let me fix the typo, and we can implement, or sorry, not remove, but we can implement, so more actions, implement or required fields, which is book ID and comment. All right, so inside the form, we will have a div as we did before, and I will give it a class deflex, and then I will give it a gap 3, so to give some spacing. And then I will have my first input, and I will give it an ng model. So here ng model, it will be my feedback request dot note. So first I want to give it a note, and here I will create an input type range. So here just follow me and you will get what I'm doing. So it will be a type range, and I will give it an ID rate, and also a name. I will give it a name rate. All right, so then the class, it will be form range, form dash range. And then I wanted to give it, I want to give it a width 25. So the range should be, the minimum should be 0 and the max should be 5. And here we can define a step. So the step, it will be 0.5. So I want to increment my rating by 0.5. And here I will use again my app rate component. So my app rating component, the one that we created before. And here the rating will be the feedback request dot rate. Since it's already assigned here, so it will be the rate. Otherwise, it will be 0. Sorry, this one is called note, not rate. Otherwise, I want it to be 0. And here also, if you want, we can even display the value. So we can display feedback request dot note. So this is the first element. And then let's create another div where we will have the input for the user to type the feedback. So but first let's have a look on what we created. And here, as you can see, so this is the rating, but something is wrong. Maybe let's see what we made wrong. So here it's just max, not max length, and the value will be 0 by default. All right, so here, just to let me refresh, so here it's in the middle, since we don't have a default value for the rate, but we can do it in here. So let's give a note and give it the value by default, which is 0. So now, as you can see, it's back to position number 0. And every time we move this spinner right here, we see that the note is getting changed. All right, so now let's go back and let's continue implementing our UI. So in this new container, we want to have the text area and then the buttons to confirm our rate. All right, so here I will give this a class called 12. So I want it to be full width, and now I will create a label. So it will be, I will call it just feedback or comment. So it's like, feel free to name it what you want. And here I will give it a class, which is a form label. And then I can close it. So here, let's call it feedback. All right. And then I will have a text area. So for this text area, I will give it an ng model, which is my feedback request dot comment. All right. And we can give it also rows, 4 rows by default, and we will give it a class form control. So form control, and we can give it also an ID equals feedback, and also we can give it a name, which is also feedback. All right. And finally, let's give it also a placeholder, and it will be feedback as a placeholder. All right, so here maybe there is something, ID not is. So yeah, now the error is gone. And then after this div block, I will create, so first let's see the output of this small change. And here we have the feedback. And now on the right hand side, I want to have a few buttons just to submit this form. All right, so I will create a div, another container, and this time I will give it a class flex. So I want it to be flex and justify content and I want to have a gap 2, and of course I want it to be a col 12 just to fill the parent width. So here I will have a first button, and I will add a click event, and I will call it return book of and here I will say true, and I will explain why I need a boolean. So here, let's create the method, and this variable, I will call it with feedback. All right, since here I want to give the user the option to return a book with or without a feedback. All right, so here return my book or return book method, and then we can move to the next one, and we give it a type submit, of course, and now we can give it a class button and then btn outline primary, and now let's give it an icon. So for the icon, I will use I with a class fastfa save, and then of course I want to have a space and mbsp and rate the book and return. So this will be the first button. I will create another one. So here I want to have a second button. So also I will give it a click event. So here also I will call the return book, but this time with false. So I don't want to give a feedback. I just want to return the book, and the type is submit. And let's give it a class btn and then btn outline success. And now for the icon, I will again use the I tag with a class fast or fa solid. Just I want to use the paper plane and fa paper plane. All right, and here and mbsp, and then just return. All right, so now we have the two buttons. Otherwise we can just cancel this. So for the cancel, I will add an a tag. So here I will give it a router link, and for this router link I would just want to navigate my user to /books /my books maybe, or just cancel this operation at all. All right, so here I will give it a class btn and then btn link, like a button link, and then I will give it a text danger. All right, so also let's give it an icon. So here let's say class or I class fast and fa times, and now of course a space, and then let's say cancel. All right, so now let's have a look at the final view of this form. So here we have rate the book and return. So it just looks like this because it's zoomed in so much, but it's not like the UI is not a problem. So here what we need to do is when we select a book, we want to display the information of the book, and here for the rate we can give the rate and type a feedback, and we have two options, whether to rate the book and return or just return the book. All right, and if I click on cancel, I just need to reset that one, or I just need to re-navigate the user to the same page and close this form. But now you see that the UI or the view is not that optimal, or is not the best, since we have the form and we have also the table displayed right here. So to fix that, I will add a condition. All right, so I want to display all this only if I have an ng if, or if I have my selected book. All right, so now, all right, so here the selected book, I will initialize it. So here, let me explain to you what happened. So we added this ngIf selected book, but the view did not change. So we still see this one. So the fix is super easy. We need to navigate to the selected book and we need to initialize it to undefined. And here we can say it can be of type borrowed book or even undefined. So now if we go back here, we don't see anything. And also for the table, we want to display the table only if we don't select a book. So let's go back here. And now let's scroll down to where we have the table and we have this div right here. So I will add also an ngIf. So if not selected book. So this means that if I select a book, we only display the form to rate and return the book. All right. So this cancel right here, we need to adjust it. So let's do it. So for this cancel, I will first transform this one to a button. And I will add a click event, and here I will say selected book equals undefined. All right, so it's super easy. Just I need to unselect the selected book. So let's try it again. And now if I click on cancel, we are displaying again our form. But here I want to give this icon some styling. Means when I highlight the cursor, I want to change the pointer. So here what I will be doing, I will, in the styles.scss, I will create something. I will call it cursor dash pointer. And here I will just add cursor and then pointer. And now if I go back here to these icons, so I can select all of them. No, not the buttons, but in the table. So let's scroll down. And here this one, and this one, and also this one. So cursor and then pointer, and now it's fixed. So let's see, and here we have the cursor as a pointer. All right, so now all we need to do is to implement these buttons. So here we made a typo. Let's fix it. Where are my buttons? So they are a little bit up here. Yes, so it's this one, we just need to delete it. Let's make sure that the UI looks correct. So yes, it's the case. Now we can move on and implement the return book method. So here for the return book, we said that we have a flag with feedback or without a feedback. So here, the first thing I will call my book service dot return borrow book. All right, and to return this borrowed book, I need to pass few parameters, which is my book ID. And the book ID is from the selected book.id. And then I need to cast it as a number, since this might be also undefined. And that's why you see this interrogation mark right here. So now I need to subscribe. And of course I have my next. So arrow function, and here I'm missing colon. All right, so for the next, what we need to do, here we need to do a simple check. If with feedback, so if we want to give a feedback, we need to call another method, this.give feedback. All right, otherwise we do nothing. And what we need to do is just this.selected book equals undefined. We need to reset it. And now we need to call this.find all borrowed books. So here, let me rename this method since we made a typo. So it's find all borrowed books. Now let's implement this give feedback, and this give feedback is also so simple. So here we need to inject our feedback service. So let's go up to the constructor, and here I will inject this private feedback service of type feedback service. So let me fix this typo. All right, so now all we need to do is to call our feedback service dot save feedback. And to save the feedback, we need to pass our body and this dot feedback request, and then subscribe. And here all we need to do is just to next, and we don't need to do anything. All right, so we can keep it empty, because since it's an observable, we only need to subscribe in order to execute that method. All right, so now we are done with the implementation of borrow book. So let's go ahead and test it. So here we know that we borrowed already this Spring Boot in action book. So let's return it, and let's give it a feedback of 4.5, or let's give it 5 stars. So given 5 stars, always good. So don't forget, guys, to rate this course and give it 5 stars and leave a comment, and also share it with your friends. So here, this is an awesome book, and thank you, for example. So here, and rate and return. So let's open our network tab in case something is wrong, which is the case. And here we have no book found with the ID equals 0. So here maybe something is wrong. So let's see what happened. So here we have the selected book.id as number. Yes, okay, I know what happened. I know what happened, because here because the object, for the feedback, we need to pass a feedback request. All right, but here when we select the feedback, when we select a book, so here return borrowed book, what we need to do is to do this dot feedback request dot book id equals book dot id. All right, so I can cast it also as a number. So in this case, or in this way, we are sure that that in the feedback request always contains the book ID. So we do not need to reset it in this give feedback method. So let's go ahead and test it again. So now I think we need to remove something, or like to remove the flag from the database first. So here book transaction, and here let's mark this one as false. So let's make it false. Let's save, since we don't have any book returned. And now if we refresh, now we can give again the feedback. So here again 5 stars, and this is an awesome book, and thank you. All right, so now I will clean my network tab, and I will click send. So here you see that we have the feedbacks, so it was successful, and now we are fetching the list of the books. Again, we can check the database. Here, if I refresh, we see that we have this return true. And if we go to the feedbacks, so we will see a new feedback just getting created. All right. And with the note 5, and for the book ID 55. All right. So now this functionality is implemented. Now we can move on and implement the my returned books, which is to the interface or the UI to approve that a book has been returned. All right, so here also we see that we have this rating 5. So now we can just implement this one, or like the my returned book. All right, so I hope this one was clear. Let's implement the next part, and we will move on further. All right, so now let's implement the next functionality, which is my returned books. So I can close this one, or like I can even keep it. So here in the terminal, I will create a new page, and I will call it returned books. So returned books. And here the first thing, as we did before. So if we go to the menu, here we have my returned books. We can copy this one, and we can create now a routing for it. So in the book routing module, I will duplicate this one, and here instead of my borrowed books, it will be my returned books. So let me open the menu again, and here I need to copy this URL, my returned books. So let me paste it in here, and here let's call the returned books component. Now if we go back to our page, and here we see that return books works. All right, so the return books, it will look like almost like this. So we can copy the table as well as the navigation bar from the other component. So here from this borrowed book, I will copy. So this part, we don't need it, and we need this part right here. So I will just copy it, and here in the, not the menu component, but in the new page that we just created. here in my returned books or return books. So here all I need to do is to paste what I just copied. All right. So I can close also the routing, and here we don't need this if block, and we need here to change or to rename this one. And instead of using borrowed books, I will call it returned books. And the rest should remain the same. All right, so let's also go to my borrowed books TS file, and we can copy almost not everything, but I will copy from here. So, and then I will do some renamings and remove what is no longer necessary. So I will copy this one and I will paste it in my returnbooks.ts file. All right. So here we need, of course, to implement our onInit interface. And now let's do a few changes. So we don't need this feedback service, so we can get rid of it. And here, instead of borrowed books, I will call it returned books. And here it will be a page response of returned books. I think the object is the same since it's also borrowed books, but just in a different way. We don't need this feedback request. And now let's fix what needs to be fixed. So this return borrowed book, we don't need it. We can also remove it right now and find all borrowed books. And here it will be returned books equals response. And now here we need to change this one to return books and this one to returned books. Now we need to call this one, find all returned books, and that's it. Let's optimize the imports, and then let's see, we don't need this selected book. If we need it later on, we will just create it. So now if we go to this page, of course we need to fix a few things on the HTML. So here we don't need any click event, and now we can keep this one as a cursor pointer. Also we can keep it as a paper plane just to mark or to make sure if this one was returned or not, and the same for here. And now we just need to implement the approve returned book. All right, so in here after this class I will add another method, and I will call it approve book return, and I need to pass a book or my book as a parameter. All right, so first let's make sure that our UI works fine. So we still have one issue, and here of course we need to go back here, and we have this one returned books. All right, so now everything should be working, and here this is the book that was sorry, I need to navigate to my returned books. So here we have this is my own book. If we check it in here, so this is my own book, and Spring Security for Beginners, and also Python book, which is this is the author and this is the author. So now what I want to do is to implement the approval of my returned book. All right, so let's go ahead and implement that. All right, so let me close these two unnecessary pages. And now to approve a return book. So here all I need to do, first I want to do a check if the book is not returned. So for the book, if the book is not returned yet, maybe I don't know, like maybe it's a wrong display or something like that, or wrong data. We need always to do extra checks. So this helps our application to be reliable. And now all I need to do is to call my book service and then approve return borrowed book or borrow book. And I need to pass my book ID, which is book.id as number. And then all I need to do is to subscribe, and then I need my next, so to get the result. And here I want to display a message. All right, so here, as we did before, I will use the same thing as we did in the book list. So this one right here, I will copy this code, I will copy this block, and then I will paste it in here in the beginning, and before that I want to add a title. All right, so I will use h2, and then my returned books, and also I will add a separator. And here I don't have the message, so I will create it. So I will initialize it to an empty string, and here in the same way I will create the level, and the level I will initialize it to success by default as we did before. Alright, so now if we scroll down again to the approve book return, all I need to do once the book is successfully returned and everything went fine, this dot level equals success. So like I want to keep it as success, so I want to display success message, and here this dot message equals, and let's say for example book return approved. So this means that the book was approved successfully. And then I need to call this dot find all borrowed books, and I will just rename this one since it's not borrowed books, and here I will call it returned books. And this is almost it. So now if we check first the database, all right, so our user or our connected user is John Doe, and this John Doe has the ID 52. So has the ID number 2. And now if I go to the book transaction history, so here we have, I think he owns this book 52. All right. So now we can approve this return. So I will open the network tab, and now I will click on this one. Okay, so I think here let's double check our database, and here we see that only one book was returned, and I think it doesn't belong to this connected user, and the other one they were not returned. So just to make sure, we can go back to the code right here, and here if the book is not returned, I will do something. So here I will say it's an error, and here we can say the book is not yet returned. All right, so I think this should be the case. And yes, exact. So the book is not yet returned. So I think it was borrowed by someone else or by a different user, but let's change the flag in the database. And here, so for example, let's say it's true, and this one is true. So like both of them were returned, and now the icons should be changed. And now if I approve this one, all right, so I think we have something wrong in the data in our database. So I will bring this back to these two flags. I will bring them to false, and I will approve it. And now I will log in with a different user. So first I will just remove this, and now I will just log in again. So I will log in with the user Ali11, and then we have password. So I think, yes, so my return books, and here we can approve this book. So this book is not yet returned, and this book, this Spring Boot in action, so my borrowed books. So if I return this one, and here's some feedback, so just rate and return. And this book, Spring Security for Beginners, it belongs, Spring Security for Beginners, it belongs to John Doe. I think now we can approve this one. So let me log out. I will just clean the token, and then we will implement the logout functionality in few moments. All right, so here let's connect with the user John and password, and let's sign in. And here let's try to approve this one or this one. All right, so let's open the network tab and see what's going on. So here we have a bad request. So you cannot borrow or return your own book. So here, so it's for the approval. I think we made a mistake while implementing the book service.java. So here we have this method. Let's check the implementation. So here we have the book, and we check if it's archived, and then we check if the user is the same. All right, so yes, so here like it's obvious that here we are checking if the owner is the same as the user ID, which this one should be the opposite. So here you cannot return, so here we should say you cannot return a book that you do not own. So a book that you do not own. So like a user should only approve his own books. All right, so let's restart our application. Let's restart just the backend, and now this should work fine. So if the owner of the book is not the same, so this means that the user or the connected user cannot approve a book that he does not own. All right, so let's make sure that the application is up and running. And now if we go back here, let me clean the network, and now I guess we should be able to approve the book. All right, so now we can approve this one again, and this book now should be available for the other users. All right, so that was really nice to debug, and that was a mistake when we implemented our API. All right, so now implementing, or like the returned books is already implemented, borrowed books is implemented. The waiting list, we said that we will implement this in the next phase. Also, we have the my books. So this is the home page, and also this is the books page where we can see the different books. So now we need to implement other functionalities which are super important. So follow along with me, and let's move on to the next step. All right, so now we come to a phase which is super important, which is securing the different routes. So here what we need to do, we need to check if the token is still valid, because we already, while implementing, we saw that sometimes we are like the token is expired and we receive and we see a 403, and this means that that the token has expired. So now we need to secure our routes, and we need to check if the user has a valid token or not in order to connect. So let's go back to our code, and I will close all the tabs. And what we need to do, let me reduce everything here. And now let's go to the services. And in the services, I will create a directory, and I will call it guard. So here we need to implement a guard for our application. So I will copy the path, or I can navigate even to the path. So books, modules. So here I can navigate to services and then guard. So to generate a guard, it's ngg and then guard, and we can call it auth. So we need a space here. So now let's generate a guard auth, or like a guard function. So let's wait while it's generated. And here we want a can activate. So can activate, this means that if we are able, or if we should be able to activate a specific route. All right, now we have our guard. So the guard looks exactly like this. We have it's a guard, it's a constant guard of type can activate function, and here we have the route and we have the state. So for this case we don't need these parameters. And now what I need to do is, first I want to inject two things. So first is the token service. So since here we cannot have a constructor, or we cannot use the constructor, so we will inject, or we use the inject method to inject our token service. So token service, and also we need of course our router. So const router equals inject, and I want to inject my router from angular/router. All right, so now I want to do a simple check if my token service dot is token not valid. So I don't have this method yet, but we will create it in a few seconds. So if my token is not valid, all I need to do is to call the router dot navigate, and then I want to navigate the user to the login page. All right. Also, we need to return false, since this guard needs to return a boolean, as you can see here. Otherwise, we can return a true. All right, so now since we don't have this method, let's go ahead and create it in our token service. So in the token service, we have this method is token not valid, and here all I will need to do is to return this or not. I need the negation is token valid. So I will create another method just to check if my token is valid or not. So for the token is valid, what we need to do, we need first to have a const, which is our token, equals this dot token. I will get my current token, And then if I don't have the token, if I don't have a token at all, so this means what? I will return false. All right. Otherwise, what I need to do here, we need to decode the token. So now in order to decode the token, we need to install a dependency. So here I will use npm install, and I have a dependency called auth0/angular-jwt. So let's install this one, and I will show you how to use this one in order to decode a token. All right, so now let's go back to our token service, and here I will create a const of type JWT helper. I will call it JWT helper and equals new JWT helper service. So this is the service coming from the dependency that we just installed in our application. Here we need to check the expiry date. So here I will have another constant, is token expired equals JWT helper dot is token expired, and all I need to do is to pass the token as a parameter. All right, so now let's do the check. If my token is expired, what I want to do first, I want to clear my local storage. All right, so local storage dot clear, and then return false. Otherwise, we just return true at the end if the token is still valid. So now once this token service is implemented and this method is token valid and this token and not valid is implemented, we need to link, or we need to specify this Auth Guard in the different routes that we have. So now I can close this, and now I need to navigate to the different routing modules. So here, for the login, register, and activate account, these are open endpoints, so we don't need a token to register a user, neither a token to login and activate the account. Otherwise, here we can add the can activate option, which is here we need to call our Auth Guard. All right, so I will copy this one, and now we need also to secure at the same time the routes for our book module. All right, so here in the main component, we want to add the can activate guard, the same in here, and like all the endpoints under the book module, they need to be guarded or checked before enabling these routes. Also here, and now we can also implement another method, which is a logout functionality, just to log out our user. All right, so now if we go here and check, so if I refresh, so now I have the page, which is fine. And now if I remove the token and I try to refresh the page, so I'm automatically redirected to the login page since I don't have a token. So this means that the token is not valid anymore. Now the next step is, let's implement the logout functionality. All right, so now in order to implement the logout, so here in the application, if I try to log in, for example, I hope this is also a valid user. Yes. Okay, so here we see that we have this button right here, and this button is already in the menu component. So let's go to our menu component in here. So component menu, and here I think we already defined a logout functionality. So a logout method. So the logout is so simple. All I need to do is to call my token, my local storage, sorry, and just call the clear item or the clear method, or just we can do remove item, which is my token. All right, and then we just need to do window.location.reload. I just need to reload the page, and let's see the impact of this logout functionality right here. So now if I click on this logout, we see that we are logged out and we are no longer able to access, for example, /books/manage, since we don't have a token. So we stay on this login page. All right, so now let's try to log in with a different user, which is the John Doe, and password, and then sign in. And now the application works again. If you're watching this I really want to say congratulations for following along this tutorial. So also, I hope you made it so far and everything is working for you. Now get ready for this announcement. So in the coming videos, in the coming weeks, what we will implement together is, first, as I mentioned before, we will containerize our application. We will create a CI/CD pipeline and deploy the application to a real world or to a real VPS. And also after that, we will implement, or we will migrate and upgrade our application from JWT security to Keycloack security. And I will show you step by step how to do that. So here, if you are at this phase and if you are watching me and we are talking together right now, don't forget to hit this thumbs up button, drop a comment, and also share this application. And let's first hit this 10K likes, and also let's spread the knowledge with more and more people, and let's grow this channel and spread the knowledge all together. Thank you for watching, and see you in the coming videos.